Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 41-60. Text Chapter 41. Sister Ino roars. Abstain. The note with the number in his hand pressed on the ground, and Shino, who clicked on the name, pushed the man in the sunglasses and turned away. When he passed Hyuga Neji, there was nowhere to go. There was an uproar in the examination room again. What happened? As soon as the list was announced, someone abstained from the strike, and the boy who changed his surname below cough. Even if you don't fight, you will admit defeat. Interesting academy. Shiranui Genma, whose face was twitching fiercely, rubbed his fingers, pinched the battle watch, and raised the corners of his mouth in contempt. Against Konkuro. I also abstain. Is there really such a benefit in bells and whistles and full of oil? This is really strange, Taiwan. This time there is no uproar in the examination room, there is a commotion. His voice again and announced embarrassingly. In the second game, Hyuga Neji abstains and sees abstentions. The ill-informed face flashed a trace of unwillingness, but the puppet master Sunagaker, who immediately calmed down, walked over and looked. I am afraid some people will abstain and strike. What's going on? As soon as the two matches were announced, some people conceded defeat. What did these candidates want to do? Were two strikes in the finals? Genma decisively stopped the idea of continuing to announce it. Through the analysis of previous events and recorded intelligence, if it continues to announce, look at it. Nara Shikamaru who is afraid of trouble. Haruno Sakura who loves Sasuke. These two are very likely to let go as usual, one Chunin, if there are four. The notice goes on, and they are not allowed to continue their nonsense. Yes. The four generations of Kazekage looked at him playfully. Sarutobi-senpai, you are. Ha ha ha, even if the children in the village like to make a fool of themselves, is this really the case? The sneering voice revealed a hint of provocation, and the fourth generation of Kazekage turned his head and stopped talking. Anbu Shinobi who disappeared at the command of Sarutobi Risho. Lord Hokage has an order, and the villagers must not abstain from voting again. Excuse me, I'm letting you see a joke. Nara Shikamaru looked at the big beauties with a headache, and Tamari threw him a Byakugan viciously. The iron-clad old face sank into the chamber pot, and Bululu was full of shit. Come back soon or you will suffer. How could this be? They frowned without saying a word. Game 3, Nara Shikamaru vs Tamari. Haruno Sakura looked around worriedly. She wanted to admit defeat and let Sasuke advance, but now she continues to draw lots until the final decision is made. With the password issued by the three generations of Hokage, Shiranui Genma, who was finally relieved, quickly announced the remaining list. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Guest, thanks. Game 4, Haruno Sakura vs Uchiha Sasuke. Game 5, Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara. Winner man. Seeing that Shiranui Genma announced the final list, the three-generation-old man got up and left his seat, stood on the edge of the stand with his hands on his back, and said, everyone gather here to participate in the Chunin selection test held in our hidden village of Konoha. The 10 candidates who passed the preliminaries will be listed below. Contestants, for a formal selection competition, please freshmen, there are 10 contestants, why is there one missing? Knowingly, he narrowed his eyes, and the fourth generation Kazekage under the mask raised the corners of his mouth. Everyone was so busy that it was strange. Sasuke hasn't been found yet. The search team composed of Anbu has been dispatched. Let's watch it at home. Third generation of Hokage lowered his voice in his ears. Maybe he has already been caught by Orochimaru. The three-generation-old man returned to his seat with a gloomy face, and the three-generation-old man turned his attention to the field. No way. Carefully glanced at the 4 generations of Kazekage next to him, and was like lying on one side to abstain, and Hyuga Neji automatically upgraded. Here it is. Quote. Well, this old man understands. When he was silent for a moment and waved his hand to show that the outcome was already divided, he would also stop Zhou Genma, take a look at the remaining 7 candidates, and announce depressedly, because the players in the first and second games already. Next, the candidates in the third round are invited to start the battle. The rules are the same as the preliminaries, until one party dies or admits defeat. But I do pass the game. Nara Shikamaru, Tamari stayed, others please go to the exam room to rest. Come on. Liamong turned around and patted Shikamaru on the shoulder with a smile on his chest. Good luck. Don't lose to a woman. Uzumaki Naruto with his nostrils turned to the sky fluttered. The big guy looked at the 250 that he could knock himself over, and black lines all over his face flowed in unison. Senior. Sakura folds his hands. The noisy stands, the lively arena, Shikamaru, who had no motivation, yawned and scratched the head of the pineapple, seeing him fall to the ground. The softness of the scorpion rose and fell with his breathing, attracting countless eyeballs. This guy can't see. The old man doesn't know him. Hey, wicked woman, let's have a discussion between the two of you. You knock me out and you're a lazy person who hasn't woken up. Beautiful Tamari is about to gasp, and she has two big fans in front of her chest. Shikamaru let out a sullen breath helplessly. Is it Machi? It's really abhorrent that you dare to put on such an indifferent look. I promise you to die. One in anger. What? Both eyes widened in disbelief. Tamari vigilantly caressed the three-colored lazy, annoying guy. The boring exam, the troublesome woman, I wanted to admit defeat. Evil woman, you answer or not. As soon as the thing burned, he pulled out the Samsung fan behind his back, and Tamari, who was slammed into the ground more than halfway, really went wild. Dare to play with the old lady like this, you are again. A few drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks, secretly comparing the hardness of his head in the ground. Shikamaru decisively gave up the idea of being knocked out by the iron fan. Not only fainting, but also suffering from a severe concussion. It's not worth it. What a troublesome woman, how could I meet such a troublesome opponent? Start. The raised right hand slammed down, Shiranui Genma swiftly backed away, and at the moment he left, his subordinates must come out, a giant iron fan more than 1 meter long, gold-faced black bones decorated with 3 stars, just turn it round. Futon wins style the third selection match, the official sand, like a flood of beasts, swept towards Shikamaru. The guy who was afraid of trouble hid behind a tree after a few turns, and the Samsung fan that was inserted into the ground suddenly turned well. Why did you want to be a ninja in the first place? Think back to the decision I made when I was a child, and regret it infinitely. The bitter wind whimpered and rolled up the yellow sky. The troublesome mother, or the boring old bean, thinks of the woman who is afraid of raising her head and staring at the floating clouds. They are so free, so enviable that they are respected. Parent Nara, who respects you for not yet, sighed again. Whoever told him that being a ninja can make life more beautiful? Your mother, listen to her. Fearing the man kneeling on the washboard, Shikamaru has a feeling of being defeated. Son, it's not scary. Knees are down. Shikamaru glanced back. Nara Shikaku smiled awkwardly. You can't say that. But you still knelt, that's a fact. Turning his head to stare at Leodu who was kneeling on the washboard in the hospital, Shikamaru pouted with his back against the railing. After a long period of anger, stinky boy, you can't help but mention the facts. When you meet the woman you like one day, you will understand this truth. Kneeling on the washboard, I'd rather be single for the rest of my life. Damn boy, what are you talking about? He rushed out of the kitchen with a rice spoon. Nara, who was in pain, gave birth to 2 babies. You should quickly find a daughter-in-law for your mother to give birth to grandchildren. Please mom, what should you be worried about if you meet a woman you like? Can't I book first? Son, Jinai knocked on the door with a spoon. The child of Gardenia's family has looked at Tamari through the gap between the trees. No matter how you look at her, she thinks she is the same as her mother. Aunt Gardenia's son is 10 years older than me, isn't it? The 2 babies are not surprising. Do you think this is love? It is also possible to book a grandson with a slap in the face. Shaking his head to drive out the terrifying memories, Shikamaru Toru. As a man. The same tyrannosaur temperament, the same charming face, the same plump breasts that make people doubt the true and false. The peacock-like opening screen makes people drive away the terrifying thoughts. Some macho Shikamaru thinks that as a man, you should not lose to women. But how can the face hit a woman? Struggling left and right with contradictory thoughts, the big wave of beauties who could not find their opponents press the iron fan behind her, as if. The golden hair is as soft as winter chrysanthemum, the tall and plump body is full of confusion, the straight legs, the towering chest, the heroic figure is full of perseverance and the pretty ultimate. The beauty is warm and angry, adding beauty. How long are you going to hide? Tamari swept around angrily. Stunning. Already. Look there. Akamichi Choji wiped his mouth and pointed to the field, each of which is a maddening guy who will definitely find a chance to concede. Bastard. How can you say such a thing? Audience was also a little puzzled. Shikamaru hide. Use your 16 bursts to beat her. Don't show the old lady that lazy third tree. We don't need to watch his game. It's afraid trouble is right. Tamari waved the iron fan. Shikamaru swung Byakugan out of his seat, and Ino, who had rushed to the edge of the stand, shook his fist. Shikamaru-kan. Apparently it was well hidden. There. Out of the corner of his eyes, he followed the direction of the shout to find his enemy, Itachi. Ino, this idiot woman. Shikamaru, who was rolling and crawling out of the shade and confronting Tamari, had his head covered with cold ground, and he was called out. Why do I always get into trouble like this? Let's see where you're going now. Futon Wind Style's more powerful attack just now swept through everything, and the 3-star fan filled with chakra violently waved countless knife winds. The sharp blade of the wind pierced the wound, and a few dwarf trees on the opposite side turned into dust in an instant, and the scattered foam blew all over the place. The quartet stands stunned. Compared to Shikamaru. ... Leaving the Taoists to let their attention. Text chapter 42. Tamari says you're short enough. Ino, you. Trust me, I really didn't mean it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Who believes it? Inazuka Kiba raised his chin. You must think that Shikamaru is troublesome, and are ready to change teammates. No, don't talk nonsense. Ino's anxious eyes made Yuhi's eyes. No nonsense, you know it in your heart. Nunu's mouth, who was so angry that he didn't pay for his life, and Inazuka Kiba's appearance that I recognized, can be angry with someone alive. The mad Ino's younger sister, Fangquan, slapped Lao Gao at once. Damn it, you are the nonsense, my mother didn't mean it at all. Oh, then you did it on purpose. Inazuka Kiba nodded suddenly. Ino's sister roared wildly. You are the one who did it. Then you did it on purpose. Inu, Tsukasa, Kiba, you bloody bastard, my mother is fighting with you. Tears of infinite grievance burned with her emerald-colored eyes, and the little beauty Ino rushed to the rear stand in a rage. You nasty stinky shit, you die for my mother. Crazy woman, you can't fight. Wong. The snow-white puppy lay on his head and opened his mouth, and Ino, who couldn't hit the main owner over and over again, ran wild. You stop for the old lady. Don't stand. Are you standing? I won't stand. Bastard, you give old lady a stop. Choji, who was madly stuffing the film in his mouth, chirped twice. Instead of worrying about the troublesome guy, think about your belly. Will Shikamaru lose? Choji never bothered about it. Well, I have to eat more. A lot of books are stuffed into a belly that can never be filled, and the arena where the wind and smoke dissipates is a mess. Don't make trouble, even if the troublesome guy won't die. In fact, we don't have to watch the game, anyway, the result is a loss. Choji, what do you mean by that? The two in the quarrel turned their heads. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru will definitely find a chance to admit defeat. He is not suitable for this place at all. Besides, how can he play seriously because of his troublesome personality? Choji licked the big cake face and gave the answer. Kiba and Ino, who were torn together, were stunned. In the middle of the arena, a big wave of beautiful women with blonde hair and long legs stretched out the 3-star fan, blocking the oncoming Kuwu in front of her. Missing one shot is a troublesome weapon. But, with fists in both hands revealing 6 shurikens, Shikamaru, covered in broken foam, leapt out and threw 6 bursts in a solitary line. Azimuth, angle to 6, iron fan defense area, strength, launch. The shuriken fired continuously, under the powerful calculation comparable to the computer brain, slashed their isolated lines and tore the air. The audience in the stands looked straight. What an idiot, this kind of attack is useless to Tamari. He touched the crow hidden behind his backhand, and the puppet master Sunagaku narrowed his eyes in disdain. When it comes to ninja attack, the puppet master in the ninja world is the second, but no one dares to call it the first. Although the Uchiha family uses them well, it depends on who they are compared with. The puppet master is the absolute king of ninja tools. But even so, Kankuro, who inherited the lineage of the puppet masters of Sunagaku village, has never defeated Tamari. Not once since childhood. That giant iron fan, as well as its natural affinity for wind, gave Tamari infinite future and possibilities. Among the 3 children of Kazekage of the 4th generation, except for the humanoid monster Gaara, she is the most talented. Smart mind, rigorous character, thoughtful thinking, and beautiful appearance, she is a well-deserved princess of Sunagaku village. Now, the princess is angry. Futon, wind style, wind-killing array. Regardless of whether you have 1,000 copies or a shuriken, a fan blows them all away. No matter how good the calculation is, in the face of absolute strength, it is still a free gift. Seeing the 6 shurikens that were fruitless again, Shikamaru, who took the opportunity to hide behind the tree, picked up the ninja bag and sighed secretly. Really troublesome woman, not only troublesome, but even more troublesome when fighting. How to do. 2 hands and 5 fingers facing each other to form a ring, Shikamaru's brain has reached its limit. What is that seal? Philip Yuhi's bright eyes turned to his side, and Kurenai Yuhi asked Asuma strangely. That's not a seal, it's a habitual thinking action. The senior brother raised his hand and scratched his head covered with monkey hair, and said with a sigh, Shikamaru is lazy by nature and likes to spend a leisurely life, and there is no young man at all. He's exhausted, but he looks like an old man who has passed away. So he especially likes to put down the flag and the flag. Whenever he is in trouble, he will use this action to formulate strategies. As a result, I never beat him. Kurenai Yuhi was deeply shocked by Asuma's remarks about selling off a little. But immediately, the beautiful Yuji turned up by Akugan. What's so great about playing games? Strategy. How can games be equal to reality? Asuma, you are so disappointing to me. Yuhi, that's not what you said. The man with the suddenly raised face was very serious. Sarutobi Asuma explained cautiously. The flag around the flag is evolved from the flags used by military divisions to deduce strategies in ancient times. It can be used in games like Grandmaster. It proves that Shikamaru is a smart military strategist. Quote. Smart. Wait. Kurenai Yuhi widened his pupils in disbelief. I saw his grades when I was assigning Genin's class, and he was almost on par with Naruto, only better than the man who never took the exam. Slightly stronger. You call such a person smart. That's because he's too lazy. He stroked his forehead helplessly, and the senior brother shattered into glass shards on the spot. Shikamaru's bad grades are because he slept as soon as he got to the exam, and I also learned by chance that he is good at strategy games, so I took the opportunity to play games with him to quietly test his IQ. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but what was the result? Kurenai Yuhi satisfied the curiosity of the elder brother. Asuma smiled brightly, looked at Kurenai Yuhi's charming function and sighed deeply. That guy is a man who shouldn't have long hair, and a top strategist who can formulate 200 strategies at the same time. 2 or 200 kinds, it's still different. Staring at the middle-aged uncle who likes to please him, Kurenai Yuhi was really frightened. Asuma laughed smugly and said, Shikamaru is a real genius. No, he is already underestimated by a genius. You must know that his IQ is over 200. This is the conclusion of repeated tests. Did you test it yourself? Looking up and down with suspicion, Kurenai Yuhi, who was overly shocked, was no match for the man in front of him. Does this guy know what it means to have an IQ of up to 200? Even with Dr. Ninja, the third-generation Hokage known as the textbook of the ninja world is only 120. What is the concept of 200? If Shikamaru really has such an IQ. He's about to act. Silently taking off his jacket and looking at the sky, Shikamaru took a weed and muttered. Although a man shouldn't beat a woman, I don't want to be beaten by a woman. Then there's only a fight. With the folded jacket tied with kunai and hidden behind his back, Shikamaru rushed out with the smoke bomb in his right hand. While rushing, watch Tamari's reaction. There is only one chance. Be sure to catch this woman before the shadow imitation technique is exposed. Why don't you hide, you nasty ground mouse? Without answering a word and continuing to rush, Tamari got angry. Futon, wind style, Itachi. It's now. The smoke bomb held in the palm of his hand burst into a large cloud of smoke, and he took the opportunity to shoot Shikamaru's clothes in the air and turned back to the shadows. Shadow mimicry. Tamari like a sharp arrow. The stand with blocked view became noisy. What to do? Can't see anything. It's a pediatric trick, and the smoke will dissipate in no time. Wait, what is that? The black shadow that Ziyu shot at his feet finally showed his feet before connecting, and the alert big wave of beauties stepped back for 5 consecutive steps. Nara's shadow technique, long ago when I knew your name, Ben. The girl is on guard against this move. So many years of fighting to the death, Sunagakure village has enough information on Konoha to fill 3 rooms, and Tamari, the eldest daughter of the 4th generation of Kazekage, certainly has not seen it. The shadow that seems to be free to expand and contract actually has a limit. No matter how much it expands, it can't exceed the area of the shadow itself. Do you still have the confidence to fight it, Nara's bastard? The giant iron fan closed and swiped hard on the ground in front of him. Tamari raised his pretty face confidently. No matter how much you hide, you have never left the shadow under the wall. In other words, you need to use the shadow of the wall to increase the shadow. The casting distance of the technique. Little man, you should grow taller. Meters and centimeters, this is your limit, it's really short enough. Quote. It's such a tight mind, this girl is not simple. Did you use a fan to measure the casting distance? Tamari is more suitable for long-range attacks than close combat, so it seems that the outcome will be the outcome. Shadow mimic assault. The shadow that reached the limit suddenly grew, and Tamari, who was shocked, instantly widened his beautiful eyes. Look up. Clothes decorated with kunai floated high above the arena, and the audience was surprised. When was it put up? Such a smart kid. That's the strategy you're talking about, it doesn't seem to work. Tamari, who had hit the ground with the iron fan, jumped into the air. You can't escape, catch up with her. Don't think I'm not tall, but I have great tricks. Don't look at me short, but I can spin. Shadow mimic turn. Text chapter 43 _ the wind rolls the yellow sand, your smile, my light. The shadow shot down at his feet like a sharp arrow, and the big wave of beauties in the air was covered in cold sweat. Damn, stinky man, when his mother is about to be restrained by the shadow on the ground, he will ignore the landing above. It is more convenient to read on the mobile phone M. Heihei 168. On the contrary, when guarding against the above squeaky and crooked black, I think it's really beautiful. But in this way, I want to catch this girl, but I want to think that I can come up with such a trivial idea. When Ben Gukcho, just before the shadow imitation technique was about to succeed, he parachuted in his hand and neglected his feet again. Every day, every ray of light, like a white snow in the spring, it was defeated. Reaching into the ninja bag, he took out a small yellow and white flip and turned it all the way, and Kuju threw it into the air. Flashbang. Shikamaru, who was exposed to the scorching sun, reluctantly let go of his handprints as the shadows that suddenly lit up thousands of feet hit his feet. Grabbing the 3-star fan, he raised his charming chin and said, "Damn stinky man, this girl has already figured out what your so-called shadow technique is." Countless eyes have gathered, and the unique secret techniques of the Konoha no Shikacho family have always had a strong hand. Now, the so-called shadow imitation technique actually works. Seen through, the shadow of oneself separates. Just now, the girl used flash bombs to shorten the mysterious color, and many people have only heard its name and have not seen it. Nara's little man, is this girl right? Your own shadow. It's just that when you stand in other shadows, you can use your powerful analytical power. This Sunagaker has removed the shadow of the wall and exposed you to the sun. The uncontrollable shadow will return to your feet and continue to fight. Really seen through, in such a short time. The strong girl is so scary. Seeing the consternation in Shikamaru's eyes, Tamari raised the corners of his mouth proudly, and the succession will slowly extend as the sun deflects. In other words, the lower the sun sets, the longer your attack distance will be, and this girl will be victorious. Negative. The 3-star fan that was unfolded was inserted into the ground to block the sight, and it was hidden in the attack. The shadows long use the clone technique to divert attention, and then use the chakra of the whole body to gather chakra. The best time to hit the move down. Looking up at the big wave of beauty behind the sky, she folded her hands. First doppelganger. Samsung fanned it to shreds. At the moment, his shadow and clothes are not in the attack range, it is the expansion of the planetary fan, Itachi. Sora glanced at the ground again, and the confident Tamari Crush gathered all the chakras. Flower. The stinky man who dares to touch this girl's cheek will be turned into nothingness in the roaring wind. 3. What's the matter? Don't move. When? The big beautiful eyes are all in disbelief. This is impossible, the body is actually. Wicked woman, you stand up straight and open your arms. Shikamaru crooked his neck tiredly. Interesting academy. Tamari stared at his clothes wet with sweat and trembling branches. Look at both sides. Is it enough to reach for your ears? Slowly from the ground, a few shuriken glowed black, and Tamari, who was lonely and forced to do the same, said with difficulty, "What are you going to do?" The 4-way stand man blew his fingertips, and Shikamaru put both hands into his pants and Kabuto looked around. The messy teacher led the students to sing joyous songs alone. Look closely, the indiscernible steel wire is extremely thin. They were amazed. Kurenai Yuhi. Ino. Inazuka Kiba. Even the old. Have you already figured it out? Mainu looked at the opposite side in horror. Tamari really couldn't imagine that this audience was all foreshadowing. This guy's head. Habit. He raised his eyes and widened the distance between his eyes. In order to make up for the unattainable gap between the two, he decided that a man could be so far away. Is the previous one farther away from yourself? Thinking of this, Mukong let out a sullen breath, and Shikamaru deeply felt smart and stupid, so he gave birth to this kind of explanation called habit. No matter whether you are pretending to be coercive or being brave, you have to let those annoying troubles force the chief military strategist of Yi Gang to look at the opposite side. Drink soup with a spoon and walk with your feet. When you swing the iron fan, your right hand is the main one, so when you turn the direction, the subconscious jump will inevitably be the left. Shikamaru, who waved his right hand while speaking, turned his neck. Civilians, ninjas, nobles, regardless of status, all stared in shock and used it to change the palpitation. He was able to use people's habits to achieve his goals, and this little devil was suddenly quiet in the stands from all directions. This is the real Shikamaru, an eyeball, amazed by the troublesome boy below. The real active place should be the battlefield. Is it a human? If he comes to plot against me. Kabuto stuck his head out of his trousers. He is a man of wise and defensive intelligence, a top military strategist unparalleled in history, and a big wave of beauties in his posture. If he is not so lazy, attention, he is about to act. With both hands, how could the gangster with a low chest and a low back stretched out his head like a turtle, dragging him towards the opposite side step by step. Forced to pose as a foreign persimmon, with two slender hands holding down the short skirt. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. This damn stinky man. Dada took 2 steps to 30 centimeters apart and stood still. Shikamaru looked at the beautiful woman who was close at hand, from head to toe. When Yuhi was going to make an attack for him, this guy suddenly took Temari into his arms. Trick me like that? Strange. Uzumaki Naruto shivered with black lines all over his face. He wanted to take a closer look, and if he did it, he himself would die. That. Consternation. Surprise. Surprised and blowing a breath of heat, did Shikamaru bite the softness and strangle the woman to death. Idiot, Shikamaru really wants to count you winning like that. He is. Dip cheap. He tilted his head and whispered softly to Urquan's earlobe, I didn't expect it to be the real thing. Although I don't want to be beaten by women, I also don't like to beat women. The examiner, I admit defeat. What did you say? I said, I shot down Haori who was floating in the air, turned around and left with Shikamaru pulled on him. The midday breeze blew across the ground. Temari, who was stunned on the spot, stared blankly at the back of the leaving, and the 4 sides stood. Shaking his hand and shooting a shuriken, how can he? I knew that the yellow sand would be the meeting, and the high hem of the clothes showed uninhibitedness. With a big head, Ino Inuzuka Kiba sitting next to him was like an uproar. This guy. The shoulders were lowered like this with a smirk. Choji, who had the packaging bags scattered all over his feet, nodded and smiled as he stood there like a statue, speechless like a weathered expression. Reached out and patted the military division line who came back. Is that woman comfortable to hold? Boss, you should have more experience than me in this matter. Can came down. He moved to the door like a crab. Help what? I also want to feel the topic of women's bodies. Shikamaru is sitting nearby and looking forward to it. S face was ashen, and Sakura slowly picked up a Sakura, can you do me a favor? Naruto panicked, little, Sakura. Body. He licked his big face at a loss, and the young man with yellow hair moved his chest. With the sleeves, the crunching joints could not stop shrinking together. Whirlpool. Time, give me death. A fist slammed into the right cheek and knocked Naruto into the air. Haruno Sakura yelled at the waiting candidates in the waiting room. To this female worm that has fallen into a rampage. Complicated Temari came in and sat down opposite Shikamaru and fixed his eyes. Nara's father and son were uncomfortable, so he got up and rushed through the corner door. I'm going to the stage, you guys come on. It's not that annoying, it's full of face. Enla, beautiful lady, it's not that you look bad, it's that you ripped off your collar and didn't stay for half a minute. This is, he reached out and took the booklet handed by Liamong. Make him afraid, he conquers a man's heart. Author, Kuchiki Ryu, this guy is afraid of trouble. Well, I have it all ready for you. Lucky numbers. Big beauty, Temari who opened the cover, Yuhi became Nishi Yuhi Persimmon on the spot. 36 strategies for chasing men. Like 2 real mansions. Don't say it, a man chases a woman across the mountain, and a woman chases a man over the sand. Sheng Hiliang, that's right. It costs money to buy intelligence, not to mention I have something attached to it, me. With a gesture, he reached out to retrieve the booklet, and Liamong, who successfully took out the beauty's purse, took it, and Ha just took out the money. You bastard. It's not expensive for your personal items to be desecrated, or you'll want to do it if you slap it. At the critical moment, Shiranui Genma loudly declared, Beauty's money is incense, it's too powerful for a long time. Damn, isn't this girl? Temari, who had blood on his face, shredded the booklet and picked up the iron, or so. The result of the exam, which was spread out with both hands, stopped the crazy beauty, and the two of them stared at each other. Eyes on the black iron fan, just about to let you go. Yo, big beauty, why don't you let me go? That's it, Meng is Nunu's mouth, and the maddened man is triumphant. The big wave of beauties who were trembling in front of her chest was stopped by Huangsha. Don't cause trouble, you can't beat him. What? Although he knew about Lu, he would never have imagined it, but this disgusting guy could make Gara remind him out loud. The two of them started, a cherry blossom, it's time for you to end. Ask for collection, has a lot of interest in the new book period, but no matter how Tamari leaves, brothers, cheer up and thank you from the cloud. Did anything happen in between? Small. Text chapter 44 _ if you love him, beat him up and ride him up to fuck him. In the middle of the scarred battlefield, the girl with fluttering hair stood there alone, and the stands were very noisy. Interesting academy. Didn't you say that there are people from the Uchiha family participating in the game? People, where are people? That's right, I came all the way here on purpose. The shadow of a person, the name of a tree, although Uchiha has been exterminated, its reputation still sings on this continent. This is a legendary surname, except for the elusive Senju family, there is no one else. To see Sasuke Uchiha, the audience angrily threw garbage, empty water bottles, banana peels, tattered shoes and socks, and everything fell down like rain. Haruno Sakura, who was standing in the middle of the field, was extremely embarrassed, and at the same time, her worry was also brought to the extreme. Why isn't Sasuke here yet? He will come, for sure. The black panda eyes stared silently off the field, and Gara's voice startled Tamari and Kankuro. The complicated relationship between the three sisters and the younger brother made them both fearful of this younger brother. Now that they heard this, it was a shock. Have I met Luo and the Uchiha boy? How can he be so sure that Sasuke will come? The noisy audience expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. Ninjas are not impatient, and their professional characteristics are destined to be good at waiting. And compared to ordinary people who are outsiders watching the fun, these experts who watch the doorway pay more attention to the result of the previous game. It's a pity, that kid shouldn't admit defeat. He's just like that, and the Nara family doesn't like trouble. But then again, if he's on a real mission with a 4-person team, when he catches Tamari, it means he wins. In other words, this kid named Shikamaru wins. Lost the opponent and lost the game. Quote. Yeah, although this kid looks lazy and a little speechless. But it is this character that gives him a calm mind and makes him very clear about his own abilities. Therefore, he will not be excited or panic in battle. Even in a desperate situation, he can calm down and think about countermeasures and make a comeback. From this point of view, he is already a qualified chunin. This kid has the ability to become the most important qualified leader of the team leader. Quote. Chunin, who was sitting next to each other, sighed and shook his head, feeling sorry for Shikamaru's abandonment. At the same time, they also felt that it would be very reassuring to have such a team captain. When a ninja performs a mission, the first consideration is not how to complete the mission, but how to survive. The person who completes the task is dead, meaningless. If there is a smart person like Shikamaru as the captain, it is undoubtedly a very happy thing, at least there is no need to worry about hanging up inexplicably. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and the impatient audience became more and more irritable. We want Sasuke. Let the Uchiha kid come out. Damn, what are you doing? 1 bottle, 2 bananas, 4 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of slippers, I threw it around, I don't know which mad woman, even the big tie-dye was thrown out. Yuhi was still covered in blood, and it was disgusting when it floated up. 3 generations of Hokage's old face twitched on the pipe, and secretly scolded Kakashi to death. Didn't you just pass the message that it was coming soon, and this is your immediate? Ah, the two of you are. Astonishment stood upright and scratched his forehead. The gatekeeper ninja hurriedly bowed. The two of you came just in time, hurry in. Lee, let's go. Yes, Mr. Guy. The golden rooster stood alone at the gate. Might Guy the big Kiba overturned the crowd, and the little Lee, who was leaning on crutches, raised his head and followed behind him. Watching the backs of the master and apprentice leave, the two ninjas watching the gate pulled their faces together. I finally know why we can only be chunin. I think I get it too. The wind passed, the leaves fell, and the noisy arena was silent in the blink of an eye. Among the falling green leaves, two shadows, one big and one small, gradually revealed their true colors. Sorry, we're late. The common name of the visitor. Chinbin in his mouth picked it up, and Shiranui Genma asked the question very cooperatively. Uchiha Sasuke. The head held high is very confident, and after a month of practice, Urzuzi, whose confidence collapsed, has the confidence to defeat anyone. Naruto, Neji no matter who, he will step on his feet. Feeling the provocative gaze cast from the center of the examination room, the gangster sneered disdainfully, it's really a stinky way to play. Isn't it amazing to get into a rotten leaf? If you have the ability to get into a fireball and try it, you won't be burnt to death. Pretend to be careful and be careful, lightning strikes. Violently raised his middle finger and tilted his head, he spat out the Kiba sign that was bidden in his mouth. Urzuzi's little white face instantly turned black into the bottom of the pot. This damn bastard. Sakura, if you want to take that man home, the best way is to fuck him. If you dare to provoke me, I dare to set it on fire. Ignoring Sasuke's luguang and starting to give Haruno Sakura a move, never. It's easy to let that stinky guy win. His head is different from normal people, and he will only set his eyes on people who are better than himself. If you want to marry him, defeat him first. Suke shyly bit his fingertips and lowered his head. Sakura Yuhi's hair was like a cherry. Standing in the field, Kakashi scratched the head of his broom and bent down when he passed Sakura. That bastard is right, the best way to get Sasuke to pay attention to you is to defeat him. Kakashi-sensei, is that true? Aha, how could the teacher lie to you? He narrowed his eyes in an extremely unreliable manner, and the owner of Hatake, who is also full of bad water, waved away. You guys have to cheer up. Sakura. Sasuke. Looking at each other in the distance, Uchiha Sasuke's high chin is full of disdain. Haruno Sakura was a little dazed. Why did Sasuke look at her like this? I'm an avenger, love or anything has nothing to do with me. The words Ursuko once said echoed in his ears again, and the girl with blue eyes and tears shook her head violently. Wrong. You shouldn't live only for revenge. I'm going to beat you, and then. Finally got serious. Although I really don't want to say that, Sakura, you are indeed the weakest in the 7th class. The strong wind blew away the floating clouds and scattered Genwa, and Shiranui Genma, who had withdrawn and retreated, announced the start of the game. Sakura, who was despised by Ursuko, raised her forehead resolutely, and there was no trace of wavering in her eyes. Defeat him. Of Harmony of Cherry Blossoms, Part 2. What is that? How can I use two kinds of ninjutsu at the same time? This is crazy. Chakra Scalpel. Clone. The ability that Haruno Sakura burst out in an instant directly broke the long-standing theorem in the ninja world. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One by one, the ninjas all stood up, and their eyes widened in surprise and disbelief. Even the 4th generation Kazekage clenched his fists in shock, leaving 2 lines of fingerprints half an inch deep on his hand on the stone chair. It was so unexpected. How can someone use 2 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time, regardless of the order, regardless of each other, at the same time? Shocked. You idiots, you'll never understand that anyone has a spark and all they lack is someone to help them find that spark. There are no trash students in the world, only trash teachers. Those bastards who are clamoring for this and that all day long will never understand how many talents they have buried. In Liamong's eyes, Haruno Sakura's talent far exceeds that of Uchiha Sasuke. The horror of a person with 2 souls lies not in using 2 spiritual bodies to think at the same time, but more in the joint manipulation of the body. As long as Haruno Sakura solves the problem of high-level ninjutsu colliding with each other in the meridians, she will become a unique existence in the history of the ninja world. Not necessarily the strongest, but certainly not the weakest, there must be a place in the cage level. Speaking of which, do you want to kidnap her? Compared to the rest of the family members, this violent girl seems to be easier. Holding his chin and thinking about it, Lu Meng threw this sudden thought out. Now is not the time to think about these questions. Kaden fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a number of fireballs and blasted forward, and Ursukezi, who jumped high into the air, had a lot of pretty figures in front of his eyes. Stand alone. After a month of hard work, Haruno Sakura, who received the handbook from Liamong, suddenly became enlightened and finally embarked on the road of being a strong person that belongs to her. 1 month is not enough to become a medical ninja, but 1 month is enough to master chakra scalpel. The slender hand with blue glow swiped in front of him, and Yuhi's Sharingan shrank to the extreme. Magic Kasumi's servant's art. Countless phantoms appeared in front of her eyes, and Haruno Sakura, who could not find the real master, was still in shock. Sakura reversal. Get out of the way for my mother. Ninja cracks demonic illusion. He either restores his own chakra flow or hurts himself, but Haruno Sakura's method is unique to the extreme. When 2 spiritual bodies turn, all demonic illusion will be given in vain. The outside Sakura is hit, just swap the inside out. A woman with a spare tire can't afford to hurt, and Urzuzi is in bad luck. How come? How can it be? The fingertips flicked his right arm down, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had torn his upper arm muscles, lost control of his right arm. The price of underestimating the enemy is heavy. In 1 round, Nisukako not only lost the entire right arm, but also lost the ninjutsu that requires hand seal. Don't underestimate the old lady. Sasuke. The new book period of Ask for Collection is coming to an end. Please support my friends a lot. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 45 _ The opening of the big play is shot to the brick behind the head. A punch hit the cheek and smashed Ursukako to the ground, and Haruno Sakura stood on the ground with a majestic appearance. Interesting Academy first release. She lost. Kiba sign in the mouth. He spat out all the way, and the speechless Liuman shook his head. Obviously there is a good chance to win, but because of love, I didn't seize it. Stupid woman, what do you want me to say about you? Sakura, you are amazing. Uchiha's orphan, who slowly climbed up from the pit, wiped the corner of his lower lip in embarrassment, and stared at Shion Yuhi on the back of his hand. The north stand, Kakashi, who bumped into Might Guy, said hello and stood together to look off the field. You taught Sakura those strange tricks. Ah, this isn't it. A staggered foot nearly fell. Might Guy's nostrils pierced and turned into a bull. Kakashi. It's that kid. Kakashi answered unexpectedly, without any rowdy thoughts. Might Guy in the exam lounge, he asked very solemnly, is he really teaching? Well, although I don't want to admit it, this kid does have something unique in the way he educates his apprentices. Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba, Sakura, Hinata who have been with this guy seem to have strange abilities. To decide the winner. In the face of absolute speed, all the tricks are illusory, and the second assistant with the muscle activation technique is definitely not comparable to the current Haruno Sakura. One-shot defeat. The cherry blossom girl who had shocked countless audiences before fell to the ground in a blink of an eye. I declare that Uchiha Sasuke wins. What just happened? Why didn't I see clearly? The twists and turns of the game, in just a few blinks, the winner and loser, the uproar of the stands turned into a vegetable market. Naruto, it's your turn, fight hard, and I'll tell you who your father is if you win. Really, boss, do you really know who my father is? He's a great person, come on, work hard. He slapped his shoulders heavily and cheered. Liamong smiled and disappeared. Sister Anko, take good care of Hinata. Shikamaru gathered people, this scroll is for you, open it when you get home today, don't give it to anyone else. Another scroll was stuffed into the palm of his hand. Liamong lowered his head and kissed Hinata's face lightly. Get ready, everything is with me. What does the boy want to do? Seeing Liuman disappearing back and forth, Kakashi frowned. looked back and forth at the positions occupied by the 8 Anbu in the venue, turned his head to look at Might Guy. What is Lord Hokage doing? There are only 2 groups of people in such a large venue. This is impossible. Since we don't know what the enemy's plan is, we can only disperse Anbu to important places in the village. Is that so? Kakashi really didn't know what to say because he took care of Sasuke and didn't have time to participate in the venue layout. But think about it, it's the same. Hatake family who saw Naruto appear, instantly stayed where he was. That dress. Does he know anything? Proud disciple of the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato, Hatake Kakashi, the head of the Hatake family, stared blankly. Blonde hair fluttered, the white Yuhi patterned imperial robe fluttered, and the banner of the future 5 generations of Hokage was stuck straight behind him. I'm the man who is going to be Hokage, the little panda with the gourd. If I don't let the uncle come down and die, I'll beat your mother so much that you don't even know you. Mother. Boom. With a murderous cry, the Sunagaku Jinchuriki column, whose mother died when he was born, covered his head frantically. Don't call him. Covering his mouth and sweating on the back of his clothes, Tamari squirmed his throat. Talking to him now will kill you. Yellow Sand twisted around and turned around and walked down the stairs. Gaara, who had dark circles with Yuhi light, clenched his fists. In the shadow of the corner, the 2 Kusanagi looked at each other, and one left and one right stopped in the middle of the road. Chunin exams are very suitable for gambling, and there are several famous people who came for this purpose. Interesting academy starts, so please lose on purpose. Is it okay to drop this game? Sandbound coffin. He stretched out his hands one by one, and stepped on fresh Yuhi on Gaara's feet as he left in the rain of blood. Tamari Konkuro, who was watching with the probe, stopped talking, and the cold beads of sweat fell to the ground in a line, and the ticks merged into a water bay. The meeting of fate, the horn of the times. Sandstorm Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto. When the 2 children covered in sorrow stood in the center of the venue and Shiranui Genma announced the start of the game, it meant that the curtain was slowly unfolding. Multiple shadow clone technique. Shuriken in all directions. Sensed Gaara's danger, made a killing move. The shadowy shadows cut through the venue, and the audience in the stands all stood up. 1,000 or 10,000. This is really a Chunin exam, not a war between 2 small countries. Sarutobi Senpai, your candidates are really special. Ha ha ha, yours is not easy either. In the words clashed secretly, and the face of the 3rd generation Hokage old Ganbayu was full of gloomy smiles. The shuriken ended, and the sand shield inserted into the hedgehog turned into an iron ball. The audience was dumbfounded when they saw this thing. One of them counted as 1, and they all turned into toads that opened their mouths on a rainy day. Quack quack. What kind of trick is this? Seeing Khan on the forehead staring at the sand ball that was tied into a hedgehog on the opposite side, Uzumaki Naruto didn't wait for a reaction, and Gaara's counterattack arrived. Rain in sand. The yellow sand mixed with countless shurikens smashed down like a torrential rain, and countless shadow clones shattered into white smoke. Give me death sandstorm funeral. One blow smashed all shadow clone and covered his head, and the mad Gaara shouted to the sky for his mother. Uzumaki, who almost died, clenched the Kiba pass and separated countless shadow clones again. Idiot, such tricks are useless. No, what is he going to do? Form a group of 2 and 2, one in front and one behind in a double row. Naruto with the Naruto Mudra transforms into high spirits. This guy. Giant blade throwing. The supersized Fuma shuriken danced into windmills, which were more than 100 times larger than the ordinary shuriken, and the roaring Uzumaki Naruto threw them out. Shuriken shadow clone technique is not over yet. For Cubite Ninetails Jinchuriki column force, any problem that can be solved with chakra is not a problem. Seeing these gigantic throwing ninja tools, Gaara was so confident in the sand shield that she couldn't help shedding cold sweats, not to mention the audience in the stands. This kid is too pervert. Is he really Genin? How do I feel he has more interests than Jonin? Absolutely defensive. The extremely fast-winding sandball wraps Gaara in the middle without any dead ends, and the sand shield raised to the extreme swings back and forth like a lone leaf in the wind. Sand. When the attack came to an end, there was still a flat place in the venue. There were scars all over the shuriken, except that there was no corpse Mukuro, which was no different from a tragic battlefield. Third eye. Tamari in the stands panicked first. Oops. Gaara, this is too. Sasuke, how's your injury? It's nothing, I'm a little careless. I didn't expect Sakura to grow so much after not seeing him for a month. Sasuke slightly raised his brows as he gently shook his right arm, which was cured by the medical ninja, feeling the pain from his muscles. Kakashi sighed when he saw this, and looked at the field in fascination. At the moment when the big guy couldn't take his eyes off, the fourth generation of Kazekage narrowed his pupils. Magic, the technique of Nirvana abode. Countless feathers fluttered and scattered all over the venue, and the audience thumped down. Kakashi. Might Guy. Haruno Sakura. The ninjas who reacted hurriedly hand seal. Who found that someone broke free, snorted coldly, got up and left this sad place. I shouldn't have belonged here, it's time to go back. Goodbye, Konoha. Action began, and Kazekage stared at each other and signaled. Specially made smoke bomb bang. The sound exploded, the 3 generations of Hokage were hijacked to the roof, and the 2 Kazekage guards that Anbu intercepted actually divided into 4 and stood in 4 directions. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Array. Come back, it's an enchantment. Captain Anbu in white's reminder was about to exit, and the members of the Shadow Guard who rushed at the front stopped in midair, wow, screaming and turning into flying ashes. Sound Ninja. The dazzling old eyes swept around, and the 3-generation-old man who was kidnapped by Kazekage said with a sigh, I didn't expect that Sunagakure village would betray the alliance. The treaty is just a blindfold to let the opponent relax. The boring game is over. Do you want to start a war? The old eyes turned back a little, and the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage was a little heavy. 4 generations of Kazekage closed his eyes, that's right. We should avoid the use of force and use peace talks to solve the problem, it's not too late. Hee, are you too old to become dementia? Mr. Sarutobi. You, cold sweat dripped down Madara's old face, and the 3rd Hokage's heart sank to the bottom. The voice-changing 4th generation Kazekage smiled grimly. Your stupidity has put Konoha into a passive position, and I've won. HMPH. The old man should have taught you that you can't know the result of anything until the end, snake, pill. Reaching out his hand to tear his face to reveal his true face, the shadow guards outside the barrier were stunned. How could it be him? The head of Sanin, Lang-kun Orochimaru, the fierce god on the battlefield, the most proud disciple of the 3 generations of Hokage, the genius of Konoha's history. I told you a long time ago that the candidate for the 5th Hokage should be determined early. If you want to decapitate this old man, you are not qualified enough. Really, Mr. Sarutobi. Kuapu, who suddenly stabbed at the neck, burst out with blood, and the back of his left hand pierced Orochimaru, turned and walked towards the opposite side. A little tear overflowed from the corner of his eyes looking up at the sky, whether it was sadness or something else. It's not like you feel sad when you kill your master. I just feel a little sleepy. Pulling out the kunai that had pierced the back of his hand and flicking it at will, Orochimaru didn't seem to feel the pain at all. I am afraid that only they themselves know what Silent is thinking about the master and the apprentice. Why do you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to break the silence. With your character never being driven by resentment, you have no purpose or motivation. What made this decision? It's the wind. Pulling off the Kazekage hat and throwing it away, Orochimaru with black hair and drooping shoulders stood upright. Snakes only watch what moves. The ninja world has been quiet for too long, so long that it makes people feel tired. So I decided, let him move. You're a lunatic. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sarutobi, is that why you expelled me? Yingi's murderous intent permeated everywhere, and the master and apprentice who had been away for a long time faced each other with swords and soldiers, the wind waving their battle clothes, and their eyes were like sharp arrows. Hinata, come with me. The scroll that Shiyu unfolded was closed again, and Mitarashi Anko looked at the barrier with complicated eyes. Shikamaru, who gathered the gang, stretched his arms into his arms and his face changed wildly. Why did Anko take Hinata away, and where did the boss go? Choji, get up quickly and don't pretend to be asleep. Don't call me, don't you know how dangerous it is right now? Akamichi Choji didn't want to get involved in such troubles, lying down under the chair with a sullen breath. Are you so afraid of death? You are not afraid of death, you go, I want to sleep. Get up quickly. I can't afford it. Can't you get up? I can't afford to kill me. A few violent rumblings came from a distance, and 3 giant snakes with the height of the building rushed across the city wall, and Choji couldn't sleep anymore. Where are you going? Take me one. Aren't you going to sleep? I'm laughing at the sky from the horizontal knife, and I'll go to sleep after laughing. Daya was wearing blue shorts on his head, and Akamichi Choji's chubby face was soaring with pride. Inazuka Kiba, who had a little white dog on his forehead, covered his forehead, and Aburame Shino, who was copying Kabuto with both hands, was covered in cold sweat. The roar of a violent talisman in his ears, Shikamaru took out the scroll given by Liamong. Do you want to open it? The Konoha gang quartet looked at each other complicatedly. Shikamaru, who was sweating profusely on his forehead, thought to himself, and put the scroll in his arms again, let's go. After the 4 figures left, Kakashi, who flew to save Haruno Sakura, gave the order, A-level mission, gather your companions. Sakura, listen carefully to the next words, and be sure to find Nara Shikamaru in the shortest possible time. And gather as many companions as possible and bring them here. Quote. Yes, I see. Turning over and leaving the cat's waist and moving forward, the Konoha Shaokyang started to move in unison. Hyuga Neji Byakugan, who was squatting in the exam lounge, was full of anger. Why? Why is it still being destroyed after waiting so long? Did the father really die like this? These days killing enemy village ninjas, why ruin the exam? Damn you all. Hokage with 2 hairbands flying all over his body was pitch black. Orochimaru's golden pupil, who also ripped off the imperial robe, stood up in a moon-white body, and the 4 of them quickly filled a layer of enchantment inside when they saw that the situation was not good. Hands-on with 3 generations of Hokage, they're not that cocky yet. Hee, it looks like it's not easy to get out. For you, letting them in would just get in the way. Orochimaru. Sarutobi. The tragic murderous agitation stirred each other, and the clothes floated, and the shattered tiles sounded the horn of battle. Ninja Dart Shadow Clone Technique. The cross dart he took out from the cassette was swung in front of him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was dancing with his handprints, turned it into 1,000 pieces. Orochimaru, who also made his handprints, slapped the ground with a grin. Psychic Impure World Reincarnation. Duo countless shurikens hit the lid of the coffin. The old face of the 3rd generation Hokage was gloomy like water. He never thought he would use psychic to block the attack. Those dead people are. 1. 2. The big 1st generation and 2nd generation came into view, and the 3rd generation Hokage, who suddenly remembered something, shrank his pupils. Damn, can't let the 3rd out anyway. He clasped his hands together and pressed down, and just as Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to block the channeling, a suddenly appeared brick slapped his head. Who? Kiba sign in his mouth lifted Haori away. Naruto, come and see your father. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Collection, new book will be on the shelves tomorrow. I hope my friends can subscribe more, thanks for the cloud first. Text chapter 46 _ the storm surges to the hands of Chi. Decay, would, flow, on. Hello, the 3rd generation immortal, the 1st generation 2nd generation Hokage, and the 4th generation Hokage. Interesting academies. He stretched out his hands to greet Orochimaru one by one. Come to Uncle Snake to get that thing. Little devil, what do you want to do? It's very troublesome to get that thing. Watching the play, without Uncle Snake's help, how can you watch this big play? Are you right? Sarutobi Hiruzen will never die. What the hell are you trying to do, Deadwood Liamong? As expected of the two masters and apprentices, they even asked questions that were so similar. Lu Meng laughed when he heard it. Don't do anything, just ask some questions. It's just that these questions require the presence of several parties. Originally, the young master felt very troublesome. But fortunately, Uncle Snake called them back. From high to intense to calm, Liamong, who suddenly became cold, stretched out his hand and pointed to the 3 Hokages who had passed away one by one. After listening to these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's radiant old eyes tightened immediately. What is this kid doing? The first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second generation Hokage Senju Tobarama. 4 generations of Hokage Namikaze Minato. The first 2 ninjas were not familiar with each other for too long, but the latter one had witnessed the existence. Seeing these 3 ancestors, the ninjas outside the barrier instantly fell silent. The first Hokage calmed down the troubled world and distributed the tailed beasts to various countries as a balance. Regardless of whether this method was correct or not, the strength of the 9 tailed beasts alone was enough for anyone to look up to. The god of ninjas is invincible in the world, and is as famous in the world as the 6 Paths Immortals. Generation Hokage is revered as the god of water, and sweetened water style, as superb in ninjutsu, and can summon endless oceans in the dry desert. And that's not all. The most powerful aspect of the second generation Hokage lies in his pioneering and enterprising spirit. Unlike his elder brother Senju Hashirama, who established himself in the ninja world with Mokudan, wood style, Senju Tobarama, in addition to sweetened water style, also developed extremely terrifying space-time ninjutsu such as Hiraishin, who can perceive everything about the enemy when he touches the ground with both hands. Impure World Reincarnation, Shadow Clone, Dance of the 3 Suns and Moons, and many other forbidden technique secrets that have been passed down to this day are all inseparable from him. Compared with the above 2, the 4th generation of Hokage is not for nothing. Hiraishin, who inherited and surpassed the 2nd generation, instantly killed the enemy's high-level ninja in the Battle of Shinwu Kunchao, which is called Yellow Flash by the ninja world. It's a pity that just like his title, this sunny Hokage, who is full of affinity, comes and goes quickly. He had just turned 4 years old when he died in the Kyubi, 9 Tails, attack on the village. Not only did he kill his wife, but he also killed his children. In the end, he even took his own life. Now that they return to the world, their mood can be imagined. Sarutobi, long time no see. It's not you, little monkey, you are old. Master. It's such a pity that I didn't expect to meet the 3 of you under such circumstances. Lao Ganbaka's dead face was as gloomy as iron, and the 3rd generation Hokage's heart thumped into his throat. Fighting with these 3, just relying on his old arms and legs, is really going to be bloody. Feeling that it was hard to move, the 2nd generation Hokage slowly turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru. Impure World Reincarnation, is this young man who used this forbidden technique to summon us here. It's really amazing. No matter which world, there is always war. He raised his forehead like a sigh and seemed confused, and the face of the first Hokage was extremely complicated. After listening to the nonsense for a long time, Orochimaru took out 3 kunai with talismans and snorted coldly. Just as he was about to put them in, a figure stopped in front of him. Uncle Snake, I won't need this thing today. Quote. Little devil, hurry up and let me die. Do you know how dangerous these 3 people are? Let's get rid of one of them. Don't think about either of us. Enla, I promise I'll be fine. I'll accompany you if something happens. The hand that stopped the talisman kunai waved casually, and the flowing man tilted his head and turned up the space. Look around and find the stake for the avatar. Come on, Shodai, first, Sama, please take a seat. The wooden Jinchuriki column standing on the roof wiped with his hands, and Liamong pressed Senju Hashirama's shoulders to straighten him. Then he turned around and found another golden oak bucket. Come on. Nadaime, second, Sama. You are also sitting. He also put Senju Tobarama down while holding his shoulders, and continued to look for the livid, throwing out a bunch of pots and pans, and after searching, he couldn't find a suitable object. The original Hokage played Mokuten, wood style, just sitting on a stake. The second generation Hokage plays Suiten, water style, and he will be sitting on the bucket, and the fourth generation Hokage plays instantly. Etc. Doesn't he have a nickname called Yellow Flash? So use this thing. The large table lamp with a long wire dragged out of the space, and Liuman looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile. The 4 generations of Hokage, whose whole body was stiff, had 3 tic-tac-toe on his head. Come on, please take a seat. You're welcome. I bought this for my girlfriend. I'll borrow it from you today. If it breaks, I'll buy a new one later. 3 Hokages sat down one after another, and the Liuman who felt good about himself took out a beach chair, and lay down very narrowly, regardless of the blue cheeks of Orochimaru and the 3 generations of Hokage. With a flip of his hand, he turned on the sound receiver prepared in advance. Hello everyone, viewers, it's time for questions. The questioner, the liar, the person being asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old immortal, the witness, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, the head of Sanin Lenkun Orochimaru, and all the Konoha ninjas and the outer village audience who came to watch the Chunin exams. Quote. Want to witness a historic meeting? Do you want to listen to the unknown grievances and grievances between Hokage's master and apprentice? What are you waiting for? Put down the swords in your hands, prick up your ears, and it's not too late to fight after listening. You know, but there are 2 god-level ninjas present here, and the young master let them out and let you all rest. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Moonlight Hayate, Kurenai Yuhi, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Mitarashi Enko, Sarutobi Konohamaru, Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, did you not come when you heard the call? Relying on the protection of the 4 purple flame formations, he laughed wildly for the long-awaited day. Orochimaru, whose golden eyes were suddenly shrunk to the extreme, suddenly kicked over the coffin board gloomily, pulled the hem of his clothes and sat beside him. The 3-generation-old man who was in a fighting posture is not accepting recruits, nor is it not accepting recruits. Directly opening it, his head has not been filled with lead. If the 5 guys on the opposite side come together, even if it is a young peak, he will die in a blink of an eye, not to mention that he is old and going to the ground. Sit down. The handprints slammed together quickly, and the 3-generation-old man who made the Jiangtu chair also sat down. It's not what he thinks, it's completely forced by the situation. Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to do? The question that had been asked several times was raised again, and the gangster smiled like a flower. What's the hurry? What the young master wants to do, you'll know right away. Let's go to the roof. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Naruto who was hesitant as he entered the arena with blood stains. What should he do? Reaching out to the strange sandball opposite, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed nervously. Urzuzi glanced at him like an idiot. It's time for him, you still have a bird's game. Will you go? Bite Kiba looked at the strange opponent on the opposite side. Uzumaki Naruto nodded with difficulty. Go. Lived among the world's Byakugan since he was a child, has always wanted to know his background. Why are they doing this to me? Who are my parents? Uchiha Sasuke jumped up to the roof. The 2 who jumped halfway suddenly stopped. Is that the chief examiner of the preliminaries? Wearing a black trench coat, coughing, coughing, Moonlight Hayate, who was standing next to Anbu with a cat face, smiled at the 2 of them, his smile full of bitterness. I said you would thank me after today. Thinking of the boy who knocked himself unconscious with a brick, and then sent himself to the enemy for treatment, Moonlight Hayate's mood became complicated and anxious, and he was more eager to know the answer than anyone else. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. Might Guy. One after another, Konoha elites jumped over, and Konoha Maru, who ignored Ebisu's stop, stood blankly off the field, her small eyes filled with tears. Tanokuni Otogakure. Wind Country Sunagakure. The enemy village ninja who heard the threat of the roaring man stopped silently and confronted the Konoha ninja. It's not that they don't want to fight, it's just that the names of the 3 people reported are too big. The 4th generation of Hokage is enough to be fucked. Why did the 1st generation and the 2nd generation also appear, and they did not think about doing it with such legendary characters? It was just hitting the lantern into the toilet in the middle of the night, and there was no negotiation. The technique of overrunning the street vendor, Toad cut with short knife. 3 giant pythons fell from the sky, smashed and slashed, and Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Wentai's head, looked at the roof of the enchantment from a distance. Let's jump over. 2 extremely sturdy toad legs. He kicked hard on the ground, and Jiraiya, who covered most of the sky, nodded to Wentai. A huge amount of smoke bang. The sound disappeared, and he jumped down alone. Lord Jiraiya. It's Kakashi, how's it going inside? It's very troublesome. Under the pulled forehead guard, the 3 Tomo Sharingan spun around, and the head of the Hatake family had nothing to do. The madman who sealed the ninjutsu by the Grand Master thought of the name as soon as he glanced at the barrier, but did not dare to attack rashly. The 3 people who were channeled through impure world reincarnation were still half-finished products. If Orochimaru was forced to rush, there might be some trouble. World of Trees Wall, the 2 ultra-large-scale ninjutsu of Shui Kingbo, Konoha today must be a thing of the past. What is that kid named Liamong going to do? Thinking of Naruto's repeated mention of the boss, the end of Sannin, the mad ghost Jiraiya frowned, and there was a panic that was beyond his control. Man, it seems like it's almost here. The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for Monthly Pass are on the shelves for the first order. Please support friends who are capable. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 47 _ facing the sky and asking the hypocrisy's defense. Hanger Langdang dug out his ears, and Liamong, who was looking around, stretched his waist. Since all the participants have arrived, the next step is the question and answer session. It's interesting that the 3 generations of the academy don't die. Can you tell me, Konoha, where have all the powerhouses of the Mesozoic era gone? Turning his eyes to the side, the gangsters who glanced one by one pointed to the 4 directions. Kakashi's father Konoha White Fang, Moonlight Hayate's father Black Knight Dancer, 2nd Hokage's grandson Senju Orange Water, Konoha Maru's father Midori Shinosuke, Might Guy's father Blue Beast, Enko's father Mitarashi Zishao, Kurenai Yuhi's father Yuhi Colored Sunset. How come none of these Konoha strongmen who are younger than you have survived? They are all heroes who died fighting for the village. The old face was twitching and his face was ashen, and the 3rd generation of Hokage had an extremely bad premonition. If he could choose, he really wanted to knock this kid to death with a stick. But looking at the 4 people sitting on the coffin board of the wooden stake, bucket table lamp and opposite, I had to dispel the unrealistic idea. Orochimaru's gloomy face showed a trace of scorn. The 1st generation 2nd generation Hokage was expressionless, and the 4th generation Hokage's handsome face was stained with cold light. Covering his little face, he giggled weirdly, 000, and tears flowed out. Heroes. Thank you for saying it. The young master remembers telling you a long time ago that all heroes are dead prematurely. They're heroes, bah. A mouthful of saliva spit out, and all the ninjas around were awe-inspiring. Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. Might Guy. One was counted as 1, and they all stared at Liamong with unkind eyes. Thousands of eyes added to their bodies, and the gangster glared back sarcastically. Why are they looking at me like this? Are they heroes? They are all wronged ghosts. I wondered, why are these people dead, but old things like Sarutobi Hiruzen are still alive. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Shimura Danzo, others became heroes and died in battle. 4 of them old guys. Why don't you come with me? Deadwood Liamong, what are you trying to say? It's not what I want to say, but it's time for you to answer the question raised by the young master. suddenly turned around and stared at the 3-generation-old man, his chin raised bit by bit. Speak, in front of everyone. In front of the guy, in front of the descendants of Konoha Bashi, tell me how you and Shimura Danzo always kill them. Boom. There was a sound of thunder, and all the ninjas came on stage, and countless people jumped up. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He knew that he couldn't be good today. Did he do it? Boom. Boom. Orochimaru, who kicked over the coffin board twice and inserted them in the middle, showed his attitude with his actions. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. This snake-like man suddenly found that things became more and more interesting. Although the feeling of being used is very uncomfortable, he is very relieved, and he is very willing to watch the next scene. Liuman smiled and waited for the 3 generations of Hokage to answer. Not only was he waiting, but the ninjas who were standing in the dark outside the barrier were also waiting. 3 forces. 3 forces. The largest number of Konoha. Slightly less Sunagaker. The most number of Otogaker. Holding a group and staring at the barrier, how will Sarutobi Hiruzen answer Akatsuki when the big scandal is about to be revealed? The cold wind blew the yellow leaves and fluttered, and Lu Mang, who had been waiting for an answer for a long time, smiled. Silence is golden. Don't you even have the courage to defend yourself? The old man will not waste his words with a person who betrays the village. Yo, drink. Treason the village. Reaching out to touch Silver's white hair on top of his head, Lu Meng sneered and tutted twice. It's such a big name, the young master can't afford it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, can you play something new? Do you want to kill the Uchiha clan in the name of a treasonous village, and you want to kill the young master together? I'm afraid your old arms and legs don't have the ability. Uchiha exterminated. The suddenly turned face rustled with dust. Senju Hashirama clenched his fist. Liamong blinked his eyes playfully. Yeah, not only Uchiha's clan has been wiped out, but the country of the vortex is over. Even you and the 2nd generation Hokage's family, the Senju clan have also left Konoha. These are all of you. I am proud of the good things my disciples have done. Sarutobi. Don't ask. What he said is all the truth. Except for 2 weird guys, there really is no one of our tribe in the village. The hands that were quietly touching the ground were slowly put away, and the 2nd generation Hokage, who was bent over at some point, sat down again. Returning to the bucket, his icy eyes looked at the opposite side like a blade. 3 generations of Hokage are still silent, and he finds that the rhetoric that came from his mouth in the past is so difficult at this moment. Master, what happened to Naruto? The 4th generation of Hokage immediately reacted when he heard the death of his wife and country, and there is no fool who can sit in this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lowered his old face, closed his cloudy old eyes, and did not even have the courage to raise his head. He was reluctant to speak, and Liamong helped him speak. The corruption of power has spawned human violence. The Senju clan stood in the way, and they joined forces to drive him away. Uchiha, who lost his restraint, wanted to rise to power, but they exterminated his clan. Konoha's 8 colors threatened his dominance, one after another. Death and removal. Let's not talk about it. Don't you think it's strange that you died in the 4th generation of Hokage? Quote. Looking at Namikaze Minato, the corners of his flamboyant eyes turned to Uzumaki Naruto. This stinky boy, who has always been heartless and heartless, stood beside Ursuke, and the 2 youths' childish faces were distorted. Liamong turned his gaze back, facing the scrutiny eyes of the 4th generation of Hokage and said, the seal of Kyubi Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column will loosen when giving birth. Kushina's due date is Konoha's top secret. Why is Kyubi Nine-Tails will come out? Haven't you thought about launching the ghoul seal to work for the village? Stop talking. The cloudy old tears flowed 2 lines. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his tear-stained old face. Minato, I'm sorry. What am I? What are you sorry for? It's not only the 4th generation Hokage. The sneer interrupted the 3 generations of old men who couldn't continue, and Liamong turned his head with a sneer. You immortal waste, how did Senju Nawaki die? You can explain clearly. Nawaki is also dead. The first and second generation, who had just heard the death of Orange Water and could barely keep quiet, widened their eyes. 3 generations of Hokage were completely speechless. No matter what happened, it was his dereliction of duty to protect Senju Nawaki, not to mention that the death of others was really wrong. Where's Tsunade? The news of the 2 grandchildren's deaths came one after another, and Senju Hashirama was eager to know the safety of her granddaughter. Run away. Liamong turned his head to give the answer, and said with a sigh, the younger brother died tragically in the rear, and the lover died afterward. Your granddaughter has really suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes. It's good to be alive. He closed his eyes with a slight sigh of relief, and Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama fell silent again. As existences who used to look down on the ninja world, they have the patience to continue to wait, and they will not rush to make a decision before the matter is finished. Deadwood Liamong, do you want to destroy Konoha? Shengsi clenched the kiba pass sternly, and the 3 generations of Hokage stared at Liamong with resentment. This old man has done something wrong in his life, but this old man is all for Konoha, for this village. Ha 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 ha, old immortal guy, can you be any more shameless? For the sake of this village, it's your word. The 12-year-old gangster laughed and stroked his forehead. He really admired these old gangsters' way. Why did everything make sense when it came to their mouths? Sarutobi Hiruzen, for Konoha. Hee, for Konoha, you teamed up to kill 8 colors. For Konoha, you forced Senju to exterminate Uchiha. For Konoha, your 3 apprentices left one after another. Young master wants to ask, if Senju Uchiha is still there, Konoha will not die. All Sanin are present. In the entire ninja world, who else would dare to embarrass Konoha? The battle between the 2 Jades, the name of the country of fire is a waste. In one sentence, the skin was torn to shreds, and the roar of the map guns almost swept away the fame of the hidden fire country. I was shot while lying down. Who did I provoke me? No matter how angry he is, he has to hold back. Daming's head is very clear. How terrifying these people are today, and the few guards he brought can save his life. If you really dare to go out, you will definitely die in the light of the light. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless after the map cannon was fired, and his head was raised. How to defend? These people are all dead and dead. Explain. Even with his mouth all over his body, he couldn't explain it clearly. But just let Liamong continue talking, and Konoha is really finished. In order to maintain the last trace of dignity, the 3-generation-old man said in a hoarse voice, Uchiha should be punished for betraying the village. Orochimaru's experiments with living people should be expelled, and this old man has a clear conscience. Worthless. Are you truly ashamed? Why don't you dare to look over? Orochimaru's original smirk's paleness was freezing, and at this moment, his heart was really cold. He couldn't find an excuse. He used his apprentice to make a knife. Uchiha didn't care if he brought it up. Why did he bring himself along? Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't know what happened to those experiments. Teacher, this is the last time this disciple has called you that. He spit out a word, and explained it lazily with Orochimaru's character. He has already carried enough blame, and he doesn't care about carrying it again. But from now on, there will be no kindness between teachers and apprentices. With the grace of life, and the reward of fame, Orochimaru's tightly closed vertical pupils overflowed with tears. However, they seem to have forgotten someone. The new books, ask for collection, and ask for a monthly pass, are on the shelves. Please support your friends. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 48 _ Where does the road go through epic choices? Wonderful, really wonderful. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. 2 slaps slapped. Liamong really admires it, and it's not enough if you don't admire it. Sarutobi Hiruzen is immortal. You are so talented, a genius, a fool. Quote. Little devil, I don't need you to take care of my business. He suddenly opened his eyes with murderous aura, and Orochimaru's pale face was very ugly. Looked at each other with high spirits, showing no fear at all. Don't think that impure world reincarnation is what you use. So you dare to be shy. The second generation Hokage can break free from this technique, and it's not a waste of money. You can give it to the young master. Listen honestly by the side. Things are beyond imagination. He fixed his eyes, and Orochimaru of Senju Tobarama didn't dare to gamble. Lee Kui touches Lee's ghost and confronts the developer of impure world reincarnation. He really doesn't dare to be too public. Where did Shimura Danzo go? When such a big thing happened in Konoha, why didn't the so-called root be present? Isn't the purpose of their establishment to protect Konoha? It's all about the rhythm of destroying the village. Why don't these ground rats get out? In a word, the Konoha ninjas swept all over the place, but no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the so-called root figure, and Shimura Danzo didn't even dare to show his face. Not only him, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado didn't know where the cat was. These old guys who usually jumped up and down, all turned into turtles at this moment. Find anyone to turn his eyes back. The gleam that greeted everyone's attention raised the corners of his lips. His irony overflowed. Danzo didn't dare to come out because he has 11 Sharingans on him. Uchiha Shisui's 10,000 flowers are right there. Under his right eye. By the way, he still has the cells of the original Hokage on his body. Uncle Snake, you should have done this, right? Humph. With a cold snort, Orochimaru finally felt the same anger and helplessness as his master. How did this bastard know these secrets? Turning his eyes, Konoha ninja aside, Besmara ninja looked at Ursukuko with pity in his eyes. Uchiha's orphan is crazy. He is not Uzumaki Naruto who can't fart for a long time. What did they do? What happened to Uchiha Itachi? You idiot, you are an idiot. He raised his middle finger and spit, and the ridicule in his eyes rose to the extreme. Your brother is a fighter among idiots. You are a tractor among idiots, and you 10-10 clamor for revenge. The neurotic and maniac patients don't even think about it. If Uchiha Itachi is so cruel, you can still live to this day. Destroying a family is such a simple thing. Mangekyo Sharingan, do you really think that thing is invincible? Quote. Despised to the point of being too lazy to look at it, Lu Meng is really unwilling to answer this inborn idiot. Baidu Interesting Academy. Although Naruto is a bit idiot, this kid is not really stupid, but Uchiha Sasuke, but he is a real fool, and he is the one who is born with his head on the ground and is hopeless. But it's not surprising that the Uchiha family doesn't produce anything else, and there are some people with such a sick head. Breaking Danzo's hidden back, he smirked and looked back and forth, and Liamong threw a bomb again. Jiraiya, how are the 3 apprentices you recruited doing well in Omegakure village? Rinnegan, Destiny Child is really amazing. Boom. A dull thunder sounded again, and when they heard the word Rinnegan, all the ninjas became restless. Jiraiya's cloudy old eyes flashed with anger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at his apprentice with accountability. Liamong watched with joy. Uzumaki Nagato, tisk tisk, is the orphan of the Uzumaki clan again. If you are watching the destruction of the country of Vortex, and you secretly push your hands, if you don't get retribution, who can get retribution? Think. If you take the power of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki column as your own, let's just say it clearly, why should we let the genocide annihilate the nation? Quote. The unchangeable fact was brought up again. Lu Meng's words slammed into the dead, and the 2 Hokages, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, slowly opened their eyes and stared at their chosen heirs very badly. Why did the Senju family leave Konoha? It's not because these bastards don't give assistance. Since they can sit back and watch the kingdom of Vortex fall, what else can they do? They say that Uchiha is rebelling. Hee, what is rebellion? Don't accept you old people who don't die. Is persecution called rebellion? Rebellion is also forced by you. 4 generations of Hokage died tragically in the Danzo conspiracy. Bashi was killed by Jungji. Sannin was forced to leave the village one after another. Ha ha ha, this is what you guys did. Knock and beat to understand the matter. Liamong opened his arms to face the sky, as if to embrace the whole world. I don't have the heart of a strong man, but sit in the position of a strong man. Sarutobi Hiruzen, You even have the detached status of Konoha Hidden Village. I can't keep it up. What qualifications are there to call Hokage? The elders, when the first and second generations were in power, there was a fart elders. The root of Konoha, why should there be a root after Anbu? Don't you feel disgusted by making a hypocritical face? The strong must have the pride of the strong. Quartet and wrapping his arms, the white feathers and the windless and automatic flow raised his forehead high, choose, survival or destruction. The first generation, second generation and fourth generation, Lord Hokage, I really want to see how you deal with today's Konoha. If it's a wonderful feeling to see with your own eyes that you destroy the oranges that once built the Guardian and paid all for it. Uzumaki Naruto suffered for 12 years. Namikaze Minato, don't you want to retaliate? Ask your son, do you think I miss your wife? I won't say much about the first and second generation boys. The relatives are expelled, the distant relatives are destroyed, and the two grandchildren die in vain. Your choice will definitely be better. Hashirama. Slowly straightening his stiff body and standing still, Senju Tobirama completed the remaining spells of Impure World Reincarnation. Things were out of control in an instant. Orochimaru. Liamong never counted on him. Liamong really pays attention to the second generation of Hokage. Compared with the first generation who yearned for peace with cramps in his head, the second generation Hokage is the real calm person, with a ruthless personality and decisiveness in dealing with things. Watching a play, today's rhythm is watching a play. Let's withdraw. Senju Tobirama took over the control of Impure World Reincarnation. Seeing that Orochimaru, who was in a bad situation, smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet, he looked at Liamong with extremely bad eyes before leaving. The bastard head disdainfully compares his middle finger to the past. The girl is still cold cold ass, just a little bit of courage. No, I have to run too. Patting his butt, he got up and ran away, and Lu Mang, who was suddenly stopped by someone, was speechless. Looking up at this man, he has a gray hedgehog with tangled hair, two protruding toad eyes, quack nose, catfish mouth, splayed legs with a straw bullet belly, dark yuhi bunts, gray-green underwear, and pedals. How to look at how awkward it is to pull the board with double collapse. Jiraiya, why don't you go after your old classmate? What are you doing to stop the young master? I want to leave after getting into trouble. It's not that simple. Standing in front of him without any smile, Jiraiya has a feeling that if he doesn't want Konoha to continue to have trouble, he must keep this kid. His face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hands and rubbed his two little faces, his hands brushing his hair from the bottom to the top, and he shouted with hatred, "Do you really think that the young master is easy to mess with?" There were 3 layers of waves without wind, the purple mist rose and trembled in all directions, and the gangster's whole person became illusory. The ambition of the warrior, the idea is mastered. Liamong, who had suffered many losses at the hands of Konoha's senior management before, wanted to move on. He had to let out the resentment he was holding in his heart. Unfortunately, the anger is now over. But what I didn't expect was that after this grievance was released, the one who awakened would be the Street Fighter Advanced Poison King. It is not the god of war, nor the 100 flowers, nor the eye of the storm. It seems that God does not want Xiaoyi to be a good person. But forget it, the king of poison is the king of poison, and the big deal is to do it. With his head held high, the first shot of the battle was fired, and Orochimaru, who had withdrawn the 4 purple flame array, ran away in a blink of an eye. But strangely, none of the ninjas moved around. They don't move, I move. Street storm. Violently spinning body, broken shoes and socks thrown at the forehead, broken wooden barrels, rotten wooden boxes, sewer pipes made of cement, long wire poles tied with steel bars, handcarts, iron tubes, and all kinds of domestic garbage. Jiraiya faced door. The lecherous fairy with a banana peel on his face went to Sparta on the spot. Wow, what are these things? Get out of here. The last trolley flew off, and Lumenton's foot jumped into the air, and the poison mine bag grabbed from the void smashed to the ground. Countless dark purple smoke rose and drifted, and the hapless Sunagakur village ninja fell down in a blink of an eye. Jiraiya is finally restless, but if she tries to find someone, she can't find it. Disappeared without a trace, and the ninjas who were far away turned their heads to look at the roof, and the three Hokages of the Konoha hidden village looked at each other. Strong winds, rolling thunder, and the thunder that roared through the sky seemed to herald uneasiness. Sarutobi, you have gone too far. I'm sorry, I'm doing this all for Konoha. The old Kanbaka's face was mixed with remorse, but finally the determined Sarutobi Hiruzen rekindled his fighting spirit. The dead should not disturb the world of the living. 2 adults. Minato, please forgive my selfishness. Everything is for the sake of the village. The hypocritical speech mustered the last trace of persistence, and the words of the 3 generations of Hokage did not get any response. What he has to face is the crusade of the lost Hokage. Maybe the Konoha ninjas would help if the 3 Hokages who returned to the world were not sane. But right now, no one wants to get involved in this fight. They have no reason to do it, nor do they have the belief to do it. Of an eye, the 4 generations of Hokage disappeared without a trace. Are you my son? He stretched out his hand and held down the drooping golden yellow. Minato, who was in front of Naruto in an instant, looked up at the sky, wanting to cry but not tears, and wanted to stop talking. Is he right or wrong for giving everything for Konoha? Cold wind is blowing, and the wind and thunder are stirring. Where will the future of Konoha go? The new books of Ask for Collection and Ask for a Monthly Pass are uploaded. Please support your friends. Thank you from the cloud. It's really not easy to write a book. Text chapter 49_peak duel, speechless silence. Come on, Sister Enko eats a banana, and Sister Hinata eats bunches of grapes. Interesting Academy. The yellow banana tucked into his hand was not removed for a long time, and Mitarashi Enko, who looked at Liamong and put up his monocular, suddenly asked, did you know this long ago? Know what? Do you know the cause of Uncle Zishao's death? Why didn't you tell me? Enko's eyes widened in grievance, with taupe eyes flashing with tears. Liamong, who walked gently to the front, watched silently, and suddenly hugged Enko into his arms. I told you earlier, let you and Danzo go all out. Konoha 8 colors all died in the power struggle between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. ZZ Uncle Shao was the Grand Master of the 3-line ninjutsu before his death, and he only lost to White Fang Su Mao. You are too far from him. Quote. But you shouldn't hide it from me. Without the care of her father and the care of her parents, Mitarashi Enko's only relative is her master Orochimaru, which is why she wanted to die together after Orochimaru betrayed the village. Because of love and hate, it is always a woman's power. How deep is the love, how far is the hate? Looking up at the cheap sister who was weeping sadly, Lu Meng hugged even tighter. The pitiful little secretary beside her hugged her knees. Her milky white pupils showed a hint of loneliness. Enko is sad, and Hinata is also unhappy. His father's discrimination, the family's abandonment, and the little girl's fragile heart is scarred. The Hyuga family doesn't need trash like her. The unforgettable swearing echoed again, and Hinata burst into tears. Take care of her. Gently broke free from his embrace and walked forward. Standing on the edge of the rock wall, Enko fluttered his short purple-blue hair. His clothes were flying, his thoughts moved, and the scenes of the past flowed through his heart. Where to go? Enko is distraught. The monocular was set up to adjust the focus, and the distant roof was pulled to the front. 2 adults, even if you risk your life, the disciples will not allow you to destroy the village. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Minato who was standing in front of Naruto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the opposite. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. In the face of 2 strong men who made the world tremble, he had no intention of winning. I'll take care of those guys, and he'll leave it to you. After saying a word, he disappeared, and the second generation Hokage disappeared instantly. The Art of Hiraishin Konoha Eternal Legend. 3-2, the first generation Hokage left alone is flying, and the Yuhi-colored battle armor has scars everywhere. Little monkey, give you one more chance. I'm sorry, said half-heartedly, what else could Sarutobi Hiruzen say? Senju Orange Water is dead, Senju Nawaki is dead, the country of the vortex is destroyed, the two giants are gone, and all his explanations can't match the pale facts. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Senju Hashirama looked at the heir he and his younger brother had chosen, and suddenly regretted it. He can distribute the tailed beasts to various countries for the sake of world peace and give up the opportunity to reach the peak of power. It does not mean that he can sit back and watch the family die, not to mention the grandson of him and Tobarama. Orange water, Nawaki, power is such a crazy thing. Although the dead should not disturb the world of the living. However, he also has to correct his mistakes. Be aware, you have turned your back on the will of fire. The sentence suddenly burst out of silence, and directly concluded that Sarutobi Hiruzen was executed. 3 generations of Hokage turned into pieces in an instant. It's not like this, I did it for Konoha. Enough, Sarutobi, Konoha was created by me and Madara. No matter what reason you have, you should not let Uchiha exterminate your clan. You have lost your qualifications as a Hokage. Raising his eyes and looking around, Senju Hashirama suddenly said quasi-Hokage and stretched out his hand. Not good. Run away. Grabbed Anko, picked up Hinata, and flew back. As soon as Liamong walked away, 3 huge ancient trees came out. Adamantine forest call. And creaking, Hokage rocks 3 out of 4. Looking back at the rock face with only 4 generations of Hokage left, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears. With just one action, he already understood the choice of the original Hokage. The Senju family left, and the country of the vortex was destroyed. Obviously, Senju Hashirama had decided that Konoha no longer needed to leave traces of him and his younger brother. Master, no matter what you choose, you should not hurt the village. They are innocent. All sins are caused by the disciples. I am willing to use this life to calm your anger. I just hope that you can let them go. Looking around, tear-stained old faces crossed the crowd one after another, and all the Konoha ninjas looked away. Suddenly hearing the truth of these sensational things, they really don't know how to face this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made indelible contributions to Konoha, but he has also made unforgivable mistakes. No one has forgotten the words of the first generation of Hokage. This old guy has lost the honor of fighting for it all his life. Away the name of Hokage. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only 2 people who can make such a decision. Coincidentally, both of them are here today. Some drama comes, some madness comes. I think what else can you live in vain now? Boss spit out a mouthful of saliva and took out a kiba stick to hold it, and rubbed his nose with the flow of his wish. Don't you want Xiaoyi to hand over ninjutsu? Don't you want the young master to hand over his secret skills? Pay it again, it won't kill you. I want to force Lao Su to work hard for you and live your spring and autumn dreams. One middle finger is not enough to hold 2, and the gleams of both hands are raised high, and they are fiercely competing against the roof of the battle. Don't die, now see if you're still dead. Brother Liamong. Hinata. Doubt turned to stare at the young secretary who was screaming, and then glanced at the stunned sheep sister. The gangster smiled awkwardly. Then what? Don't worry, I'm normal. I think you should go to the hospital. Mitarashi Anko had a rare joking thought. Covered his forehead. Sister Anko, are you being naughty again? Why would a healthy person like me go to the hospital to molest the nurse sister? If you have a seed, you can go. With a snort, he pulled Hinata to his side, and Mitarashi Anko sighed as he looked at the battlefield. The wind was blowing, and Senju Hashirama was suddenly sad. For Konoha, for Sarutobi, for Senju, for Uzumaki, the war that can never be stopped, the madness that no world can avoid, is this human nature. The long-term persistence was lost in one move, and the original Hokage was angry. Everyone who shouldn't have died and everyone who shouldn't have died, so what are you still doing? It's even more terrifying for honest people to get angry, and the drama directed by Lu Mang has finally reached its peak. Mokuden, wood style, mystic world of trees wall. The crackling tiles and bricks smashed into the four directions like raindrops, and the small saplings that rose from the ground quickly grew into towering green onions, lush branches and leaves, and thick tree poles, endlessly popping up. What is that? Run! Spiritualism Monkey King. Biting the thumb of the right hand and quickly swiping to the palm of the left hand, the palm slapped the clouds and mist on the ground, bang. He jumped out of a 2-meter-high white-haired, golden-eyed gorilla, with burnt tiger skin and pointed mouth and peach cheeks. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a joke. But anyone in the know knows how terrifying this old monkey is. Sarutobi, what's going on? Let's become a wishful golden hoop. Without a word of explanation, he gave an order directly, and the ape demon who glanced at the first Hokage silently turned into a weapon. Shoulders and a strong suit in black, the 3 generations of Hokage rumbled and swept away the giant tree that came up. Aren't you going to help? Sharingan squeaked and tilted his head in a circle. Kakashi looked at Jiraiya with a dignified face. I have no reason to do it. Looking at the battlefield sadly, Jiraiya really has no motivation at all. Orochimaru is now fighting against the old man, he will definitely shoot. But today's old man is no longer Hokage. He has done too many wrong things in his life. This is what he deserves. Why did Orochimaru betray the village and run away? Why did Tsunade Haim leave sadly? And why did he travel all over the world? Is it really to find the child of destiny? In fact, Jiraiya has always kept a word in his heart, what he doesn't believe in is destiny. Kaden Fire Style, Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out endless flames as his chest swelled up full of chakra. Jin Yuhi's orange-yellow boiling rushed towards the green, and all the burning trees turned to scorched earth, but before people could marvel at it, new trees grew again. As long as the chakra is not depleted, the world of trees wall will never be breached. How did the forest around Konoha come? Ask Senju Hashirama to go. Sarutobi. A complicated shout blurted out, and the original Hokage, who almost turned the entire Konoha into a virgin forest, raised his fist. One punch. Just one punch. With just one punch, the 3-generation-old man with the Rui golden hoop was smashed far away. The name Shinobu is a joke. What is the strongest Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen will Hiraishin. What he can only know is ordinary ninjutsu. What's the point of knowing more of those things? When there are no heroes, Shuzi became famous. 3 generations of Hokage are made by 8 colors. What does he have? The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Facing the original Hokage, all falsehoods will be destroyed. If the balloon is blown too round, it will explode. Master. Don't call me master again, you don't have the qualifications. Flying kicked the 3-generation-old man who was in a state of embarrassment again, and Senju Hashirama, who was walking forward, was full of murderous aura. Are you reluctant to start? It was so boring. Looking at the battlefield through Wangyuanjing, Liamong was in that contemptuous effort, and suddenly there were 2 more people in front of him. One big and one small, the blonde hair is flying, and the tailored Yushin robes have Yuhi patterns on the white background. What is Namikaze Minato doing here? Lang Lang left the binoculars and smacked his lips. Liamong suddenly had a panic of playing with fire. What? There is someone in this place. The new books of, for collection, and, for monthly pass, are on the shelves. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you from the cloud. Shoot at me, the more the better. Text chapter 50_Yifei. Yi Luo, the lonely soul watching over the sand. Thank you. Haha, you are too polite. Raising his right hand and scratching the melon, although he was reluctant to admit it, what I have to say is that Namikaze Minato deserves to be a man full of affinity. Even as an opponent, he would not make any deliberately demeaning evaluations of him. Although this guy is a bit more slutty and less masculine. But at the same time, there is an inexplicable contagion. Looking at him, it was like being in the drizzle of Hefeng. Young master has to stay away from him. I'm a jerk, I'm a badass. Muttering to himself, he narrowed his eyes. Liamong was indeed a little frightened. What he aimed at: if this guy shaved his head to become a monk, there might be no one in the world, and he would have to fool him into the temple. That he didn't dare to think about it, and just as Liuman was thinking about how to get out, Anko suddenly greeted, "Minato. Little Anko, you've grown up." He smiled and slapped his hand, gently rubbing his blue-purple hair, and the fourth Hokage pushed Naruto out. Pingsu Kiba, the stinky boy who never stopped dancing his claws, has now become a good baby, and he has become a boring gourd without saying a word. "Can you lend it to me?" Minato suddenly pointed to the telescope next to him. "Ah, just please, I still have it here." As soon as he blurted out, he sweated, and the longer he stayed with Minato, the more Liamong had the idea of smearing oil on the soles of his feet. This man is so terrifying, it's hard to say anything. Could this be the aura of the protagonist, the aura of affinity? What he aimed at, it was unscientific. Took 2 steps and hugged Hinata into his arms. If he hadn't known that Minato and Kushina had a solid relationship, Liamong would have been afraid that this guy would abduct his woman away. "In the future, you must stay away from this man, the farther the better." The 3 monoculars were unfolded side by side, and the tools originally prepared for Hinata Anko were taken by Minato Naruto. Looking through the lens, the original Hokage stood silently in front of the kneeling Sarutobi, waiting for his answer, even if it was a deceptive sentence. But no. Facing the questioning eyes of the original Hokage, the 3-generation-old man didn't even have the courage to tell the truth, and he could only be silent. The north wind blew, the grass fell, and Hashirama, who had not heard back for a long time, closed her eyes. Chakra stirred, and the dancing trees soared into the sky. "Master!" An exclamation suddenly raised his head, and suddenly pulled out the 3 generations of Kuei's old man to tears. "Everything is the fault of the disciples, please let them go, please." With a muffled sound, Kuuji, who was trying his best to pierce into his chest, was unable to stop, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was coughing and spitting blood, slammed his head down. The shattered tiles of Gaba flew around, and the Konoha ninja onlookers turned their eyes away, feeling complicated and difficult to understand. In the face of such an old man, they couldn't hate him no matter what. Including Kakashi, Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi and the Konoha elite whose father died in vain, their feelings for the 3 generations of Hokage are really difficult to express. Liamong revealed the past and made them hate the 3-generation-old man. But seeing this scene now, who else can hate it? "What's the trouble with you?" Slowly opening his eyes and looking down at his feet, the old Sarutobi smiled. "Please, please, let go of Konoha. For the sake of the past, let go of the village, the villagers are the villagers." Innocent. After saying a word, he stumbled and fell, and the 3-generation-old man who turned over was full of expectations. At the last moment of his life, he dedicated everything to the village. "The people of Konoha are part of my body, the villagers believe in me and I believe in them, that's Hokage. Sarutobi, you have to protect and love this village, you have to trust the people in the village, and pass on that belief. From tomorrow on it's Hokage." The words that the first and second generations once said echoed in his ears, and the old man Sarutobi, whose life was gradually fading, slowly closed his old eyes full of tears. No matter what he has done wrong in the past, at this last moment, he is worthy of the name of Hokage. Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. The true power of ninjas is revealed when they want to protect those they hold most dear. Senju. Uchiha. 8 colors. Master, the disciple knows it is wrong. Passing away in tears with boundless remorse, Sarutobi Hiruzen's suicide meant the end of yet another era. Leave, or die. Thunder and a roar, and Senju Hashirama, whose Yuhi-colored battle armor was turbulent without wind, raised his head. By Orochimaru, who dared not run away, and the ninja from Sunagakure village who had betrayed the alliance treaty, one of them threw off his legs and used his hands and feet to escape into the distance. Damn it, run for the uncle. Gaara, who felt relaxed for the first time since birth, walked out of the sandball with a strange smile, and Shukaku, who had retracted all the chakras back into the seal, was going crazy. This damn person, what does Jinchuiki column want to do? That is Senju Hashirama, known as the legend of the god of ninjas, and the existence of the six paths. In front of him, even the stinky fox of Kyubi, Nine Tails, had to bow his head and admit defeat, not to mention it. Shukaku will never forget why he and 8 other hapless people ended up where they are today. All of this is the product of the man on the roof. Didn't you see all the other ninjas running away? What are you fucking idiots still doing here? Don't drag Lao Su even if you are courting death. Mom. A mentally ill person will never understand. Senju Hashirama, who scared away countless ninjas in a single sentence and 5 words, was attacked in a blink of an eye. Do not. It should not be said that it was a sneak attack, it should be said that it was an attack with open fire. The spear of Shukaku. Gaara, who couldn't even sleep in the past, squeezed Shukaku for the first time. Damn monster, come out and fight for me. Mom, I want mom. Bravely confronting the god of ninjas, the confused red panda finally found the target of beheading. Kill him, kill the man who scares you, and prove your existence to mom. Mom, I want mom. Yuhi's metal spear was thrown out, and Gaara, who was roaring in the sky, covered his face tightly. Hearing the strange noise coming from behind, several ninjas who turned back were all scared to pee, especially those guys from Sunagakur village, who had the urge to scold their mothers. Don't drag us if you want to die. It's up to you. Do you know who it is? When the body is injured, it bleeds and it looks painful. But the pain will heal over time, and if you take medicine, it will heal faster. But the heart is not so easy to heal, it is not like the body. There are so many injuries that can be cured, and some even last a lifetime. Quote. Gaara, Shira who only loves himself, Shira who only fights for himself, your mother never loved you. Why did they treat me like that? The hysterical madness, the round and bloodshot eyeballs, the 2 red pandas with black eye circles, stared at Senju Hashirama with venomous venom. It's this damn man who invented the Jinchuriki column force. Kill him. I'm going to kill him. Recalling the feelings buried in the bottom of my heart, remembering the bits and pieces of life when I was a child, Gaara is completely crazy. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. At this moment, he is even crazier than Shukaku. One tail shrunk in the seal suddenly felt like the sky was falling and the earth was breaking and the water was flowing backwards. God damn it, let's die together. The explosion erupted, and the yellow sand filled the sky straight towards Shaohan, and the first Hokage, who grabbed the spear of Shukaku with one hand, was expressionless. Is it really right to distribute tailed beasts to various countries? Maybe then, he should end it all. What I heard and witnessed today had a deep blow to Hashirama's original persistence. Time will prove everything, and now time has proved that the peace he achieved back then was nothing but an illusion. Perhaps, there is no eternal peace in the world. As long as there are people in this world, the struggle will continue endlessly. Kill him. Half bodies sticking out their heads, the mad Gaara and Shukaku looked at the roof at the same time. Futon, wind style, infinite dust datapa, great breakthrough. Rain in sand. The combination of the 2 combined ninja, the giant wind bomb mixed with countless sand and dust in the gust of wind slammed into the roof. Senju Hashirama, who was thinking, moved the corner of his eyes slightly, stretched out his hand, and a giant tree stood up. Unlike ordinary trees that grow in nature, the tree poles summoned by Mokuten, wood style, have the ability to absorb chakra. As long as the caster is willing, he can absorb the enemy's chakra completely, which is the fundamental reason why the first Hokage can suppress the tailed beast. Be honest with me. Pressing down with one hand, countless giant trees were entangled, and the giant civet cat, which was still arrogant just now, was tied into a big brown in a blink of an eye. The violet pattern flowing all over the body, the dark golden pupil of the cross star, stared at the man who ignored it helplessly and indignantly. Why don't I even have the ability to resist at all? Am I really that bad? Struggling, roaring, and unwilling, Shukaku, who had no choice but to retreat, turned into yellow sand and hid in Gaara's body again. The red panda, covering its head crazily, sat in a wooden cage and looked up at the sky alone. Countless days and nights of thinking, countless days and nights of wandering, Yashimaru's two different narratives, became the whole of his life. Bringing up Ku Wumeng and stabbing in the chest, Huang Shajian, who is standing in the middle of the road, looks like King Kong. Are they the guardian of mother or a curse? The confused one-tailed man Jinchuiki column closed his eyes and seemed to see a woman in a trance. With an indistinct face, a look that seems gentle and resentful. Who is she? Is she a mother? Gaara suddenly woke up and slowly raised his head. Senju Hashirama's tall figure stood in front of him. Let him go. The chapters, ask for collection, and ask for a monthly pass, are very satisfactory. Brothers and sisters, please support me. If you have any comments, please leave a message. Text chapter 51 _ The Lost Legend, the warm wind that melts the ice. Please let him go, he is just a child. Heihei168.com. Take good care of your brother, you see, he is naughty again. Temari stood firmly in front of Gaara with the warm eyes of her mother before her death. Facing the god of ninjas, Hao opened his arms without hesitation. The sun was shining, and the slender shadow was hanging down in front of him. The little panda was stunned, dumbfounded, and froze there. Yishi remembered that in the depths of her distant memory, there was a figure who had done the same thing. Yashimaru, Temari, and uncle, a sister, the figures of the two seemed to gradually overlap. Why did she block in front? Didn't everyone in the village want him to die? Including the 4 generations of Kazekage, isn't that so-called father, all 10 want him to die? Since they all want me to die, why stop in front of me? Why? 10,000 reasons circling his mind, Gaara was at a loss. You want to protect him. Temari, who seemed to have exhausted all her strength, was sweating in cold sweat, but no matter how hard she shivered, she did not collapse. Senju Hashirama fixed his gaze silently, and asked coldly, what makes you have the courage to face me alone? You should know that you don't have the strength. Ninjas shouldn't do things that they know they want to die, it doesn't make any sense. I am a ninja, but I am also his sister. At first, there were some difficult words, but at the end, he shouted out. Temari turned his head silently after shouting, just like his mother once did, looking at Gaara tenderly, I'm sorry, my sister didn't keep my mother's agreement, I hope you forgive me. Drop after drop of tears fell to the tiles. Temari, who looked back, bravely faced the god of ninjas, and copied the Samsung fan in his hand. She knew she was going to die in a battle, but she still had to guard it until the last moment. A girl as brilliant as Chuju would use her life to fulfill her mother's entrustment. Unexpected. Senju Hashirama stretched out his hand and gently twisted a piece of dry yellow that had stuck to Temari's hair for some time. I didn't expect that the will of fire would also be ignited outside the village. A girl full of love in your heart, I hope you will never forget your persistence today. Little guy, you should be lucky. Because you have someone who is willing to protect you with your life. Your sister. First, he glanced at Temari in admiration, and then said Gaara in consolation. Senju Hashirama, who turned and left, has no more nostalgia. Interesting academy. With a click, the numbered ninja forehead will remain in Konoha forever, and with it, there is also the legend that belonged to the original Hokage. Starting today, the hidden village of Konoha, the land of fire, and the original Hokage have been removed. Why did he just leave like this? The drama that he personally directed ended unexpectedly. Lu Meng squeezed his chin frantically, and suddenly reacted. He aimed. Senju Hashirama is gone, what am I doing here? No, I have to go too. Anko, Hinata, hurry up and pack up. Forget it, there's nothing left anyway, let's leave immediately. Boss, are you leaving? Standing beside his father and turning his head, Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Seeing the reluctant expression on this kid's face, Lu Meng wished he could just kick him to death. Your sister, I knew I couldn't get along with you. Are you going to defect? Namikaze Minato's smiling face showed no dissatisfaction, but Liamong was frantically sweating. Aha. Don't say it's so ugly. What is defecting? I call it travel. Yes, it's called traveling, just like your lecherous master. Maybe one day you will swim back. The nonsense went on and on. Lu Meng secretly said in his heart, come back, go back to your sister. Go back. As long as you leave here, the young master will let the birds fly away from the sky he is aiming at, and the fool will come back to receive the fuss. Namikaze Minato watched Liamong quietly for a moment, then suddenly pressed Naruto's head. Can you help me take care of him? Dad turned back in astonishment, staring straight at the fourth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. You want him to come with me? Zhang Tong pointed at Naruto. Lu Meng cursed in his heart. Take this kid away, he is aiming, isn't this what he can't find for himself? God knows what kind of trouble this idiot with a broken head will cause, besides his troublesome identity will be gone. If he doesn't know, that's all. The bastard who knows what Akatsuki is up to, doesn't want to tie a time bomb around him. Seemed to see the reluctance in Liamong's heart, sighed, just take care of it for a while, I still have things to do. Dad, what are you doing? Minato, who patted Naruto's shoulder vigorously, blinked without a trace. Dad. Damn it, Minato, you can't do this, you're aiming at a scumbag. He jumped and shouted again, unable to call back the four-generation Hokage's fluffy Sparta. Can people do things like this? Are you eating, Mr. Ding? Namikaze Minato, you are ruthless. Holding up his middle finger high, he looked at Naruto with a headache. Liamong really didn't want to take this kid away. Will you come with me? Boss, I hesitantly looked back at the village. Uzumaki Naruto really didn't know how to answer. The homeland is hard to leave. Is this place full of various memories about to leave? Facing the fear of the unknown, the 12-year-old boy was lost. The breeze that rolled up the green leaves blew across the rocky mountain, and Naruto Uzumaki suddenly raised his head. I want to stay. Have you made up your mind? With a firm nod of his head and a bright smile, Naruto pleaded expectantly, otherwise, boss, you should stay too. Stay while you die. Don't say anything about Byakugan, it's enough to be a fool yourself, don't think about being stupid with others. If Lu Meng, who is directing the big play by himself, stays in Konoha, it is not called courting death, it is called death-defying. If you want to stay, go to Jiraiya, he is your father's master. With him, your safety should be no problem. The lecherous fairy. That's the guy. He waved his hand without taking away a cloud, and finally glanced at Konoha's livid as he hugged Hinata away from Hokage Rock, slicing as he passed the bushes. When will this guy get rid of his voyeurism? Isn't he disgusting? Jiraiya, who jumped from the tree and touched her nose, raised her middle finger as a farewell. What an unlovable kid, what did he know? Little bastard, where are we going? Facing the setting sun, he let out a long breath, and Mitarashi Anko looked into the distance. Go to Uncle Snake's place for 2 days and see if you can invite the great Buddha back. If you want to live comfortably these days, it's better to get a few strong people to stay safe, or you won't know how to die in the future. Who are you going to invite? Tsunadeheim. After calculating the grandfather and then the granddaughter, Liamong planned it long ago when he decided to do this. Senju Tsunade is different from ordinary people. He can really fool around. Not only is his life guaranteed, but he also has support behind him. The Senju family escaped from the world, but as long as Tsunade was there, they were not afraid that they would not give assistance at the critical moment. Holding your thighs is always the best way to survive. Since you want to hold them, find the thickest one. Let's go. After holding Hinata and throwing feather weaving, he walked away in a dignified manner, but left behind a problem that resisted a lot of people. Shimura Danzo, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado are missing. and the roots are suspected to be destroyed by the second-generation Hokage and turned into a sea. Not long after the village of Sunagakure, the Land of Winds, raised the white flag and surrendered, the fourth Kazekage of the frontier was found tragically dead on the way to Konoha. The troubled Sunagakure village, the third generation of Kazekage is lost. It is unclear whether the fourth generation of Kazekage has died, and the 5 major villages have lost their lives. However, a tree can't live without its bark, and people are invincible. Judging from the thick skin that ninjas are used to, they are not afraid of being embarrassed. The only troublesome thing now is how to choose the 5th generation Kazekage. Due to the suspicion of the name of the Land of Wind, Sunagakure village has always been short of supplies, and even fewer people can use it in Gaara's generation. Choosing who to choose as Kazekage has become the #1 problem that Sunagakure needs to solve urgently. Ebizo, Chio, the 2 coffins were so worried they almost pulled their heads off. Why do you want to save me? Back in the village and sitting at the head of the bed, Gaara clasped her knees and looked at Temari who was standing at the door. Because I'm your sister. The tenderness turned into a sigh, and the girl's warmth melted into ice. Does Mom really love me? She reached out and raised a piece of yellow sand and rolled it over the photos on the table. Gaara carefully wiped and wiped, for fear of damaging a single bit of it. Temari, who sat down beside him, tentatively stretched out his hand, and finally hugged Gaara firmly. Feeling the temperature on his shoulders, the corners of the red panda's eyes became wet. Tick-tock tears fell to the frame, and the blurred woman seemed to be smiling. Mother has always loved you deeply. Before she left, she asked me to take good care of you when you grew up. It's just that. Not to mention the next words, Gaara also understands that, combined with the inconsistent performance of Yashimaru, all clues point to the 4th generation of Kazekage. The little panda had a lot of things to ask about the so-called father, but unfortunately he died, and he didn't even know who died. Although all the evidence points to Orochimaru, it is still unclear who really died in the hands. Who cares? The 4th generation of Kazecage's reputation in the village is not good, and the reason why the big guys respect him is just because of his strength. Since the 3rd generation of Kazekage disappeared for no reason, the glory of Kazekage in Sunagakure village has faded to the extreme, and it is rarely admired as before. Who is the 5th generation of Kazekage and what does it have to do with them? But things are often so unexpected. In order to prevent the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind from taking the opportunity to attack, reduce the funds again to reduce the number of ninjas, and also to save the face lost in this Chunin exam and ensure the detached status of the 5 hidden villages, the round table led by Ebizo Chio finally made a decision. Gaara, from today onwards, you are. Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly pass, is the 3rd bullet in the 5 consecutive rounds. Please support your friends. If you have the monthly ticket shells in your hand, please smash them. Yun Yun said, shoot at me. Text chapter 52_Jiraiya, SIQ in the turmoil of the ninja world. Red Panda became the 5th generation of Kazekage spread all over the ninja world, and even the waves did not splash. While many ninjas are amazed that Sunagakure village is pushing the young Jinchuriki column to the fore, what happened to Konoha earlier is more noteworthy than that. Country of Earth, and Kumogakure, the country of Thunder, have started to think. The 3rd generation Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoki, and the 4th generation, Reikage, couldn't close their mouths. 3rd generation of Tsuchikage was overexcited, and accidentally slipped his waist and was admitted to the hospital. The 4th generation of Reikage smashed 8 tables and almost drove Azabui out of anger. Lord Reikage, if you do this again, you won't have enough money for this month. Okay, I get it. There was a loud boom, and he looked down at the fist that slammed into the table, and the 4th generation Reikage twitched in embarrassment. 1. The last one. You die for me, my mother quit. I want to resign. Angrily, he threw the folder he was holding in his arms, and the beautiful secretary with dark skin and slightly wine-colored Yuhi became furious. Which table is this, the 7th or the 8th? What does this damn, nasty, grumpy old bastard want to do? Why didn't he just tear down the entire Kumogakure village together? 00, Mabuyi, listen to me, calm down, be calm, don't be impulsive. I'm going to slap you. A violent knee knock overturned the fourth-generation Reikage, and the beautiful secretary with gray-white hair flung off her high heels and walked towards the door. Was a muffled sound, and the Reikage office, which had changed 8 desks, needed a new door. Reikage, who fell to the ground, twitched for a long time, and it took a long while to regain his breath. No, what if Mabuyi leaves? The secretary has something to do, nothing to cough. I have to get her back quickly. The fourth-generation Reikage, who didn't want to bury himself in the pile of documents, rushed out of the collapsed door as a streamer and looked for the secretary in a hurry. The Iwagakure Village Hospital of the Land of Earth, the third-generation Tsuchikage, Yo, was lying on the head of the bed. He was not tall, but he had a big Yuhi nose, and he was aiming for rosacea. On the nose of a child's fist, there is either a pit or a ridge. The bastard-like mung-bean eyes are squinted together, the eyebrows are creased, and the goatee under his jaw is as funny and funny. This old man was born with him. Aiming is a joy. I said, Grandpa, can't you be more calm? The little hand squeezed the old waist, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who almost jumped up, raised his throat. Take it easy, my little ancestor. I'll see if you dare next time. As he said, he pressed again, and Karafashi puffed out his cheeks angrily. Tsuchikage hissing and gasping for breath quickly accompanies him with a smile. My granddaughter, isn't Grandpa happy? That old man Sarutobi Hiruzen actually walked in front of me. That's really hissing, that's really fun. I'll keep you entertained, and I'll keep you entertained again. Gaba Gaba, S2 little hands pressed down hard, and the 2-day scale Onoki, who kicked his legs in an instant, widened his mung-bean eyes, and kicked his legs like a toad. My little ancestor, take it easy. Do you know what's wrong? Got it. Isn't it enough yet? Are you addicted? But it's addicting. Will you give me twice my pocket money next month? Good. And the overexcited Kuretsuchi bit his small fist. Grandpa, I really didn't mean it. Doctor, call the doctor. Lord Tsuchikage has passed out. The white Dr. Angel rushing over, pinching people and pressing on the chest. After tossing for a long time, the 2-day scale Onoki finally woke up and turned around. His cheeks twitched and stared at the tearful granddaughter of the bedside, just about to say after 2 words of comfort. Kuretsuchi, who found him awake, rushed up. Grandpa, don't you blame me. I don't want pocket money anymore. Don't blame me. Granddaughter really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. Believe me. I really didn't mean it. You. Grandpa, you don't blame me anymore. Really don't blame me. Me. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Without taking a breath, Tsuchikage passed out, and the third-generation Tsuchikage, who had more air in and out less, moved into the emergency room again. The medical ninja standing outside stared at Kuretsuchi for a long time, opening and closing his mouth for a long time. How did that grandfather pass out? Carefully raising his hands behind his back, Karafashi dazzled. The medical ninja reluctantly spit out the truth. Not much, just 2 words of hypoxia. Hypoxia. An instant, Kuretsuchi, who was so big, clenched his little fist fiercely. Grandpa, I really didn't mean to. The crowing crows dragged the black line across the sky. Let's say goodbye to the third generation of Tsuchikage. Oil Nala. Goodbye. In vain. The shocking scandal of the hidden village of Konoha, the country of fire, spreads all over the world. Small hidden village is watching the play, while big hidden village is watching. The village of Kurigakure is helpless and is in a period of weakness. Sunagakure village has just been defeated, and also has no strength to fight again. Kumogakure Iwagakure is capable, but unfortunately the 2 heads, the 4th generation of Reikage and the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage have problems. One is in a hurry to find a secretary, and the other is in a hospital because of his granddaughter. And wait until they return to discuss. Of course, these are all smoke bombs released on the bright side, but now everyone's eyes are on a Megakure village. Six Paths Fairy Rinnegan, Lu Mang, this gangster who eats people's food and doesn't take shit, talks about people and doesn't handle people's affairs, really hurts people. Uzumaki Nagato has his heart to kill him now. How many times has this been? The Rain Tiger Freedom technique spread throughout the village, constantly monitoring the movements of the enemy. In less than a week, hundreds of spies were dealt with in the village. Sunagakure, S. Kumogakure, S. Iwagakure, S. Kurigakure, S. Kusakuras, Takigakure, S. and even Konoha, S. got his footing. What did these hidden villages want to do? Although he already had the answer in his heart, Nagato still wasn't sure that these guys really came for Rinnegan. Who gave them the guts? When a man who claims to be a god gets angry, the 2 rows of crosses outside a Megakure village are the answer. All the butterflies who sneak into the village, 1 counts as 1, all hang on it. Good entrance die. A stone tablet depicting the lives of hundreds of spies stands at the entrance of the village. When the rain drenches, it seems that bloody souls are swimming. In fact, there were hundreds of unjust souls sealed inside that steel. They were not other people, but those unlucky spies. Jiraiya, Konoha's power has been reduced to a certain level. At this level, a new major crisis is likely to break out, and neighboring countries may launch strategic actions at any time. So we decided to restore power in the village. In the past, elites were mobilized from various ministries to form an emergency executive committee to deal with emergencies. Quote, "You guys want to set up a new department again? You don't need to tell me about this." She sneered and pouted her back against the door. Jiraiya was not stupid enough to be used as a gunman. These 2 immortal guys actually ran away with the daimyo. What face did they have to go back to Konoha? Homura Mitokado saw the irony on Jiraiya's face, an old face that was Yuhi in purple and blue and white, anything. Kaharu Udatane, who also had a green face next to him, coughed, "Forget about the previous things. Now there are incentives to cause wars everywhere, not only Orochimaru. Jiraiya, listen to me, no matter what you think of me and Menyon, we all have one thing to tell you. Right now the village desperately needs a strong leader to trust, and we need a 5th-generation Hokage." Quote, "Oh, this thing. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you can't refuse this matter. At the daimyo meeting in the Land of Fire held yesterday, we have decided that you will be the one. You decide what I'm going to do, why?" Extreme disdain tilting her head, Jiraiya hates these 2 old guys very much, very, very hateful. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado went berserk. "Why, just because you're a ninja in Konoha, don't you want to sit back and watch?" "I just sit back and watch. I remember that I seem to have participated in the battle this time, but the 2 of them asked what they did. What qualifications do you have to decide the Hokage candidate? You have decided, you decided to fight for it." Tit for tat, Jiraiya of course knows who is standing behind these 2 old guys, and he has witnessed the battle between the 2 jades with his own eyes. Because of this, he didn't want the big name to raise his head strongly. This is like a scale, one end is strong and the other end is weak, but the trouble is that no one can do without the other. Daimyo needs Konoha's fighting power to escort him, and Konoha needs the financial and material resources provided by the daimyo to survive and develop. The 2 are mutually dependent and mutually exclusive, and it is difficult to find a balance in the middle. I really have to listen to the words of these 2 old guys in this incident, and there will be more troubles in the future. Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado couldn't see it hard, and immediately turned softwards. "Jiraiya, the name of this matter has been decided. If you are not suitable for being Sannin, who else is suitable? Since Sannin was mentioned, there should be someone else. Whoever plays Jiraiya as a fool is a real fool. The old pervert who dug a hole and buried the 2 consultants in it, stepped on it. No, you don't know what Konoha just went through. Tsunade must not be the 5th-generation Hokage." The wrinkled old face twitched fiercely. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, unless they are crazy, they will never let the Senju clan again superior. The first Hokage's dismissal of the third-generation Hokage has just come to an end. At this time, if Tsunade Hime returns to serve as the fifth-generation Hokage, his prestige will surely reach its peak. Did they still have a good life in the village? This is absolutely impossible. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, there is still the last chapter at 7 o'clock. 5 more. Text chapter 53 _ The lecherous fairy will enter the snake's nest with the rogue leader who travels far away. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, disagreed with Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation as early as Jiraiya's expectations. Of course, the lecherous immortal who waved his hoe to dig and bury people has his own set of views. Interesting Academy is the first release, and this statement is still very reasonable. It is because the first Hokage ousted 3 generations of old men that we have to get back Tsunade. Because only in this way can Konoha truly stabilize people's hearts. And Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was speechless. What Jiraiya said is too reasonable, they just can't find an argument against it. The benefits of Tsunade's appointment as Hokage for the fifth generation are obvious. As long as she is willing to come back, it will create an illusion to other countries that the Senju clan still supports Konoha. With the prestige of the first Hokage standing there, no one on the mainland dares to provoke Konoha easily. When they confirm the truth, the village should also overcome the difficulties. Will she come back? Reluctantly pulling down his old face, Kaharu Udatane nearly vomited blood in disgust. Jiraiya smiled smugly. Don't worry, you two, I will definitely get her back. Compared to me who has no motivation at all, Tsunade, who is smart, is more suitable for Hokage. And a black line appeared on his forehead, and Homura Mitokado cursed inwardly. This is probably the real reason. I understand that we will report your proposal to the daimyo as soon as possible, but we will send 3 Anbu to form a search team with you. Aha, I won't run away. Since you sent Anbu, I'm going to take one as well. Who? Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya said without any leeway. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado got angry. No, at this time Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force must stay in the village. This is Minato's decision. Jiraiya asked righteously, slowly raising his chin to stare at the 2 old guys. You want to disobey Hokage's orders. He's dead. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado's face was heavy. Jiraiya raised her chin and smiled, but, now he's back. That's the forbidden technique performed by Orochimaru. We can't take orders from a dead man. There's something wrong with what you said. That's the technique of the second generation Hokage-sama, and they were not manipulated by anyone. Jiraiya. They can't go on without understanding. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado understands that they are completely untenable in this matter. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The lecherous immortal scorned the 2 old men, and his robes flew away with a murderous aura. I said, I'm going to take Naruto Uzumaki away. You just spit out a word and can't say a second sentence. Minion Kaharu is really old. Being in a high position for a long time has been corroded by power, and they no longer have the courage of their youth. To do it with Jiraiya. They know their energy well in the face of the lecherous fairy with the name of Sanin Madman. If 20 years younger. Okay, you can go and choose your Anbu. I'm going to take Naruto away now and keep those stinky mice away from me. The village that didn't want to stay for a moment, Jiraiya said that he would leave without any regrets. At the same time, the Liamon group also strolled into the snake nest. Senior Kabuto, the place where you live is too bad, right? The gangster put his mouth behind his ears and pointed to various places, and the gangster hugged Hinata and complained, look at this wax, what age is it? It can't even light the lights. Are you going to get up? There is still this way, oh the high sellers, even if you don't get some bluestone slabs, don't fool you with yuhi bricks. The already gloomy place like a latrine is still full of color. People are white and black, you guys yuhi with yellow, dark yuhi with natural yellow, shit mixed with sulfur. Quote. Enough. Are you finished? He pushed his glasses angrily, wishing he could strangle the boy in front of him to death. Yakushi Kabuto didn't listen to anything else along the way, and only listened to the liamong in his ears. It's not that this stronghold looks too much like a thatched hut, it's just that that stronghold is too bad like a cesspool, and I have never said a good word for a few days. You can leave if you don't want to come. Who invited you? My heart twitched, and I finally smiled at the dead man's angry face. That's right, don't keep smirking like a spy, you don't know that makes people look very uncomfortable. Then are you comfortable now? Yeah, nodding vigorously, he replied in a maddening manner, putting your own happiness on the pain of others is the greatest enjoyment in my life. Is hysterical and maddening. If it wasn't for the bottom line, Yakushi Kabuto really wanted to get out of the way. Just when Liamong was about to kill his popularity, the gloomy corridor with ghosts finally came to an end. As soon as he entered the door, Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice rang out. Damn boy, do you really dare to come? Uncle Snake, what's so daring? Dang Dang closed the door, shut out Yakushi Kabuto who wanted to follow up, and blocked the door with the gleaming gleam of a thick-backed boss chair. Hinata is sitting on the left hand, Enko is sitting on the right hand, and Orochimaru is sitting facing the door. When you got the death mask, did you find the sealing technique left by the Uzumaki clan? Why are you asking this? Exchange. He snapped his fingers and spread his palms, revealing the 5 colored small crystal blocks, and narrowed his eyes. Purple-black, bright yuhi, aqua blue, light white, transparent 5-color crystals across the air. Orochimaru, who reached out to catch it, stood upright, with a long forked fishy yuhi tongue, and exclaimed, what an amazing baby, I didn't expect such a pure energy body in the world, where did you get it? I made it. With a muffled thud, Orochimaru, who fell into the ground, turned into mud, and slowly rose up in front of him. You made it. The question obviously with strong suspicion came into my ears, and Lu Meng was immediately unhappy. Why, don't believe it. It's not unbelief, it's unbelievable. At your age, it is impossible to make such a thing. Even the ancestors of the country of craftsmen have never created such a miracle. Age. Uncle Snake, I didn't expect that words like this would come out of your mouth. If age is useful, what does genius do? You're right, I was the one who made a blunder. Yuhi's long tongue stuck out and licked his lips, and Orochimaru stared at Liumen as if he was looking at his prey. The gangster started fighting haha without fear at all. My lord is naturally insulated from chakra, and he practices martial arts. If you take this body, it will have no effect, but it will abolish all abilities. Sister Anko, you don't like it. Sister Hinata is good, but she can't compare to Sasuke. Uncle Snake, we don't need to play such childish tricks. Damn boy, you know so much more. Of course, it's like the thing you're wearing. He pointed out the ring on Orochimaru's left tail finger, and Liamong shook his head. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze to freezing point. Orochimaru with a gloomy complexion returned to his pale face. He returned to his seat in a sullen mood, and spread the 5-colored crystal block in his palm. How many of these things do you have? There's no need for that trouble. As I said, there's no need for temptation between the two of us. He got up and left his seat and walked to the center of the room. His hands slammed on the ground and summoned a strange half-human high machine, with a golden-silver bottom, a smoking black boiler next to it, and a yuhi-colored round winch creaking. Like scrubbing. Look here. He took out and threw kunai into the spirally interlaced mechanical mouth. Yuhi's yellow and blue 3-color indicator light flashed for a long time, and from the silver-colored tray below, a lot of crystals sprang out, dazzling and dazzling. Liamong rushed up at once. 151, 2520, 3530, I've made a fortune, I've really made a fortune. Usually there is a crit attack that is not fixed once a week, but it can be encountered today. What is the rhythm? Looking at the gloomy and chilling house, Lu Meng has doubts in his heart. Could it be that this dark snake's nest looks like a thatched hut or some kind of paradise? The hole is seen, this blessing. Squat down and pull the small crystal blocks piled up on the ground, and then look at the uncomfortable room. The gangster bit Kiba, took out a gold-made kunai, and threw it in. The rattling sound was turned on, and the wide-eyed Liamong swallowed his saliva, and his two small hands tightly pinched his thighs. Crit. Crit. I need to. I rely on your sister Ami. A hysterical wail resounded through the sky, and Lu Mang grabbed his hair. My money. Young master accompanied Dafa. Wiping his eyes and tears, he stared at the 8 small crystals spit out from the tray, and his heart shattered into 8 petals. 3 Yuhi 5 colorless, your sister, why don't you crit? Isn't this killing people? Damn, you spit out my chakra transmission. He raised his feet high and kicked violently, and the room full of banging noises was full of Liamong and mad figures. Orochimaru sat in his seat and watched silently for a long time, a slight smile flashed in his upside-down golden pupils. This dead boy looks like that idiot. After a frenzy of madness, Liamong drank the fire-fighting orange juice handed over by Hinata, and slammed the disintegrator's feet. Uncle Snake, you have also seen, these crystal blocks are made by this thing. Generally, they are very little. When you are lucky, you will be violent. How about we two make a fortune together? What do you want? Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Today's last update, Chapter 5, Brothers and Sisters, please support me, tomorrow will be the same rhythm. Text Chapter 54 _ The gangster's thinking is the face of the guest. Enough is refreshing. Orochimaru raised his thumb high in front of him, and Orochimaru was happy, and his Liuman was not arrogant. Uzumaki family sealing technique, 2nd generation Hokage Thunder Sword. Heihei168.com. I can copy a copy for you in the front, but not in the back. The things are not in my hands. You can grab it if it's not there. He pouted without any consciousness. Liamong was really speechless. Uncle Snake, don't look at me with the look of a bad guy. The boy has always felt that he has great virtue in the society. Even if the living Buddha is in the world, he can't compare to me. So I think, what I want should be mine. No, it is. He, damn boy, I love hearing what you say. Hissing Yuhi's long tongue, Orochimaru suddenly realized that he admired Liamong more and more. If you love to be cheap, you won't suffer, and your face is thick as slag, unless you die halfway. Otherwise, once they grow up, anyone who encounters them will have a headache. Konoha, what a place to be full of geniuses. The characters imprinted in the deep memory flashed across his mind. Orochimaru personally tried the disintegrator, 3 kunai and 2 long swords, and a bunch of them burst out. Colorless. A bright Yuhi. Aqua blue. Purple black. Light white. From the first big storm, Liamong's small mouth can be stuffed into a toad, and later it can be stuffed into a hippopotamus. Uncle Snake, I'll mess with you in the future. He stepped forward and grabbed the old waist, and Liamong hung on Orochimaru's body. How much shit does it take to have such good luck? Thinking about the items that were swallowed up by the decomposing machine in the past, our bastard had a feeling of the sea, and his tears were rushing, and all his yards were water. Uncle Snake, don't say anything. If I had known that your old luck was so good, I would have come to you when I was born. I was moved, I was so moved. Tears, all tears, and more tears. Wipe a piece of clothes with a word, wipe a piece of clothes with a word, even the snot and tears, wiped Orochimaru's chest into a mucus, blew his snot, raised his hand and wiped it again. Hum. Uncle Snake, you. Get out of here. Big-nosed slutty clothes were torn into 2 pieces, and Orochimaru threw Liamong out in a rage. With a bang, the gangster whose nose almost hit the door panel touched his head. Who did I recruit? Who? Go get the thunder sword of the 2nd generation Hokage back. It should now be in the hands of the Konoha traitor Omegakure Jonin Luchinkui. Baidu Interesting Academy. Waved to Yakushi Kabuto as if instructing Mazai. Disgusting finishing Orochimaru's flamboyant. He grabbed the little-faced Hinata of Yuhi, whistled and walked out. Anko, who couldn't bear to look at it, slapped his forehead hard. You're going to smash you. Who am I wrong? Looking left and right, Lu Mang, who stretched his neck and never left his name when he did good deeds, could anger a person alive. Anko, who burst out laughing, glanced at the super spy standing next to him, and Kabuto Senpai, who was leaning against the wall, was black and trembling as if splashed with ink, which made people wonder if he had some incurable disease. Senior, if you are sick, you need to be cured. Get out of here. Bye. Ah woot. Immediately. That Hinata, do you understand what he said? I don't know. He lowered his head shyly and stared at his toes. The little secretary Hinata really didn't know. The ghost knew what kind of bird language Yakushi Kabuto was talking about. The boy who raised his head and looked up at the sky watched for a long time, but he didn't see a single cloud. In addition to soil, he is also soil. After spending his life walking out of the promenade with the old lady's footsteps, Liamong will go away, bah. It's really like fog, rain, and wind. God, you don't tell me in advance how to pee, and he also aims to bring strong kidneys. Knocked on the forehead and fled back to the depths of the cave, the gang leader was very glad that he was the first to rush out, or what would happen if he broke Hinata. Brother, are you alright? It's okay, rest. Originally, I wanted to go out to breathe fresh air, but I was hit by a slap in the face from God. Probing to see the wind and rain outside, thunder and lightning with a panting baby face, our gangster couldn't help but touch his aching head. God, you let summer and winter have the same room, right? How did this kind of ghost weather come about? Hugged Hinata and snuggled up to Anko for a long time. The more I waited for the rain outside, I was helpless. Why is everything going wrong today? Let's go back to sleep. Holding a sullen head in one hand, he walked back to the snake nest, found a gangster who kicked the door open, and drove the ninja out directly. What? Don't give. Not to just beat him. With a slap in the face, Lu Mang, who slapped his face vigorously, exhaled a sullen breath. It's much more comfortable now. It rained heavily for 7 days, and it fell incessantly. When the weather finally let go, maggots were almost covering his body. I said, Yakushi Kabuto, where's the thunder god sword that the young master wants? Bang bang slapped in to destroy his life. The super spy who was reading a book stiffly touched the head of the bed, grabbed the watermelon knife and rushed out. You will die for me. Go. 7 days. No matter how long or short, Yakushi Kabuto, who is about to be annoyed to death by the drooping mantle, what he wants to do most now is to hate this nasty, abominable, super invincible that can't be idle all day long. The ghost fell down, chopped it up, and rushed it down the drain. In this life, in the next life, in the next life, in the next life, he doesn't want to see this rambunctious brat again. But the ruthless facts prove that some things in the world are always not so satisfactory. Yakushi Kabuto didn't want to be with Liamong. That was, absolutely, impossible. Because Kimimaro was dying. The first time Lu Mang saw this Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, teenager was on a hospital bed. As the most orthodox Kekkei Genkei owner of the Kagaya family, Kimimaro is undoubtedly powerful, since he helped Orochimaru kill 4 generations of Kazekage. Can be seen. But now, this powerful young man is gradually dying, and even his breathing has to be maintained by an oxygen supply machine, and the whole person is extremely weak. Pale hair, sick skin, and the appearance of coughing up from time to time makes people feel distressed. Who are you? Deadwood Liamong. He walked closer and gently pulled his trembling hand. The gangster didn't know why he and Kimimaro were so close. Maybe some people were born friends. Feeling the kindness conveyed by the people around him, Kimimaro turned his head weakly and wanted to lift the blindfold, but Liuman quickly stopped him. Don't move around, Hinata, come and have a look. Go back and say hello to the little secretary to use the blood test. The gangster needs to confirm something. Look at his internal organs and bone marrow. Byakugan. With both hands on his chest, the hand seal fixed his gaze, and Hinata, whose blue veins were floating, almost fell out of fear. Brother, his body. Let's go out and talk. No, just here. Ahem, I just happened to listen. A weak cough stopped Liamong, and Kimimaro, who knew that his time was short, also wanted to know the answer, so he didn't want to just fall asleep like that. Lightly, he sat back on the edge of the bed. The punk leader understood Kun's insistence. No one wants to die without understanding. Even if they want to die, they must die transparently. Brother, his body is all infected. Liamong squeezed Kimimaro's hand slightly. Your illness is really serious, but it doesn't matter. Just in time we are going to find someone. I believe she will cure you. It's time for Sanin's second, Tsunade, the fat sheep, to set out to find her too. Thank you. Squeaky opened the door. His body stopped for a moment, and Liamong slowly turned back to see a pair of star eyes. 2 dots of Yanyuhi adorned around his eyebrows, coupled with a pale and determined face, giving people a kind of uninhibited freedom. This is a handsome and strong boy, and he is also a strong man with firm beliefs. Looking at him, Liamong only had admiration in his heart. Don't worry, the person we're going to find is Tsunade Haim, the originator of the medical ninja. With her, your illness will be fine. Smiled and pulled up the mask. Kimimaro did not repeat those 2 words. Some things, once said is enough. Repeating it again will only appear shallow and ignorant. Uncle Snake, it seems that you are really the best person to take the blame. The information in his hand was thrown on the table. Lu Meng truly admired those who were the guests. In the absence of conclusive evidence, he just poured dirty water on others. Orochimaru did the right thing when the blind cat hit the dead mouse this time. They were too shameless, right? Sunagakure village took advantage of the death of the 4th generation of Kazekage, and pushed all the faults to Orochimaru, and raised the white flag to Konoha with infinite grievance and remorse. And Konoha didn't say anything too complaining, and readily responded. The 2 hidden villages sang double reeds, and their eyes were reconciled as before, as if the big play staged some time ago had nothing to do with them. Glancing coldly at the information Lu Meng had left on the table, Orochimaru sneered and raised the corners of his mouth, no surprise at all. This kind of practice is too common. For the 5 hidden villages, the day before, a dog's head can be punched out of the head, and a pair of pants can be worn the next day. Jung Kei's face turned faster than his watch. Putting up his trousers and denying the account was as simple as eating and drinking. They can say what they want, and it's you. Why are you in the mood to find Tsunade? As long as I can make the enemy unhappy, I feel happy. One of the 5 watches of, ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, work harder, don't hide those who have a monthly pass, and shoot at me. Text chapter 55 _ It's delicious. Let's say Kaiwei chased the duo into a dead dog. Konoha has been pitted so hard, he won't let it crawl out of the pit again. The head of the interesting academy found out that Jiraiya would go to Tsunade, and Liamong would be called a madman if he didn't do damage. What you want to do is what I'm going to destroy. With a stomach full of bad water, he and Orochimaru set out on the road, where the happy bastard will be unlucky and miserable. Boss, this dish is too salty, please replace it with a new one. Isn't it salty? Picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite, the chubby restaurant owner looked puzzled. Liamong slapped his hand. I said it's salty, it's salty. Brother, quietly pulled the corner of his shirt under the table, and Yuhi, the little secretary of Hinata, fluttered. Without any embarrassment, Lu Meng wondered, don't you like to eat it? It's about to be eaten up. It's important not to let him change a new plate. It's all money. You. With one breath stuck in his chest and his fingers trembling frantically, the restaurant owner almost exploded his heart and lungs. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Your girlfriend likes to eat, but you don't want to spend more money and say it's salty. This is his code. This is his code. What are you doing here, stupid? Why don't you change it for me? Front of the monk scolding the bald donkey. Liamong's behavior is too shameless, so shameless that Orochimaru parted ways the next day, and he didn't want to travel together again. He couldn't afford to lose that person. If others knew that Sanin Lang Kun didn't pay for the bawang meal, he wouldn't need to live anymore. People are shameless and invincible, and Liamong doesn't think there is anything wrong with what he does. Sister Anko, don't you want to eat balls? Come, I'll take you there. He grabbed his arm and rushed towards the vendor. Lu Meng didn't care who it was roasting for him. He grabbed it and stuffed it with Anko. You, what are you doing? What am I doing? Have you paid the protection fee this month? A blast of lightning struck his forehead, leaving Konoha's Liuman as a prince without bees. That's true, you can do whatever you want, and in a blink of an eye, you walk into the rhythm of cutting wires with a kitchen knife, sparks and lightning all the way. Look what? Give me money. Brother, don't be like this, okay. He timidly took out his private money and stuffed it with the street vendor, and Hinata was either accompanying or apologizing. Street vendor saw Hinata like this. He thought he was going to be bullied and immediately pulled up. Was not happy at that time. You are too hard. My girlfriend gives you money and you dare to write. He really owes it to me. Sister Anko, please don't stop me. Today the young master has to let him know why Huar is like this Yuhi. Quote. He picked up the brick and aimed it at the front door. A brick slapped the street vendor with a collapsed nose, closed his eyes, kicked his legs, and fell to the ground. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com. What barbecue racks, barbecue curtains, bamboo skewers and skewers are inserted all over the body like lightning rods. Who else? Holding the blood-stained brick in his hand, he stared in all directions, and when he saw Liamong's appearance, the street suddenly fell silent, and then Hula ran away without a shadow. Mitarashi Anko and Hyuga Hinata were shy and almost fell into the ground. Let's look at the gangster again. Okay, expecting this big-faced guy to feel ashamed, it is impossible for the sun to hit the north. Sister Anko, Sister Hinata, we can eat these for free. Rub your hands together and look back and forth. What kind of rhythm is this? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. Eating the free lunch, humming the little song that accompanies him, Liamong's whole body does not tremble except for his feet. I regret it. I shouldn't have come out with this brat. Infinite remorse. She held the 2 sticks of glutinous rice balls. If Mitarashi Anko had known Liamong was like this, she wouldn't have been able to follow him. Sister Anko, brother is actually fine. Don't you have a fever? Reaching out to touch Hinata Yuhi's little head, Mitarashi Anko asserted with certainty. You must have a fever, and you are still confused, or else you would say such nonsense. Sister Anko, my brother is really fine. She shyly lowered her head and held Kabuto's snacks. Although Hinata felt that Liamong was doing something wrong, she was unexpectedly happy. Because no matter what Lu Meng grabs, she is the first consideration. You're really hopeless. Shaking his head frantically, Mitarashi Anko gave up his plan to reason with the girl in love. To reason with such a little girl, she has not yet reached the point of lying in a mental hospital. Huhu took 2 heavy breaths, and the shark, who sat on the ground, wiped away the cold sweat, finally escaped alive. That's because that man doesn't want to chase. It's not that we can really run past him. The same tired, different performance. The man with tears on his face glanced back. Shark's face was cut and he didn't dare to say anything harsh, and he didn't even dare to mention his name, for fear that a single mouth would attract people. Itachi, this place is not normal. At noon, the streets that were supposed to be very lively, a few shreds of paper flew past, and Kisame Hoshigaki immediately frowned. Uchiha Itachi, who was beaten into a dead dog by the second-generation Hokage a few days ago, fled, as if nothing happened, as cold as an iceberg. Let's go in. Hey, can you say a few more words? I almost took my life to accompany you back to the village this time. But speaking of it, it's a pity that such a prosperous village is so ruined. Hey, what are you saying? A word. Even you should have some nostalgia for the village, right? No. I have no attachment to that village at all. The cold and biting words without any emotion are spit out. If there is a choice, Uchiha Itachi would rather not be born in Konoha, even if he becomes an ordinary person. Whether it is a ninja or a family, it is a heavy burden for him. These burdens weighed him down and he would never be able to straighten his back, so he could only pin all his hopes on his younger brother. Sasuke is everything to him. This time there was a major change in Konoha. Itachi originally wanted to take Sasuke away, but he didn't expect to meet the second-generation Hokage. The Uchiha family. Boy, why are you here? The order of the organization to exchange information with Danzo, Itachi and Ghost Shark who crashed into the grave with their heads, two cautious livers. Who is that terrifying guy? Gray Shark asked in a harsh tone. Itachi answered in a more difficult voice, almost word by word, second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. Isn't he dead? The eyeballs that slammed to the limit in an instant almost burst, and just hearing the name Ghost Shark was like a scare to death. How can a guy of this level appear here? I want to know too. The roots were destroyed, and the second-generation Hokage with murderous intent was like a sharp arrow. It was as if the two people who were instantly pierced by billions of powerful crossbows finally understood what the gap was. If you don't answer, you're an enemy. If that's the case, let this old man stay here. Sweden, water style, Shui Kingbo. Yeah, hands together, the waves rose, and in the blink of an eye, the water flow that filled the entire ground madly rushed towards the opposite side. Also a ninja of Grandmaster Sweden, water style, Onishima responded immediately. Sweden, water style, water shark bomb jutsu. Kurigakure weirdo who wrapped him and Itachi together and wanted to escape. But before he could do anything, he vomited blood and flew out. Unbelievable resilience. You're holding a large sword shark muscle in your hand. The enemy that was supposed to be beheaded unexpectedly recovered, and Senju Tobirama stared at the broadsword wrapped in bandages. Can't run. The strength gap is too big. Is this the strength of the legendary ninja? Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi. Sharingan, who had quietly turned into a windmill, swerved abruptly, and Uchiha Itachi had a black hand on Senju Tobirama. But in the blink of an eye, the whole person covered his head like crazy, and a line of blood and tears stained Yuhi's surface. Since you are unwilling to answer the questions raised by this old man, and dare to use demonic illusion sneak attack, then let you die under demonic illusion. Demonic illusion dark walk. Hand seal again, and the surrounding space is dark. As the legendary ninja who once seriously wounded Uchiha Izuna to his death, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha had a formidable feud. In order to guard against these guys who rely on the pupil technique to eat, and to make it easier to defeat them, the technique of darkness was born. Demonic illusion that hallucinates vision and robs all light. In the dark world where darkness falls like silk, even powerful people can only be forced to reveal their position. Except for the caster and the person designated by the caste, all the others will become blind. Pupil, go to your sister's pupil. Who can you? Darkness and stared at the empty space. Senju Tobirama felt the fluctuations in the space. Run quickly. With one hand, the two companions who were caught under their armpits turned and disappeared, and Afe with the Uzumaki mask on his head jumped into the torn space. The dazed Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki looked at each other, and the ducks were just running away. They ran for more than 10 days in one breath and dared to stop and rest. That man is horrible. The shark face twitched wildly, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who was wiping the cold sweat again, suddenly found the Liamong group. What are those bastards doing? Itachi, shall we kill them? Just after escaping for his life and eager to vent, the Kurigakure eccentric ruthlessly grabbed the big sword muscle. The battle that was about to start, and it was also found that Lu Mang of the incoming person turned around. Don't get in trouble, that kid isn't easy to deal with. Silver White Wind Warsaw, Star Pincers, two iconic items appeared. Uchiha Itachi immediately recognized who the gangster was. Kisame Hoshigaki questioned in disbelief, isn't that stinky kid not easy to mess with? I can slash him to death with one knife. His name is Deadwood Liamong. Forehead. Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly ticket. The second of the fifth watch. Are you happy, brothers? And you can vote if you are happy. Your support, the power of the cloud. Text chapter 56 _ bad luck 1010 has shark's resentment Itachi's madness. I don't care if his surname is Kuchiki or Hatake. The shark face was madly angry, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who had never walked under the second generation Hokage, was in urgent need of venting. Baidu Interesting Academy. It doesn't seem to be good anymore. The little fist shoved Hinata away in his arms, and the Lu man who took 2 steps forward gave Enko a wink. Back off, don't run too far, these 2 guys are not easy to deal with. Be careful. Brother. Don't worry, it's alright. He turned his head with a slight smile on his face, and Liamong turned around without a trace of smile. The grim-faced ghost shark said, Little devil, today is your day of death. The big sword shark muscle that resisted on the shoulder slammed into the ground with a bang, venting, or the joy of melee combat. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately appeared in front of Liamong. Die. Get out of here. The suddenly clenched little fist slammed into his chest. Kisame Hoshigaki burst out like a cannonball, and the big knife he pulled down pulled long scratches on the ground. He coughed up, and Yuhi was stained with blood from his mouthfuls. Martial arts skills, inch step collapse fist. Be careful with his taijutsu, this kid is not a ninja, hit him with long-range ninjutsu. Can you explain? 00, wipe earlier next time. Kisame Hoshigaki, who glared fiercely at his back-of-the-box companion, noticed that these days have been exceptionally bad. First, he was crushed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, and then he was bombarded by this stinky boy who caused great turmoil. When did the ninja world become so difficult to mix? But now that he has figured out the details of Liamong, then use ninjutsu to kill him. Are you not a grandmaster taiju? Then come to this sweetened water style. The shark, which can instantly absorb light and physically attack, implying that the chakra has grown larger, struck through the air, and Liuman stood in front of Enko and Hinata. 100 Blossoms Nianchi Mask. Mindfulness Cannon. First opened the golden barrier with lightning, and then pressed down the stray light of the tiger's claws. A cannonball blasted the shark that flew not far in front of him into pieces, and then another shot came out like a plane. Didn't you say that he can't attack from a distance? The sparkling body was slightly scorched, and the ghost shark with dark blue hair blown into hedgehog hair was really angry. I used to aim at him before. You don't need to tell me about this kid's grandmaster's physical skills. How come he's still cheating people? This is called not being able to ninjutsu. It's too stupid. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Uchiha Itachi was also very angry in the face of the unprovoked accusations of the ghost shark. I only said that he is not a ninja. When did he say that he would not be able to attack from a distance? Did you say that before? The blown-up hedgehog-like head raised 3 question marks. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was the case. Hurry up and deal with him. Interesting Academy's debut. Such a wide-ranging ninjutsu confrontation will definitely attract the attention of others. Uchiha Itachi doesn't want to encounter any more troubles. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was also feeling troubled, nodded in understanding, and swung his sword toward the 7th cannon that was fired by Liamong. Result. This idiot. Gaba's clenched fists wished he could pull the ghost shark up and give him a fat beating. Itachi couldn't understand the trouble. He clearly said that the boy on the opposite side was not a ninja. Do you really think you are omnipotent? 7 rounds to solve. Raising his hand and rubbing his nose hard, he stepped out of the mind mask, and his eyes glanced at the unconscious Kurigakure. Really idiot every year, especially this year. Qigong looks similar to ninjutsu, but in essence, they are 2 completely different things. Although it is also a kind of energy, he is a mixed thing. Do you still fight? Liamong didn't want to provoke Brokon on the other side if he didn't want to do it unless it was necessary. Think of the sad second assistant. Since birth, she has never escaped the clutches of this girl, and she has been a plaything in the hands of others all her life. Played by the family, played by the elder brother, played by the ancestors, playing around and playing as a brain dead. Liuman doesn't want to be brainless, so Liuman wants to stay away from Uchiha Itachi. Stay away from ferrets, stay away from famines. Demonic illusion Tsukuyomi. I rely on you to code me. Before he could finish cursing, the space changed, and the bastard who was tied to the cross thought of Jesus. What he aimed at, the young man did not want to believe in God. Thank you. What did you say? Thank you. Oh, you so high, is it because I'm mentally ill, or do you believe in God, is this really what you said? With a slight smile on his face, he walked closer. Itachi bent down and gave Liumanchen a salute, thanking each other for a big gift and slowly got up. Urzuzi's brother smiled like a flower. The bastard whose anus suddenly tightened grinned and smiled very hard. What do you want to do? Be careful, someone noticed you. Fake, I knew it was like this. Silently looking at the sky, staring at the Tsukuyomi world of dark Yuhi, Liuman suddenly felt like the sea, and the tears flowed, rushing. I don't live me, are people still living these days? After finally getting out of Konoha, I didn't enjoy being targeted for a few days. Your sister, you don't want Xiaoyi to be nice, and Xiaoyi won't let you be nice. It's Madara, right? You know. His pupils widened in shock, and then he fell silent again. Uchiha Itachi remembered the turmoil caused by Liamong. Can you predict the past or see the future? Did I say I can't see your letter? I believe. Really? He nodded affirmatively and stopped talking. Itachi's trust broke Liamong. You Uchiha family are all lunatics. You're right, I want to ask you to do something. What do you want me to do? Liamong's heart suddenly mentioned in his throat. Help me take care of Sasuke, he's not safe right now. Wow, I'm not a babysitter. He scolded wildly in his heart and hesitated, and Liamong said reluctantly, what will happen if I don't agree? You will agree. What if I don't agree? I said you would. Holy shit, what are you doing with the knife? The dagger slowly drawn from the void pointed to the chest little by little. Uchiha Itachi Yuhi's windmill Sharingan was full of smiles. I said, you will agree. Strong melons are not sweet. Don't force me, I'm terrifying when I'm crazy. Liamong seemed to remind him kindly. Promise, or die. Unappreciatively raised the knife and stabbed. The blade on his chest shone with cold light. Lu Meng was immediately annoyed. If you have a seed, you stab it in. If you don't stab you are a son of a bitch. Poochie. Are you really stabbed? The tachi that passed through the body pierced the chest terribly, and shouted like a slaughtering pig and broke his throat. Screaming and screaming for a long time, the more I shouted Uchiha Itachi, the more I felt that something was wrong. What happened? This kid. Aha, have you been deceived? Gaga stopped screaming with a weird smile, and raised her chin proudly. But it was useless, still useless, no matter how many times he was stabbed. Liamong, who was tied to the cross, was still smiling. Consciousness mind. Hee, you're a fool, are you in the water? Urzuzi is stupid, you are even more stupid. Uchiha Itachi, I told you just now that I'm terrifying when I'm angry. How can you be okay? Tsukuyomi was neither broken nor invalid. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan was filled with question marks. Liamong's smiling expression slowly disappeared. The sixth sense, consciousness, mind and eye, have you heard of it? The instantly frozen expression froze on his face. Although Itachi didn't know what consciousness or mind, he knew the sixth sense. Are you an ancient warrior? Right, exactly. The age of ninjas used to be the age of Onmyoji and samurai. At that time, Onmyoji had a very high status in exorcising spirits and fighting ghosts, and only samurai could be as famous as them. Especially the warriors who have reached the high rank have extremely terrifying power. Among these abilities that have been forgotten by the world, there is a terrifying secret technique that specializes in training perception, that is, the 8 senses of the martial artist. In addition to the eyes, ears, tongue, nose, body, and 5 senses that normal people possess, advanced martial artists can also cultivate the 6th, 7th, and 8th consciousness above them. Every time you cultivate a knowledge, the ability of the warrior will double. Not twice, but 10 times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Consciousness, the eye of the mind is the eye of true consciousness, which penetrates into the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Uchiha Itachi, your demonic illusion is demonic illusion to me. I don't believe it. He is fake. In front of me, the fake can't be real, the real can't be fake. Don't talk too much. Although you can see through demonic illusion, you are still tied there. This shows that although you have the ability to see through, you don't have the ability to crack. Aha, I know I can't fool you. You're right, I really don't have the ability to crack Tsukuyomi. But if you think that I can't do anything about you, you're wrong. The whole my king's treasure. A rare visit to Tsukuyomi space. If you don't have fun, how can you be worthy of Itachi's hospitality? If you don't take this opportunity to enjoy yourself, you won't have the chance in the future. Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes. The king's treasure, which opened with a bang, slowly unfolded from behind like an ancient giant gate, with a golden light shining brightly. As the door slowly opened, the bloody yuhi-colored Tsukuyomi space was slowly dyed golden, until there was no more splendor. What is this? Gensokyo, where the gods are intoxicated, the king's treasure of the King of Heroes, the key to the gate to the Golden City. After the introduction, countless treasures emerged from the ancient giant gate like water waves. Swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks, biscuits, steamed buns, potatoes and sweet potatoes. Uchiha Itachi was instantly Spartan, and everything in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. If this kid is telling the truth, ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass, the third of the fifth watch. The cloud is powerful enough, brothers and sisters, do your best. Text chapter 57 _ the collapsed worldview. The coachman also has spring. Confidence has been shaken. With a smile on his lips, he broke free from the bondage, and the glow of the cross shattering into powder blew Yuri away. The snow-white cloak of the interesting academy was automatically hunting and making noises without wind, and the Sharingan moment of Uchiha Itachi was shortened to the extreme. I think I need to give you a grand introduction. His arms were wrapped around his hair, and the roaring voice resounded through the sky. The king's treasure is the treasure house built by the heroic King Gilgamesh in the City of Gold. It contains all the treasures from ancient times to the present, that is, the weapons used by the gods. What are you talking about? The weapon used by the gods? What does the kid in front of him think of himself? Wrong. These things are fake. It's true for you. He looked down with two eyes, as if he was standing at the top of the sky, looking down at Itachi on the opposite side. With the Tsukuyomi world cast by Mangekyo Sharingan, everything is controlled by the caster. Space, time, distance, quality, and in this world, the caster is the supreme god. However, when the essence of this world is seen through, we standing at the same height. Uchiha Itachi, it is not me who defeated you, but yourself. Quote. Emerge. Yuhi Rose of Destruction. The undeniable yellow rose. One dark yuhi, one golden yellow, two short spears floated out of the treasure trove, stretched out his hand and drew out the light that danced twice at will, and introduced them in front of him. This is the weapon used by the goddess of fate. The yuhi rose that destroys the devil can destroy it. All divine arts. In our place, demonic illusion ninjutsu is invalidated, and Susanoo is not much thicker than a piece of paper in front of it. Quote. Introducing the yuhi-colored pistol, Liamong smiled and placed it on the left. Obviously no one controls it, but it floats in the air as if it has no weight. Huang Qiangwei, the sure to destroy, spear as its name suggests, a golden short spear endowed with the power of destiny by the goddess of destiny, has the power to hit. Hit first, then shoot. Uchiha Itachi, even if you hide to the end of the world, this spear will nail you to the ground. The yellow rose that must be hit and must be destroyed. Withdrawing steps and bowing to sing his real name, the gleam that raised the golden short spear high, threw it violently. This is impossible. With a muffled sound, Uchiha Itachi, who was standing in an incalculable distance, lowered his gaze dully, staring at the short spear pierced through his chest. His eyes widened. Must hit. I said, this gun hits first, then fires. You should have noticed, right? When I sang the real name of the gun, your chest was wounded, and the gun was stabbed later. Interesting academy. The banging sound echoed in his mind. Uchiha Itachi remembered the strange experience just now, and 2 drops of cold sweat ran across the tears. When Liamong finished chanting the real name of the weapon, his chest began to sting, until he was nailed to the ground by this short golden spear that traveled through infinite space and time. As I said, I'm terrifying when I'm angry. Uchiha Itachi, Konoha's high-level officials forced the young master to hand in the martial arts training method. I completely removed the 3 generations of Hokage from Konoha, and the reputation of the elders was ruined. Now you are forcing me again. You say, how should we settle this account? The hideous little face was raised high, grabbed the gleam of Yuhi rose, and stared at Itachi with bad intentions. The 2 people who looked at each other through infinite space and time stared at each other and stopped talking. At this time, what they said was superfluous. You can die. Destruction __. In a flashback to reality, Lu Mang, who wanted to shoot a gun, shrank his fingers, not even holding a chicken feather. What a pity, Uchiha Itachi. Such a fun thing is not played for a while. Leaving the Tsukuyomi world, Liamong himself has no ability to summon the treasure of the king. That thing is completely imagined using Mangekyo Sharingan. Borrowing chickens to make eggs can only be borrowed once. After this lesson, it became clear that Uchiha Itachi would not use Tsukuyomi on him a second time, no matter how stupid he was. You can only enjoy the fun once in a lifetime. Hey, do you want to help him, so that he can play with his brother again in the future? Recalling the power in Tsukuyomi's world just now, Liuman really loved that place to death. If it wasn't for Hinata to take care of, he would have done it with Madara. The eternal Tsukuyomi world, he is God. Brother, are you alright? Stinky boy. Anla, what's wrong with me? He turned back and smiled and reassured, and Liamong looked at Itachi with infinite melancholy. Windmill Sharingan restored the 3rd Tomo's second assistant to his brother, covering his left face in pain. Shion Yuhi's blood dripped down to the ground through the gap between his fingertips. Let's go. Sweetened, water-style, water-colliding wave. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a dead dog, spit out boundless waves enough to form a lake, grabbed Uchiha Itachi and ran. Liamong, who was standing in the hood, opened his mouth and listened to the crisp sound of the rumbling house cracking and shattering, and scolded the old lady angrily. I'm relying on you to code me. The Kurigakure weirdo who killed 1,000 knives. Is the young master's lunch not finished yet? Looking around at the desolate streets where the flood subsided, the gangster had the heart to slash people with a knife. You 2 bastards, please don't be caught by the young master. Otherwise the young master will beat you all over the face, whether in spring, summer or autumn, and let you know why the flowers are like this. Yuhi, dark Yuhi, blood Yuhi, Wanzichian Yuhi. Quote. Itachi, how are you? Kisame Hoshigaki raised Uchiha Itachi on the ground with one hand, and Kisame Hoshigaki rarely showed concern. It's nothing, just rest for a while. The left eye, which was no longer bleeding, was blurred again, and Itachi's heart was a little cold. After being silent for a long time, the ghost shark, who was resting against the rock wall, suddenly sighed. I haven't walked in the ninja world for a few years, and this world has become almost unknown. First, the legendary ninja who came back from the dead, and then the weird kid who caused the turmoil. When did the names of Kurigakure 7 and Konoha Uchiha become so worthless? That kid is not as beneficial as he thought. After suffering a big loss and thinking about it, Itachi quickly discovered Liamong's true strength. The next time you meet him, don't use demonic illusion body art, just use long-range ninjutsu. Attack, he can't be stronger than you. Destroy him. With a hard shot, Kisame Hoshigaki had a rough idea of the strength of Liamong's long-range attack. Itachi, who had pain in his left eye, nodded lightly. No matter how powerful a person is, there will always be weaknesses. That kid learns ancient martial arts and cultivates the secret method of spiritual consciousness. Although this kind of person is not afraid of demonic illusion, his physical skills are also extremely powerful. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. Long-range attack is their weakness, which has long been proved in the era of Onmyoji warriors. Quote. Looks like the two of us did something stupid. He grinned at himself and unwillingly. After listening to his companion's analysis, Kisame Hoshigaki was instantly angry. He and Itachi are obviously very good at ninjutsu, but they chose taijutsu and demonic illusion to attack, and they played a big sword in front of Guangong's door and trapped themselves. If they had known what Liamong was, how could they have done such a foolish thing? Boom. I'll go back and kill him. Extremely unwilling to hammer down the ground, Kisame Hoshigaki got up and was about to go back. Itachi stopped him immediately. Don't learn about it outside the festival. Our mission this time has nothing to do with that kid. HMPH, then let him live a little longer. He exhaled and put down his shark muscles and pressed his thighs. Kisame Hoshigaki's stomach was full of suffocation. If you can't beat it, that's fine. Obviously, you can beat it but suffer a big loss. Mang, who couldn't stay in the town any longer, had no plans to stay any longer. Don't be too fast, be steady. Yes, what you said is true. Nodding and bowing again, how could the coachman who was on the verge of kneeling and kowtow dare to say nothing? The hapless man who was pulled out of the water tank at home by Liamong had witnessed the terrifying scene with his own eyes. These days ninjas are all uncles, and the powerful ninjas are the uncles among the uncles. In the face of these non-human beings who kill without blinking an eye, the only thing ordinary people can do is to obey orders. Very satisfied with the attitude of the coachman, Liamong nodded his head, took out the banknotes from his arms and counted 5, thinking about it and deducting 3 more, and handing the remaining 2 to the coachman. Here's the toll. Thank you. Chie stuck his tongue in his mouth, looking at the big word on the 2 silver tickets in his hand. The coachman with a sweat scarf on his head really wanted to rush over and grab the Liuman's collar and ask, "Who are you? What's the meaning? 22 silvers, if you can get it, it's better not to give it, even the animals don't have enough money for fodder." "What, do you think it's too little? Give it back to me if you think it's too small." He grabbed the 2 silver tickets that the coachman didn't take back for a long time, and muttered as he stuffed it into his arms, "No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's still meat. What's wrong with 1 or 2 silver tickets? One person in the world gives me a silver vote or 2, and I can become the richest person in the world." Quote. You. The coachman, who was dumbfounded and stunned for a long time, felt that his whole worldview was overturned in an instant. After passing the carriage, he went home and sold the carriage. Then he decided to start a small business, first fiddling with groceries, then reselling furniture, and finally becoming the boss of the world's largest firm. When the coachman was asked about the secret of success after his success, he said this to his descendants. "I was originally a poor truck driver, and I couldn't make a lot of money all year round. Later, I went to Elm Street to give people away, and I happened to meet the legend of the ninja world, the godfather of the world's gangster. At that time, the godfather was very young, and I don't know the identity of the Lord Godfather. But I remember a sentence that the Lord Godfather said, 1 or 2 silver tickets are also money. If one person in the world gives me 1 or 2 silver tickets, I can become the richest person in the world. I succeeded. Master, this is what you said, the most prosperous town on the border." Yes, it should be. The cold wind from a few floors blew 2 pieces of shredded paper and fluttered past, and the 2 master and apprentice who had been on their way for a day froze and became fossils. The apprentice, who was not tall and had yellow hair, collapsed immediately. "I knew it, you never said a single word of truth. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass." Chapter 4 of the 5th Shift. For the sake of the hard work in the cloud, brothers and sisters, please count the votes. It is really not easy to write a book. Cloud dares to speak with conscience, and each chapter is carefully designed. Text chapter 58 _unintentionally brilliant Akatsuki tragedy. Naruto, how can you say that to me? I'm your master. Master shit. My dad said, I have to call you master. Baidu Interesting Academy. The little face grinned like a death. Uzumaki Naruto was really fed up with the white-haired uncle in front of him. This guy who calls himself the Toad Fairy Jiraiya is not only lustful, but also very unethical. It is common to cheat children for money and play women as hooligans. Before Naruto set off, the bulging green toad bag was soon starved to the point of being a beggar, and the mice would cry when they got into it. You're so clean, it's even cleaner than a cat's lick. That Naruto. Forehead and calling out twice, Jiraiya, who couldn't get a response, bowed his head, and Yuhi became a used tyrant. Do you need to be so defensive about me? Even needles are used. Selling high, it seems that it is not easy to cheat money in the future. By the way, isn't this kid stupid? Why is it time to become smart? Uncle Jiraiya, can you teach me a new ninjutsu, the kind that is very beneficial? You are too stupid to learn. Thinking of the unbearable teaching process, Jiraiya has a cold feeling. Look, I finally succeeded. He practiced psychic skills for 15 days from the signing of the autograph. He pulled Naruto Uzumaki, who had dragged Jiraiya out of the women's bathhouse, and shouted and jumped while pointing at the tadpole with 2 short legs. Jiraiya was Spartan at a glance. This is not a toad. Nonsense, I have long legs. Uzumaki Naruto was angry when the results of his hard training were denied. Jiraiya, who was so angry, almost didn't get mad at him. Long legs, it's not a toad with long legs. It is. It's not. I said it was. It's not. Biting Kiba's teeth against his forehead, the two guys who rolled their arms and sleeves fought together. A burst of tragic wolf smoke drifted past, and Naruto Uzumaki used the ultimate killer, seduction. Poof. Blood piercing from his nostrils and spewing far away, Jiraiya, who incarnates the son of Yuhi, sat on the long March 3rd rocket and looked stupid, and his eyes were full of softness. Naruto, change yourself. Interesting Academy debuts. I don't change. Change one. I say the same as the same. Be obedient, and become a teacher who teaches you ninjutsu, which is very beneficial and very beneficial. Really? Of course it's true. When did Master Wei lie to you? Just now. Didn't you say it all? That was just now. With one flick, the boy who was born without a string in his head was crippled, and Jiraiya spread out his palm and got a ball out. Uzumaki Naruto was not happy when he saw this thing. Master, can you change it? This is a super ninjutsu. I don't learn the S-class either. You can change it for me. Naruto, remembering some bad memories, shook his small head covered with yellow hair into a rattle. Jiraiya met Daki and said, Naruto, your father spent 3 years developing this ninjutsu, why don't you want to learn it? My father developed it. He bowed his head in shock, staring at the chakra ball that was spinning continuously. Uzumaki Naruto finally spit out the truth, I know this stuff. What? You will? Yeah, I do. Mabu bowed, raised both hands above the top of his palms to the sky. Uzumaki Naruto, whose small face was smothering Yuhi, exerted the strength that he couldn't pull the shit out, and yes, for a long time. At first, Jiraiya was very attentive, but as he went to the back, he felt that something was wrong. What is this kid doing? Naruto. Ah. Surprises often happen inadvertently, and just when Jiraiya thought that Naruto's pretense was not at all, a terrifying chakra wave came out. His robe upside down and his blonde hair flying, the Cubite Ninetails, who successfully transformed himself, suddenly raised his small head with frizzy hair, and his hands that were raised above the top slammed under his right flank. Super Saiyan transformed. Turtle Qigong started, Kamehameha. At first it was a little bit the size of a grain of rice, and then in an instant, it grew into a ball of light the size of a football. Yuhi and the blue inside shone wildly. Sanin's crazy ghost, Jiraiya, almost jumped to the moon. What the hell is this? Rumbling house collapsed, and Elm Town, which had just been scourged by Kisame Hoshigaki, ushered in a new baptism in the blink of an eye. Perhaps the only good thing about Jiraiya's master and apprentice is that no one lives in these dilapidated houses. Naruto, who taught you this thing? Jiraiya asked solemnly, crawling up from the ruins. Boss, who else could it be? Looking at Jiraiya with an idiot look on his face, Uzumaki Naruto, who was exhausted, slumped to the ground. This fluffy man came up on a whim, seeing that Naruto couldn't learn how to spin the aura, so he changed the Hokage version of the turtle Chigung, which was almost as powerful as Tailed Beast Bomb, and Pervert reached the extreme. But the same power as Pervert, the preparation time of more than 5 minutes, and the high consumption that is so intense that ordinary people will die after using it, has no practical value at all. In addition to being a yin person on the battlefield, Liamong really can't think of any use for this thing. But Liamong can't think of it, it doesn't mean that Jiraiya can't think of it. In the end, he was a person who had been famous for a long time, and he immediately saw the potential value of this technique. Naruto, can you divide it into 2 parts? 2 parts. Jiraiya sat down cross-legged and explained, the technique you used just now consists of 2 parts, one compresses and the other releases. If you can use them separately, you can get 2 unique spells. Technique. Unique. Yes, it is unique to Jinchuriki column, similar to the powerful ninjutsu of Senpo, sage art. Shaking his head, sighing and shaking his head, Jiraiya seemed to see the purple figure standing proudly on the rocky mountain again. Konoha, how many talents have you lost? Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Roddenwood Liuman, which one is not the most amazing person? If such people can stay in the village. Thinking of the hatred, Jiraiya pinched her chin and began to instruct Naruto, squeeze the chakra to the extreme and burst out in an instant. This is the essence of the technique you use. Now the first problem you need to solve is how to stabilize the compressed chakra. If you can do it, you will become extremely powerful. Whether it is taijutsu, ninjutsu, or even demonic illusion, it will get an immeasurable increase. Quote. Really, it sounds like a simple thing. Big words blurted out, hugged his arms and nodded confidently. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Jiraiya had a bad premonition. A week passed by, the lecherous fairy who once again took out the deposit to accompany the money clenched his fists, turned around and spit at Naruto. Uzumaki, what are you doing? Idiot, how many times have I said, be stable, understand? You idiot who was born without a string in his head, the idiot whose head hits the ground after birth. It's annoying enough, I've already cared enough. Jumping frantically and pouting, the destruction that blew up 18 bedrooms in a week went on a rampage. Was also in a state of rampage, jumped up without even thinking. Itachi, are you sure this is what we're looking for? The shark's face was twitching and his eyes were round, and Kisame Hoshigaki's livid forehead was covered with black lines. Don't despise him, he is one of the Sanin, the toad fairy. Jiraiya with the name of the mad ghost. A series of loud names were announced with a solemn expression, and Uchiha Itachi's face was freezing. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was speechless for a while, suddenly realized that they should not have come out to carry out this mission. First, he ran into the Konoha turmoil and was crushed by the legendary ninja, and then he encountered the weird boy who caused the turmoil. I bought a watch last year, Itachi, should we go back and think about it first? Good. Lang Bingbing spit out a good word and disappeared without a trace. Akatsuki, Suzaku Akatsuki, Nando didn't even dare to hit him in the face, so he smeared oil on the soles of his feet and ran away. Returning to the sandy gobi outside the town, the 2 guys were a little silent when they sat together. In the end, the ghost shark spoke first. The difference in strength is too big, although you can handle it. But don't despise yourself. If you fight against him, both of us will be killed. If you are lucky, you can only fight and lose both. Even if you find someone else, it will be the same result. I think we made a mistake when we came out this time. The gravel in his hand crunched to the smallest detail, and Kisame Hoshigaki has never been so useless for a moment. There are again and again, not again and again. When they arrived, they had a good time for 1, 2 or 3 rounds. Once they were cheap, they didn't say anything, and they also suffered from old nose stuffiness. Too depressed, almost depressed to death. Uncle Snake, have you found any trace of the fat sheep? Dead boy, why are you here? The pale face trembled slightly, and the sight of Orochimaru was disgusting as if he had eaten a fly. Gangster licked his little face with a smile, took the rag on the table and wiped the stool. Orochimaru teacher. Hello. I was very bad. The upside-down Jintong twitched hard, and Sanin Leng-kun, who was trying to find an excuse to get away, looked sideways at the door. For collection, and, for monthly pass, 5 more final chapters. Brothers, there is still one day. Union will persevere, let's work together. If you are able to vote for a few more monthly tickets, Union will thank you here first. Text chapter 59 _ on the way, I happened to meet that prodigal girl. Jiraiya froze her smile as she stepped on the board in midair. A pair of wide-eyed toad eyes protruded, a square mouth croaked, and there were a few black hairs growing on the toes of the big toe raised high. When the wind blows, ah, that taste. Boss. Don't go there. He grabbed Naruto Uzumaki, who was about to rush to the dining table, and Jiraiya's gloomy face sank to the bottom of the valley. These two guys actually blended together, although I already knew that there was such a possibility. But, Toad, what are you doing here in Konoha town house without a lot of money? Aha, it turned out to be a stinky snake, long time no see. Reaching out and scratching the back of his head, Jiraiya led Naruto to the front, pulled out the stool and sat down. Boss, Hinata. It's you kid, you brought the devil here. Devil. Looking left and right in surprise, Naruto was surprised. Boss, what is the devil, where is the devil? Corner of his eyes, it is self-evident who Liamong is talking about. The lecherous fairy who pricked up his ears was not happy at that time. How can I become a devil? You dare say you're not a devil? He rolled his eyelids and looked down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, his livid mouth tucked behind his ears. Are you Sanin? The lecherous immortal, who didn't know what the kid in front of him was thinking, nodded. Since you have admitted it yourself, how dare you say that you are not a devil? No, what does Sanin have to do with the devil? Why doesn't it matter? Bang! He slapped the dining table with a slap and glanced at Orochimaru, who was sitting opposite him. Uncle Snake ranks first in Sanin, talking, laughing and killing people like a shogi, and people give him the nickname Leng-kun. Tsunadiheim ranks second in Sanin, it's a good bet it's natural to lose, and people give them the nickname Fat Sheep. What about you? What's wrong with me? Hearing Liamong describe the two companions so vividly, Jiraiya also wondered what he could say about himself. A few strands of bleak autumn wind blew past, and the gangster sighed. Well, you are not a devil. Why am I a devil again? You go crazy when you go to war, don't you? Yes. You look like a ghost when you go crazy, don't you? That's right. So the big guy will give you the nickname Crazy Ghost, right? Yes, there is such a thing. Interesting academy. Boom. He slapped the dining table again, and Liamong shook his face and scolded. Since you have admitted all this, why are you not a devil? Naruto gave you a task, dragged him out and shot him. The boss fluttered with a black thread, and Uzumaki Naruto dipped his yellow hair. Jiraiya, who was instantly transformed into a Spartan berserker, had a face that was neither a face nor a nose. That face, which was originally not very good looking, was completely distorted. How can a mad ghost become a ghost? Can you explain it to me clearly? What's so strange about this? He raised a finger and blew his fingertips, curled his lips with infinite contempt, turned his eyes to the pretty-faced Yuhi's fluttering little secretary and asked, Hinata, the vegetables for grocery shopping. What's the name of the basket? Basket, Hinata said in a low voice. It's so good. When he got the answer he wanted, Liamong gave the little secretary a piece of food, and then asked Naruto, what is the name of the meat buns made of meat? Baozi. Naruto answered loudly, "The buns are delicious but too expensive." Knowing what kind of virtue he has, he stuffed a big bun for him, and turned around and asked Jiraiya, "The basket for buying vegetables is called a basket, and the meat buns for selling meat are called buns. Then you say that killing people is like chopping a ghost. What's the name of the madman?" "Ghost, devil." "Oh, that's not right." Jiraiya slapped her hand on her thigh and gave a thumbs up, and Jiraiya, who had reacted, was immediately angry. Orochimaru, who had been silent for a while, twitched the corners of his mouth, gave Yakushi Kabuto a look and got up and left. If he goes on with these two white dementias, he is really afraid that his IQ will also go offline. Unexpectedly, before taking 2 steps, Liamong shouted from behind, Uncle Snake, don't rush to go, pay for the meal." With a sullen breath in his chest, Sanin Lang-kun, who had the urge to slash with a knife, continued to walk forward frantically, biting Kiba as he walked and said, "Kabuto, go and settle the account." Seeing that the goal was achieved, the smiling Liuman stretched his neck. "Waiter, one of the waiters is here, and quickly serve me another plate of beef." "Give me death." Kisame Hoshigaki, who was sitting on the second floor opposite, lowered his head, and Uchiha Itachi, who was opposite, was as quiet as a dead person. "A long time." The ghost shark who turned the hot water into cold water in the cup said in a muffled voice, "I want to go back." "Good. What about the mission?" "Whoever likes to do it. It hasn't come out for a few years, and it's been out of mold for a few years." Itachi, who never believed in fate, now believes in it. Second generation of Hokage, Sanin, the kid who caused the turmoil, came out, scene after scene, all piled up together. Thinking about this trip full of variables, Urzuzi's brother, who failed to achieve the same purpose, has the feeling of rushing into the hardware and building materials store to buy a watermelon knife. What Uchiha Itachi wants to do most now is to slash people with a knife. "Shizune, how much money do we have?" Tsunade-sama, held Xiaoshang Pig in his arms and lowered his head. Kato Shizune was speechless. Tsunade, who couldn't hear a reply, turned around, his big beautiful eyes lit up. The little pig started screaming. "Tsunade-sama, you can't. Let go." "I won't let go. Hurry up and let me go." He grabbed the necklace around Xiaoshang Pig's neck with one hand, and pushed his assistant secretary's chest with the other. Tsunade, who was full of thoughts, couldn't control that. Feeling that it was getting harder and harder to breathe, Xiaoshang Zududo turned the Byakugan up. It shattered, and the torn pearls flew into the air like scattered flowers, and the eyes of the surrounding merchants lit up. The wealth moved people's hearts, and the crowd licked their lips with pearls in their eyes. Tsunade, who was not good, was immediately annoyed. "I see who dares to move." Boom! A fist smashed into the ground, and the 10-meter-wide street collapsed in half a meter like an earthquake. The vendors who wanted to pick up cheap were numb. That woman. Too horrible. I want to go home. I will return too. Dang Dang closed the door and swallowed saliva. The merchants who felt unsafe blocked the door in unison, and all the tables, chairs, stools, everything that could be seen, and everything that could not be seen, all moved to the door. However, their worries are obviously superfluous, and the fat sheep with their heads full of thoughts can't care about them. Smashing the streets and picking up the scattered pearls one by one, looking at these round and shiny treasures, Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes could not help revealing excitement. "Okay. With these, not only can you lose money, win it all back and make a lot of money. Shizune, where is the nearest casino?" Quote. Master Tsunade hung his head weakly like Xiaosho, and Kaden Shizune was speechless. "Flip the book, as if you say that every time." Result. Orochimaru paid the bill and left without a trace, and Liuman also said goodbye to Jiraiya Naruto. When leaving, the lecherous immortal solemnly proposed to invite them back. Silent for a moment, looked up at the sky and shook his head. "The next generation of the Hyuga family has been appointed. What are you asking us to do? There are 2 old men, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, I heard that they have returned to the village. It's really funny. There are so many ninjas in Konoha who don't even have the guts. They represent the daimyo, and the village has its own concerns. Then change your name. Liamong's blurted words deeply shocked Jiraiya, and at that moment, the lecherous immortal finally understood that Liamong was different from them. This is a completely self-centered kid who doesn't think about anything else at all. Changing the name, this kind of crazy thing, only this kind of lunatic can think of it. Recognizing the real face of the gangster, the lecherous immortal immediately rejected the idea of urging him to return to the village. Even Shimura Danzo, who has no trace now, is not so crazy. That guy is already military enough, but compared with Liamong, he is worse than the boss. Two people, one in the sky and one in the ground. Danzo seems self-serving in his radical actions, but he has a faith-like loyalty to the village, which no one can dispute. Compared with him, the rogue is different. This rebellious gang leader who has been rebellious since childhood is even more extreme. If he can casually say the idea of changing his name, what else is he afraid to do? Jiraiya didn't want to see the unintended piece turbulent again, so he took Naruto away, which was extremely difficult. But what he didn't know was that the rogue had no intention of ascending the throne at all. The reason for proposing to change the name is entirely to see through the history. The battle between the two Jades always has a result. Since the other end of the scale always wants to be lifted, it is better to smash it. There is only one drag tray left, and it will stand firmer than anyone else. The world's major events, long together must be divided, long divided must be united. For Liamong, whether it is war or peace, it has nothing to do with him. The thing he wants to do most in his life is to steal money in a dignified manner and be happy to cheat people. Hinata, come here, how about this one? Sister Anko, you should also change into something nicer. Stinky boy, get out of here. Mitarashi Anko was furiously staring at the little bastard who was holding a pair of tulle hot pants in his left hand and a transparent top in his right, and his eyes were still wandering around. Where did he get such a big face? And he can touch the things in the girl's house. With a bang, Lu Mang, who was kicked out of the door, glanced back at the signboard of the boutique women's underwear store, and turned his head in contempt. As he looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up. That is. Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly pass, is the first in the fifth watch, brothers, with the support of your ability. I got up at 3:20 in the morning. On the last day, the cloud needs you. Text chapter 60_ step on the setting sun to hide the sadness behind. What do you think the boss is doing? He gently stroked the two little white dogs lying beside him. Listening to Akamaru's murmur, Inuzuka Kiba looked up at the sky and sighed. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shikamaru, with his hands folded behind his head, took a wheat and put it in his mouth. The wheat was bitter and had a sour taste. Who knows, that guy has always been able to hide things, and he doesn't bother us with such a big action. One sound. Speaking of which, he is really ruthless, and he will kill the high-level people in the village. Stop talking, that's not something we should discuss. Looking around, Shikamaru cautiously sensed the shadow. Anything with form will cast shadows when illuminated by light. This theory, which he learned from a certain technique in the Book of Seals when he graduated, is gradually approaching completion. But speaking, it seems to be something that cannot increase combat power. Am I a natural auxiliary life? He tightened his brows and spat out the chewed weeds, and the sky suddenly darkened. It seems that since the Chunin exam, the village has no longer had the peace it used to be, and it always rains and thunders for 3 days and 5 hours. Eventful autumn. It's time for us to go home. Choji patted his re-rounded belly and narrowed his eyes. The chief strategist of the Konoha gang shook his head and said, go to the stronghold first, Shino should be back. The property left after Liamong left fell into the hands of several younger brothers and became a place for the big guys to discuss matters. When Izumi, Sake, and the spoiled gangsters enjoyed themselves happily. Who says you can't drink before the age of 20? One person carried a small glass of Zira in his hand, and Shino, who is not in the water, pushed on his sunglasses. Recently, the mood in the village has been very impetuous, and the hidden family has also started a gathering activity. Kurama seems to have caught up with Hyuga. They're all crazy. The wine in the glass suffocated. Shikamaru really didn't understand how these people's heads grew. They were caught by the door, or were they filled with water, and that position was so desired. Hokage. A troublesome and intimidating job. Experience the big change firsthand. Shikamaru doesn't think the position is any good. But things in the world are always so helpless, and the Ino-Shikacho family, who have always been close to the Hokage lineage, inevitably got into this mess. It wasn't anyone else who caused all this, it was the gangster who was wandering around. 3 generations of Hokage have crossed the stage, and the first generation of Hokage has left a forehead guard, which has reduced the prestige of the previous Hokage to a minimum. At this time, people's hearts are floating, and even Hyuga, who has been sticking to the position of Eternal S.Ni, has a tendency to emerge. The Konoha shuffle is imminent, and several direct family heirs certainly can't stay out of it, but what can they do with their age? We need a 5th generation Hokage. The answer thrown out loudly floated in on Izumi, and Shikamaru spoke the heart of all ordinary people. Interesting Academy first release. Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, Akamichi Choji were silent for a moment, drank the heat in the cup and went home, and a few days later, the voice of Konoha calling Hokage came to the apex. Uchiha Sasuke, who silently watched all this, stayed in the empty family quarters. Looking around, hundreds of lonely houses were filled with sorrow. Have those dead mice outside yet? The slightly tingling third Tomo Sharingan felt sore and itchy from time to time, strangely uncomfortable, and Ursukako's already disturbed heart became more and more irritable. If you don't go, you will die. A rumble of thunder rumbled across the sky, and Homura Mitokado's roar resounded in Hokage's office. The orphan of the Uchiha family must be brought under control. Let's wait until Lord Jiraiya comes back before making a decision. The dead fish rolled his eyes and couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Now Konoha and Kakashi are also qualified to speak. The last Hokage candidate is him. When Kaharu Udatane saw the tension in the atmosphere, he quickly coughed twice. Now Kakashi is a treasure in the eyes of the consultant. If they can push this kid to the top, they can continue to live in the past. Regardless of whether Jiraiya or Senju Tsunade, whoever takes the top, their situation will become bad. Jiraiya doesn't look lazy and lecherous, but his mind and wrist are not bad at all. He is simply a replica of 3 generations of old men. But compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya obviously won't compromise too much with them, and won't make too many concessions. Acting in the future will inevitably get in the way. If Senju Tsunade is on top. Thinking of the horror, the 2 old guys murmured together. I am afraid not many people know what the woman was thinking. Stinky boy, where are your eyes? The plump, large gravel, and the rounded pestle with the slightest came to the front, and Lu Meng subconsciously took a bite. Sweet. Soft. Stop time. The whole world fell silent. Shizune, who was holding Xiaoshang Pig in his arms, squinted his beautiful black eyes, and the pig's bleeding didn't look like a pig at all. Master Tsunade. Stinky boy, you give me the heavenly foot of pain. The jade feet that were raised to the top of the head slanted into a one-word horse, and Liamong smiled and held his thighs against his waist. Shizune closed his eyes and hugged Dudu. Shizune, who had not heard the sound for a long time, slowly opened his eyes, and the whole person was stunned there for a moment. Paz is placed in front of the women's clothing store, and her forehead is just against the drooping light below her chest. Her small shoulders and thighs hug Tsunade's waist, and her 2 small hands are firmly grasped on her raised arms, no worse than her head. I felt like I started, and I couldn't help but grab 2 at that time. 1 time. 2 clicks. Bouncy. Slippery. Boom. The boy who was getting cheap was smashed into the clothing store with a fist. He aimed, forgot she still had hands. Blue, brother Liamong, dumbly shouted twice, and the little secretary who was picking clothes with Enko rushed to his side. Don't worry, I'm fine. He opened his mouth and struggled to shrink his hands. The pain in his chest was full of aftertastes. If the peony flower dies, it is also a ghost to be a ghost. I am willing to be beaten, and dare to push my body forward. Not very friendly encounters are destined to have no friendly results. After listening to Liamong's request, Tsunade shook his head without thinking. I want me to save people, but there is no door. You can have a window if you don't have a door. For the sake of our acquaintance, this little task is very easy for you. He stretched out his little finger and gestured twice, and Liamong licked his little face. Senju Tsunade still didn't let go, pulled up Shizune and left. A whimper of wind and sand blew past, and Liamong made a trick. I know the news of your grandfather. Despair. Shoes slowly turned around, and Tsunade Haim with blonde hair and golden eyes rushed in front of him. His little neck was pulled to the midair, and he smiled. Beautiful eldest sister, you'd better let go of your hand. I am a little forgetful. Hunk, when you get angry, your head will not work. Stinky boy, you'd better be honest with me. He loosened his collar and put it back on the ground. Tsunade lowered his head and stared at his flowing eyes. The head of the gang raised his head with a grin. You can see if you want to, and there are 2 tails of meat. Besides, we won't suffer. Look to the death. The spring breeze blows, the drums of war thunder, and whoever is afraid of looking at a beautiful woman. Hinata, don't you care? Angrily rattling his knuckles, Mitarashi Anko was about to die of anger next to him. The shy little secretary shook her head gently. She had received traditional education since she was a child, so she would not be angry about such a thing at all. Hearing the conversation in his ears, Lu Meng calmed down his thoughts of playing, and rarely showed a serious look. This is not the place to talk, we. Familiar figures from the left and right came together, one in the east and the other in the west, and the gangster was speechless. Will the class start early? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, how did these 2 guys come so quickly? After a long-lost meeting, the dusk broke through the setting sun, and complex thoughts flew in the evening wind. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? I'll do whatever you want. The tit-for-tat sparks flashed wildly, and the 2 who had eaten together a few days ago were filled with murderous intent in the blink of an eye. Senju Tsunade shook off his blonde hair and glanced at the flowing eyes, but without looking at the 2 of them, he walked from the middle of the broken house to the street. Wait, Jiraiya said solemnly after reaching out to stop the steps. Konoha needs you. The village has decided that you will be the 5th generation Hokage. The jade feet that stopped Bada stepped on the intersection of yin and yang, and the information revealed by the lecherous immortal in a deep voice shocked a large number of people. Cough cough. Uzumaki Naruto holding his neck. Astonishment Jongmu Gaetung Shizune. Mitarashi Anko staring slightly. Although the big guys belong to different forces now, they are all ninjas from Konoha. How will she choose? The evening wind rolled up his robes along with the setting sun like fire, and the whistling blew golden yellow to his cheeks. Tsunade said without turning his head, I refuse. It's very simple, very flat enough to not have any emotional ups and downs, as normal as if you have eaten. It's coughing. The coughing Naruto is silent. Astonished Jongmu Shizune was tongue-tied. Mitarashi, Anko and Hinata were stunned in place. This is not a meal, nor is it to pay. This is the 5th generation of Hokage inheritance. This legendary woman gave up so easily without any hesitation. Stepping on the sunset does not take away any nostalgia, and the fat sheep carrying the huge gambling word walks very firmly, so firm that it is unbelievable. Others have been fighting to the death and fighting for the position all their lives. What is it in her eyes? Looking at Tsunade's heroic back, Lu Meng laughed, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Tsunade. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 61-80. Text Chapter 61_ A belly of bad water is madly trying to support damage. How long are you going to follow me? Tsunade angrily sat on the chair and turned his head. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Jiraiya, who was only 1 aisle away, scratched his head and said, That what? Sitting a short distance away watching, hissing tongue out, Orochimaru wasn't in a hurry at all. He was not in a hurry, and Liamong was even less anxious. Come on, Hinata has an apple, Anko has a watermelon. The packaged fruit plate is distributed around, and the gangster who doesn't feel bad about spending other people's money is triumphant. Why don't you call me dead? Yakushi Kabuto, who was sitting opposite, stared at a table of fruits, meals and pastries. Since the bastard came to Orochimaru, not to mention that the meal money has been doubled more than 10 times, there are still some monster mobs, which is really maddening. Not demolishing the house today, or tearing down the tiles tomorrow. You say, he won't die if he sucks. The knife and pulling the steak twice, Yakushi Kabuto's heart was bleeding. Beef is an expensive thing to die for. As the first-class beef in beef, steak is naturally worth a lot, and eating a piece is worth 10 pounds. Thank you. The sliced beef was put on with forks, and he greeted the free laborers with a Liamong smile. Looking at the empty dinner plate in front of him, Yakushi Kabuto's anger burned into an ocean. Hinata pushed her share over in disgust. I haven't eaten this one yet, you. Thank you. Yakushi Kabuto smiled reluctantly. I'm not hungry. Don't be hungry, give it to me. He grabbed the plate that he pushed past, and Liamong gave his share to the little secretary distress Edley. Don't waste the precious things, they are vegetarians, just feed him radishes in the future. Feed Chinese cabbage without radishes, it's cheap. Brother. Okay, look at how smart Sister Anko is. People know that you have to eat first and then talk about it. These days, you have fast hands, but you don't have to. Eat more to get on the highway. A mouthful of Anko soup and spit out his face, the gang leader took the napkin speechlessly, and Jiraiya Tsunade, who was not far away, looked dumbfounded. Orochimaru's statue at the same table was silent like a clay tire. He figured it out. Don't think about being safe where there is a stinky boy like Liamong. This guy is a scourge for him. Heihei168.com. The old man is dead. Throwing a sentence and raising the wine glass, Jiraiya knocked the lively atmosphere to the bottom, and there was no laughter around. Senju Tsunade's hand that lifted the chopsticks stopped in the air, stopped for a moment, and put the dish back into the bowl. If you die, you will die. He's so old, it's time. Why don't you ask him how he died? Jiraiya didn't intend to mention it at this time. But time waits for no one, and he knew that those two guys would never let him invite Tsunade back. So, now I can only fight Tsunade and still have feelings for the village. If it doesn't work, how did he die has anything to do with me. With a sarcastic smirk, Senju Tsunade chewed 2 bites of his food. Don't forget how Naoki died and broke. You still can't let it go, it's been so many years. Shut up, it's you, can you put it down? Suddenly raised his eyes fixed on Jiraiya. Tsunade hated this kind of sarcastic people the most. What are these years? As if the nightmare that happened yesterday was still in front of her eyes, Senju Tsunade will never forget the 2 people who died in her arms, a younger brother and a lover. Except for the parents and elders, the 2 most important people to a woman are all dead. The death is unclear. Master, what happened to Naoki's death? Tsunade would never believe it if he was in the rear and could be attacked by ninjas from the enemy village. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain. The words he said had long since been forgotten, and the only thing he could remember was the helpless expression on his cheeks. Shortly after that frustration, Tsunade asked an almost similar question, saying that it was almost, but in fact it was a name change. Naoki has become broken, the younger brother is dead, and the lovers have left one after another. Unable to get an answer, Senju Tsunade ran away angrily, and since then left Konoha and never went back. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer. It didn't matter to Tsunade. She knew very well why her brother and Duan died. Naoki is born with 2 types of chakra, which is a prerequisite for awakening Mokuden wood style. Obviously, some people don't want another original Hokage. Tsunade Haim felt an unforgettable pain when he thought of the man who died under the siege of the enemy because of her. Konoha doesn't need Senju. Without an answer, he left the village sadly. Tsunade had already figured it out over the years. The village needs you. The cup in the palm of his hand rippled slightly, and Jiraiya sighed. The past must pass away, and people can't always live in memories. Tsunade, the village. Don't say it anymore. I won't go back no matter what. Juju's words spit out a firm look. Failed in persuasion, was speechless, and Naruto, who was beside him for a long time, was about to open his mouth, and Liamong threw a bun over. I don't have the right to speak here, even if your father is here. His father is Namikaze Minato. He moved a stool over and sat down. Looking at Liamong, Jiraiya wished he could strangle him. Tsunade glanced at Naruto in surprise. She really had nothing to do with the fourth generation of Hokage, and naturally she wouldn't be too curious. On the contrary, it was the uninvited boy who gave her a strong sense of inquiry. It would be better if she could press the floor to death after her inquiry. Jiraiya, you have to have a big face to avoid Faith's coming to invite Tsunade's sister back to the village. I remember, the forehead guard of the original Hokage has been thrown in Konoha, right? Staring at the rippled Yuhishu, he whistled and tilted his head to look at Tsunade Haim, who had no expression on his face. Obviously, this woman is pretending to be confused. It was impossible for her not to know about such a big event in the ninja world. Even if she ignored Shizune herself, she would tell her. There is an older brother who dreams of becoming a Hokage, and there is no reason why Kaden Shizune will not pay attention to the news of Konoha. So why didn't she turn her face? Curiously, he looked at the big cow that was sitting opposite Jiraiya, and Liamong suddenly had a strange idea. Is there really something wrong between the two of them? Probably, it seems, this is also a possibility. In her 50s, she has become an old woman who has defeated the Buddha in battle, and it is impossible to justify not finding a man. Looking at the entire ninja world, it seems that there are not many people who can enter the eyes of Senju Tsunade. And the familiar, only the opposite one is left. Let's forget the poor Uncle Snake. Lu Meng dared to swear to his little bird. That guy would not like even the severely ill patients who came out of the 12 beds of the mental hospital. Stinky boy, what do you mean by that look? The gaze that looked back and forth was caught by someone, and Liamong scratched his head twice. It's okay. You guys continue. I just think, I should take Sister Shizune away, and then find you a curtain. Cover up, and maybe light a few candles. Ah, yes, what you said is so right. Naruto, hurry up and buy wax for the teacher. What Hokage is not Hokage? Can you soak Tsunade back to the village? Are you still afraid that she will not work? Jiraiya, who was awakened by a sentence of Liamong, immediately believed in Chunjism, and was resurrected in a state of blood and blood. But how did he know that there was bad water in Liamong's stomach? An older woman like Senju Tsunade, what had he never seen before? The more diligent you are, the more wasteful you are. If you want to conquer her, you have to cook slowly. Jiraiya, just kill yourself. What is this rhythm? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. Master, the wax is back, look. I not only bought the wax for you, but also bought the flowers for you. Naruto, you. Jiraiya, who turned back to pick up the things, suddenly felt a sense of the sea. This is the wax you bought. And that flower. That's right, it's wax and flowers. Master, are you stupid? The child held the large wax in his hand, and Naruto put the tied juhua under his nose and sniffed it, still fragrant. Jiraiya opened her mouth dully and slowly rolled up her cuffs. You give it to me. Give me death. Boom. His fist smashed the stinky man on the opposite side into the sky. Senju Tsunade snatched Hana and Yu from Naruto's arms and fell to the ground. Lighting the lamp on a date, picking up girls and sending juhua. Jiraiya, my mother will be a stranger to you in the future. Cheeksun sat down like a gas bag. Tsunade started to be silly alone. Orochimaru took advantage of the emptiness to repeat the old words, and wanted to ask her to treat Kimimaro. Heal that child, the conditions are up to you. Dead snake demon, You also have someone you care about. The beautiful eyes revealed a little surprise. With what Tsunade knew about Orochimaru, he couldn't have given so much to any one person. Tsunade with pleading eyes. Kimimaro has a very unique feeling for him. Well, a child, not later. No way. Jiraiya came in from the outside with a tattered body. Tsunade, listen to me, Konoha can only stabilize the situation now if you go back. Even if there is something between you and the old man that can't be solved, he is all dead and the villagers are innocent. Ask for collection. 5th watch, it's a bit late, brothers forgive me, but the 5th watch will definitely be finished. Text chapter 62 _ a sudden thought, the wave of memory. They are all innocent and have nothing to do with me, and Naoki and Duan are also innocent. Interesting academy debuts. Tsunade hated this kind of rhetoric. Jiraiya, remember me, it doesn't matter to me whether the villagers are villagers or not, I don't care about them at all. Tsunade, you've changed. Lowered her head in disappointment. Jiraiya never thought Tsunade would say such a thing. The legendary fat sheep broke out unexpectedly, and the dinner ended without a hitch. The 3 groups of people living in a hotel had their own thoughts. Master Tsunade. Shizune, don't tell me, I will never go back. Tsunadeheim knows better than anyone what that bastard is doing. Senju has been removed from Konoha. With a sigh and a helpless sigh, Tsunade has been a little confused since she got the news, which is why she pretended to be confused in front of Jiraiya. The villagers are innocent. The words that I had repeated several times rang in my ears again. Senju Tsunade took off her bathrobe and immersed herself in Izumi, but the slightly hot cool water could not warm her cold heart. No matter how innocent the villagers are, they can't take the lives of all their Senju clan. Thinking of the 2 grandpas who created the village, and the grandmother who passed away peacefully, Tsunade felt an inexplicable anger. Reason why the tribe left Konoha was not because they sat and watched the kingdom of Vortex fall. Sake of the village, the Senju clan had already died enough. If it is just a normal death, at least they have no regrets to die for the ideal in their hearts. But, a clenched fist spilled fresh yuhi from the water. Tsunade would never forgive those guys. Continue to fight for the villagers. Inheriting the legacy of her grandfather, younger brother, and lover, and fighting for the village they want to protect, she is not that stupid. It was the village who betrayed Senju first, not Senju who betrayed the village first. Now that he is in danger by his own death, he wants to invite her back to remedy it. What did they think of Senju? Is it an umbrella that comes and goes? When in use, hold it on top of your head to resist lightning, and kick it away when not in use. Why did they do this? Just rely on those so-called villagers. If this is what those people rely on, why should she, Senju Tsunade, care? Konoha was created by her grandfather. Since her grandfather had left her forehead guard, she had no reason to go back because she didn't want to go back. Thinking about the life wandering around all these years, Tsunade suddenly felt empty inside. At this time, she suddenly woke up. It turned out that Konoha's place in her heart was so important. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Lost, only know the pain of parting. This is what has supported me over the years. Senju clan, who laughed at themselves, sneered and cut off their relationship with Konoha, seemed to have no home. Recalling her past life, Tsunade suddenly found that, leaving the heartbroken village, she became a rootless duckweed, without even a single support. The only thing worth remembering is also broken. Uzumaki has destroyed the country. Quietly looking back, Tsunade suddenly had a plan to get up immediately. Even if there were only ruins left, there were still childhood memories. Thinking of Uzumaki Mito's grandmother's gentle gaze, Tsunade clattered out of Izumi. Shizune, rest early, we will leave tomorrow morning. Tsunade-sama, you want. Let's go to the ruins of the country of Vortex. The excited expression froze on his face, and Shizune, who thought Tsunade would return to Konoha, was stunned. The country of Vortex, what are you doing there? Lord Orochimaru, why do you tolerate that kid so much? Are you jealous? The upside-down golden eyes swept towards Yakushi Kabuto coldly, and Orochimaru's frosty voice was extremely harsh. Yakushi Kabuto, whose skin was sore, didn't dare to speak twice, and then he talked about the flamboyant person, and he talked a lot. Orochimaru stuck his tongue out and hissed twice, "Kabuto, remember, don't be fooled by appearances. In a way, that kid even surpassed me. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, everyone has their own strengths." The dark golden vertical pupils narrowed. Orochimaru saw Liamong very clearly. That kid is a person who lives completely self-centered, and he does not care about the eyes of the world. Originally, this kind of person should be lonely without any friends, but if you look at him, even little Enko can be turned around. Orochimaru had an unpleasant rage at the mention of his first cherished student. Yakushi Kabuto is speechless. Doesn't he care about the eyes of the world? This sentence is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Because many times, people do not know what is self. I yawned a lot and went back to sleep. The lonely man in the northern hemisphere was very distressed and was kicked out again. How many times is this? Obviously had a girlfriend of Xiaojiabiyu, but Tenten slept in an empty room at night, which he was aiming at too unreasonable. Anko, Anko, you give me a good weight. Turning back and glaring fiercely at the door, the helpless bastard headed towards the crook, and just after turning the corner, there were more people in front of him. Shizune. Is that you? Going to the rooftop together to blow the evening breeze, a low-key and quiet girl with black hair and black eyes can easily make people feel close. It is really difficult for her to develop such a character when she follows a master like Senju Tsunade around. Do me a favor, please. What help? Of course, the beauty-begging Liamong would not say a word, but he regretted it immediately. Help me persuade Lord Tsunade to let her return to the village, now only you have this ability. Staring at the half-big doll in front of him, Shizune really had no choice. All these years away from the village to walk around, she really wanted to have a stable home. Resolutely shook his head and firmly rejected. How could Liamong agree to such a request? Let Senju come back to Konoha, take a swipe, so that 250 things will be done by idiots. Beautiful Shizune sister, I really can't help you with this one. Please. Kato Shizune burst into tears. I'm sorry. After spitting out the 3 words with difficulty and rubbing oil on the soles of his feet, Liamong really didn't dare to face Shizune. Women with pear flowers and rain are always so hard to refuse. Gently sobbing and tearing into midnight, Gaiden Shizune didn't know what to do. Continued to wander. Nearly 20 years of wandering life, the girl's heart is full of wounds. A snow-white windbreaker was draped over his shoulders, and he slowly looked back, and the small face of the gangster leader's smile was reflected in his pupils. Then what? I can borrow your shoulder to use it, but let's say it first, you are not allowed to ask me again. She shrank her head back in fear, and Shizune, who looked terrified, laughed. With tears in her eyes, the beauty seems sad and happy, and the warmth she relies on quietly has a strange warmth. He was just a child. Toho Yuhi, the sun rose, Senju Tsunade packed up and got up to head on the road. Kato Shizune silently picked up the box and followed behind. Not far from them, Orochimaru and Jiraiya stared at each other. Further back, Enko was standing beside the Liuman who embraced Hinata. The 2 men who watched all this from a distance were quietly hidden in the shadows, and Yuhi-yun's robes with a black background indicated their identities. Itachi, don't we really need help? The shark's face turned purple like a crab's lid, and Kisame Hoshigaki's pale green bean eyes almost protruded from his sockets. Sanin's enough to meet one, and now it's good, they've got a whole bunch of them. Can they really grab the power of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column from these perverts? Looking coldly at the crowd marching in the distance, Uchiha Itachi said silently, opportunities are always reserved for those who wait. If there is only one, we will be in trouble. But now it is different, they will come sooner or later, and then it will be our chance. Quote. Really? Kisame Hoshigaki doubted the remarks, tilting his head in disbelief. Sanin's civil war is possible, but it is not so easy for them to get cheap. Tsunade, are you going back to Konoha? Don't be self-righteous, I'm going to the Vortex Kingdom ruins. Glancing coldly at Jiraiya who was following, Senju Tsunade didn't even plan to enter the village gate. The oblique journey through the country of fire has been hurried for nearly a month. When a coast appeared in front of him, his ears were filled with roars. Take a good rest for 2 days, the country of Vortex is not so easy to enter. He whispered to Shizune, and took a break in the leeward cave. Senju Tsunade looked at the starry sky and went out for a night, full of hilarious images from his childhood. It would be nice if it never grew up. An eagle chirped across the night sky, and the Konoha village, which received the news, lit up. Go and call Kakashi right away. After reading the message sent back by Jiraiya, Homura Mitokado Kaharu Utatane had a headache and didn't understand what the woman was going to do. The country of the Vortex has been subjugated for many years, so go there now. Send a support team to welcome the return of the 5th generation Hokage. The village can't afford it anymore. Whether it's Jiraiya or Tsunade, be sure to bring one back to the village. I understand. Nodding solemnly and turning to leave, Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs to call out his teammates. After a short time, the group rushed out of Konoha. Dawn broke Akatsuki, the rising fireball reflected Yuhi on the sea, the sky and the earth were orange and yellow. Seeing Tsunade and the others boarded the boat, Kisame Hoshigaki smiled for the first time, and the smile was extremely ferocious. Until you enter the depths of the ocean. Ask for a reward, the 4th of the 5th watch, I have to save the manuscript from tomorrow. This thing is not too busy, I can't stand it. There is still a chapter, I will go to bed after posting, it is estimated that it will be 9 o'clock, please include more. Text chapter 63_psychic See psychic standing at the bottom of the water looking up at the sky. Brother, when I go back this time, I think, I want to improve my strength. The interesting academy is the first starter. Why do you suddenly think of this? He lowered his head suspiciously, and Liuman stared at Hinata strangely. Little secret uncle bit his lower lip shyly but firmly. I don't want to be always protected by my brother, I also want to stand beside my brother. Even if it's not of great use, as long as I can help you share some good. Little fool, men are born to protect women. Haven't you seen Sister Anko and said nothing? But comforting, he took the cheap sister to the top of the tank, and Liamong patted Hinata on the shoulder with a smile. Anko, who was eating meatballs in the sea breeze, was not happy at the time. What are you talking about? What do you mean I didn't say anything? That's because you guys started too fast, okay. Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi was an instant kill, and the fish-faced monster only fought one-on-one. Anko, who was secretly prepared for ninjutsu, had no chance at all. How could he be heartless in this kid's mouth? Silently waved his hands and nodded to admit his mistake. Liamong was helpless in his heart, and he couldn't die under the thunder, didn't you hear it? This is good, Hinata is determined. Didn't know was that Hinata knew the interests of those 2 guys better than Anko. If it wasn't for Anko holding her back then, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to stand. A terrifying murder that can make people have nightmares in the daytime, and a massive amount of chakra that can scare people to death. Although the 2 men in black Yuhi robes retreated, they became Hinata's heart disease once they met. If the enemy in the future has this kind of strength, she will not be able to give Liuman any help other than getting in the way. Our Hyuga family doesn't need this waste. Holding her head up firmly, Hinata, who held her chest tightly, made up her mind that she would not become a waste, she would become an assistant. Even if you can't stand side by side, stand behind your back. I don't want to burden my brother anymore. Gululu's blisters quietly rose from the dark place on the bottom of the sea, and the faces of Itachi and Shark hidden in the shark shells raised their heads silently. Jiraiya, you're still so shameless. Orochimaru, you are no better than me. Standing side by side at the bow of the boat and mocking each other, the 2 men who wanted to abduct Tsunade away squinted. One with white hair exploded into a hedgehog, the other with a long tongue and a dead look on their faces. With sparks. You give up. Tsunade will never go with you anyway, she never promised you. She didn't promise me, she promised you. Stinky snake, don't be too self-righteous. Toad, looks like it's been a long time, you need to clean up again. Aha, I just happen to be missing a snakeskin bag, why don't you give it to me? The heads that got closer and closer looked at each other with half a finger apart, and Tsunade, who couldn't stand it, threw a wine bottle and slammed it into the bow. If you two make a quarrel, just get out of here. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Her temper is still so irritable, and she doesn't settle with age at all. Just like your dead face, people can't help but feel disgusted when they see it. That's what we at Sanin are like. It's impossible for everything in the world to be the same. Unity is not our style. There will always be discord somewhere. That's why we've gone on different paths. That's why you destroyed Konoha. Although Orochimaru didn't do all of the Konoha disaster, and he wasn't the main point, but this guy was the source, and without him, the bastard wouldn't be let down. The kid took advantage. Using the mouth of the dead to speak of the living and the dead, and destroying all the glory that Konoha once had, how much hatred can this kind of damage be done? After careful investigation, Jiraiya found that the problem here is unimaginably simple. Compared with the turmoil caused by Liamong, the grievances he himself suffered were nothing. However, it was such a little humiliation that caused the turmoil that was about to spread throughout the entire ninja world. In the end, is Konoha doing too much, or this kid is too small? The lecherous fairy really can't figure out. Orochimaru, who summed up the language, raised his head. The destruction of Konoha is not entirely because of hatred, it can even be said that it has nothing to do with hatred. For me, tears have no meaning. Since I was chosen by God, I must abandon everything to explore the truth in this world. At first, you may feel sorry for your cruelty and horror, and often cry away to enjoy destroying Konoha, just to prove himself. Snakes like moving things. Konoha has been quiet for too long. I don't like it, so I teased it. Quote. The old man is right, you're a lunatic. Thank you for the compliment, it's been a long time since I received such a sincere evaluation. Orochimaru, who spit out Yuhi's tongue and hissed twice, was not ashamed but proud, and spent a lot of time talking with his companions. Long-term loneliness always requires venting, but there are not many people worthy of his conversation. Unfortunately, there are two of them in front of you. Jiraiya. Tsunade, standing beside him and lying on the beach chair, sighed after hearing Orochimaru's words. The three apprentices taught by the same master ended up walking in different directions, even in opposite directions. Orochimaru chose to pursue the truth, Jiraiya chose to seek protection. What about her? The fat sheep of the second Sannin, the legendary first female ninja, the originator of the medical ninja, suddenly felt that he had failed like that, as if he had lost himself since he left the village. Too much nostalgia for the past. Thinking of the pain that lasted for 30 years, Senju Tsunade suddenly asked, can people live beautifully only by forgetting the past? Don't go to extremes, forgetting the past is betrayal. Looking back suddenly, Jiraiya didn't want to be a passerby with Tsunade. Orochimaru also hissed twice, man, it is necessary to indulge in sentimentality and imagine past images to further confirm your determination. Tsunade, your mind is too fragile. If you can't take revenge, don't. Remembering the past hatred can only be exchanged for meaningless pain. Quote. Orochimaru, with a stern voice, Konoha's already messed up enough, and Jiraiya will never allow anyone to do it again. The corners of his mouth raised in disdain, Sannin Leng-kun turned his head. All that has been said, and now all that needs to be done is to wait for the results. This kind of thing has been done many times in the past, but all of them are to fool the immature children. He is not sure whether he can arouse Senju Tsunade's revenge. The process of choosing is painful and difficult, which is not only a test of one's own mind, but also a decision to reselect a direction. Just when Senju Tsunade indulged in the past to find the direction of life, Kisame Hoshigaki, who had been waiting for a long time, finally made his move. Once he made a move, it was the ultimate move. Shark muscle and human body fusion. Facing Sanin, it would be courting death if I didn't show my housekeeping skills. If I were in other places, I really didn't have the courage to take action. But it's different here. The ocean is my domain. Sweden, water style, infinite shark. Hand seal, hands slammed in front of him, and 0 shark-shaped water bombs that rushed out like fireworks blasted towards the ship overhead. Such strong chakra fluctuations are not good. Come to us. We're all strong men who have been famous for a long time, and the name of Sanin is given for nothing. The other party is a Sweden, water-style, ninjutsu-type ninja who uses psychics. The ship was destroyed, and in the face of the unknown enemy in the ocean, it would be a brain dead if you didn't protect yourself first. Make the same decision at the same time. Sanin, who bit his thumb, waved and patted the empty space. 3 huge white mushroom clouds exploded, and the psychic beasts that met each other instantly widened their eyes, each as tall as a 7 or 8-story building. Toad Bunta with a copper-headed hardcore smoking pouch in his mouth. A snake with a triangular head and a purple Madara pattern. Attack power normal healing ability pervert, slug. Jiraiya, are you planning to have a class reunion? Orochimaru, if you don't give me enough offerings, I'll stop with you. Master Tsunade. Completely different characters, completely different psychic beasts. Sanin 3 psychics. The scene that has been missing for decades is staged again on the sea leading to the country of Vortex. Toad Wentai, who had a black head and a scar on his left eye, said, "Is that kitten your opponent, or are you going to fight this stinky snake this time?" Wentai, I think you are impatient. The enemy hadn't seen any trace yet, so he pinched himself first, and Liamong, who was lying on the top of Zaifeng's head, had a black line on his forehead. The enemy is underwater. Although she wondered why the tigers summoned by the stray manes could fly, Jiraiya knew that this was not the time to pay attention. Hearing that the enemy was hiding in the water, the 3 psychic beasts turned black. Who is going down? Looking at each other, Wan Shi turned his head away, and Wentai's 2 toad eyes looked into the air. The ghost shark, who the cat wanted to attack in the water shark bullet, looked at Itachi blankly. That's the psychic beast they are famous for. We are going to fight against such a guy. Ninja is a profession that requires patience. You are too impatient. Yuhi Sharingan watched without any fear, and a trace of admiration flashed in Uchiha Itachi's vague eyes. Such existence may be the master's own destiny, and powerful people are qualified to write the rules. When will the bird that yearns for freedom open its wings? Sasuke, brother is waiting for your flight. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. The 5th of the 5th watch, the most satisfying chapter today, written with a cup of bitter coffee, for the sake of hard work in the cloud. Brothers and sisters, give me some strength. Don't keep the monthly pass, let's keep long hair. Text chapter 64 Zephyr is not a cat. What kind of person raises some kind of dog? How long it has been? 5 minutes after the 3 psychic beasts appeared, they floated by in the blink of an eye, and nothing popped out from under the sea, as if the attack just now had never happened. HeyHey168.com. Scared away. Hinata, look with Byakugan. The veins around the milky white eyes floated and looked down. The little secretary glanced for a long time and lowered his head. Yes, I'm sorry brother, Hinata is really useless. The enemy is too far away, I can't see it. Byakugan's range is only 1 kilometer, so don't be embarrassed. With his gray-brown pupils looking down, Mitarashi Enko reminded Liamong. The gangster patted Hinata on the shoulder comfortingly, sitting on the head of Zaifeng and looking down. The calm sea, Wentai, Wan Snake, and Slug each occupy one side, constantly scanning the bottom of the sea in a triangle shape. Jiraiya, are you sure there is someone underwater? The big pipe in his mouth exhaled a thin piece of mist, and Wentai's claws on the short knife shrank. Speaking of a short knife, it is relative to the height of its 7 or 8-story building. The length of this toad short knife is definitely more than 10 meters. Pervert is speechless. The lecherous immortal grinned brightly, not knowing how to answer. Where is the enemy, Orochimaru? The purple-striped giant snake coiled into a spiral, and the snakes hated the sea breeze here, and even the sea water here. I want 200, no, 300 living people when I go back this time. Matsuri, or I'll eat you. Shut up, if you don't want to be cleaned up, Matsuri will give it to you. Wanshi has a bad temper, and Orochimaru has an even worse temper. But in order to use this guy, he had to make appropriate compromises. Hearing Orochimaru's agreement, Wanshi immediately shut up and selectively ignored the previous words. Clean up, there is less time for the two of them to clean up with each other. In the ninja world, the relationship between him and Orochimaru is probably the worst. Fighting is a common thing, and there are too many times with desperate efforts. Master Tsunade, do you want me to go down and have a look? Slugs are always more reliable than two bad-tempered guys. Senju Tsunade's beautiful big eyes looked at the water surface and shook his head gently. Since the opponent can lurk in the water, he must be very good at water warfare, and you may suffer a loss if you go down. The toad and the stinky snake over there have this ability. It's a pity that their two masters are too useless. Tsunade. The two pairs of eyes brushed and turned, and both Jiraiya and Orochimaru sighed. However, I have to admit that what they said is right, the two of them are really not very obedient. Toad Wentai is a typical underworld member. He stood on the top of Mount Myoboku and worshipped him. There are indeed many younger brothers under his hands. Interesting Academy first release. Not to mention Wan Snake, this guy who wants to eat people when he comes out, can imagine how stinky his temper is. If you want these two guys to fight in the sea, it is impossible for the sun to hit the earth and come out. I don't want to go back with sea salt, it's too uncomfortable. The grave-sized toad narrowed his eyes and cursed inwardly, and Mrs. Wen had no intention of entering the sea. Although 10,000 snakes didn't deal with it, they also had the same idea, go into the sea. It is true that Lao Su can go into the water, but Lao Su never planned to go into the sea, the ghost knows what is inside. No matter how arrogant psychic beasts are, they will not be so arrogant that they think they are invincible. Wan Shi is very aware of the horrors of the ocean. Even during the war between the ancient tailed beasts, no one dared to get in the water with 3 tails. Come to a pair of dead pair, even Kyubi, 9 tails, can only show his might on land. The ocean will always be the world of Gigi. Those who are knowledgeable know how to be afraid. The snakes are reluctant to enter the sea, and the slugs are too weak to fight underwater. Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru thought to themselves, and decided to enter the country of Vortex first. Let's go. Pretty Face swept aside and drove the slug on its way. Seeing this, Jiraiya snorted twice, and Wentai from the bottom swept his eyes to the side. Stinky Snake, do you have the guts to compare your speed? Dead Toad, I think you are impatient, can you beat me in speed? You can't compare it, and you won't know until after the comparison. What are you screaming for here? It was difficult for them to meet once, and they didn't get into a fight without getting angry, which is the character of Wentai and Wan Shi. The two guys discharged their anger from the air, paused for a moment, and jumped out. A frog with a mouth, 2 eyes and 4 legs, plop. Thump. Wentai, who jumped up, was indeed a toad, and the 2 long legs were crooked, and they jumped for hundreds of meters. The snake's tail swaying side by side with it, the S-shaped forward dragged out the old waterline, and rushed forward like a torpedo missile. At the beginning, Wentai was able to take a little advantage, but later on, the solar terms were worse. Although the toad jumps fast, it has a natural disadvantage, and it does a lot of useless work together. The 10,000 snakes were different. People flung their big tail against the sea surface and rushed out, and the water surface was slippery than the ground, which took a lot of advantage invisibly. Dead Toad, I really want to swallow you this time. He turned his head arrogantly and mocked. One snake's arrogant approach was so arrogant that Wentai wished he could use the knife on the spot. Stinky Snake, wait for me. Quote. Biting his pipe and using his strength to suckle, Toad Wentai burst out with all his strength, and every time he fell, he would leave a small impact on the sea. Thump, thump, he seemed to be resentful. They have such a good relationship. Mitarashi Anko sighed against the sea breeze as he smiled and patted the lewd man's shoulder with wide eyes. The bastard with black lines on his forehead glanced down dully, but he didn't see anything friendly between these two big guys. Sister Anko, do you have a high fever? Stinky boy, I think you're on fire. Chuckle, Hinata's little face. Yuhi clung to the long hair on Zaifeng's back, and the golden tiger, which was already 4 or 5 meters tall, ran after him with a roar. The wind stirred the clouds, and the Uzumaki around the vortex country were everywhere. These long-lasting Uzumaki were their best defense. If there is no insider to lead the way, if you want to go in, you will be courting death. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki, a distant relative of Senju, was able to establish a country here to recuperate. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the barriers are, they cannot resist the betrayal of traitors. It is a complete joke to say that the countries of the continent are afraid of the seal technique of the vortex country. Although there is indeed a fear of sealing after the distribution of tailed beasts, it is indeed some people in Konoha who really gave them the courage to shoot. Ruined the Uzumaki family, who had a natural barrier, but also made the Senju family run away in anger. Coming to this place again after many years, Tsunadeheim's tears fell. Master Tsunade. I'm fine. Raising the back of his hand to wipe away the tears, Senju Tsunade lowered his eyes and nodded to the slug. I'll retire first. After a sentence was finished, the smoke dissipated, and Wentai and Wanchi, who heard the sound, glared at each other. Take care of your stinky snake next time. Jiraiya, don't call me in this kind of ghost place in the future. Dead toad, I must swallow you next time. Orochimaru, don't forget the Matsuri product you promised. Bang, bang, the smoke dissipated with 2 bangs, and the reassembled crowd stepped on the water. Deep under the sea, Kisame Hoshigaki spit out a bubble, facing 3 giant psychic beasts at the same time. His pressure is not ordinary. The reason why Sanin can become famous in the ninja world has an inseparable relationship with those 3 perverts. Itachi, are we going to attack? Wait, if we don't get the chance, we'll do it when they come back. These people can't stay together forever. Your patience is always so full. I hate such boring waiting the most. Waiting can make a person progress, and impatient ninjas are not qualified ninjas. Sharingan swept away. Uchiha Itachi knew the characters of his companions very well. Kisame Hoshigaki curled his lips dejectedly. I was the former Anbu sub-commander. Then why did you defect? Rarely joking, Uchiha Itachi's icy expression made him angry. Ghost Shark's livid shark face turned cold. You've been in Anbu too, you should know where it is. A false life always makes people feel less of themselves. Although as a ninja, you shouldn't have a sense of existence. But I still want to be able to live with dignity. It doesn't matter if I become the bad guy in the eyes of the world, because their opinion is just a joke to me. Is there a sense of existence? Silently crossed his hands in the water shark, and looked at Uchiha Itachi over the sea. Following Senju Tsunade running back and forth among the Uzumaki, the stray man riding on the west wind's back was covered in water stains. I really don't want to come to this kind of ghost place a second time. Roar. A roar in the sky is counted as a response, and Zaifeng also doesn't like the feeling of getting wet. Be optimistic about your psychic beast. Be careful to die if you go to the wrong place. I know Tsunade's sister, but Zephyr is not a psychic beast, it's my pet. The slap on the head lightly patted the wet striped forehead. Sanin was stunned by the flamboyant words. Pet. Anyone else keep this as a pet? This stinky boy is so mysterious. Buzzing humming lightly twice, the 2 dolphins with their little hooves looking at Shizune, Xiaoshangzu's whole face was contorted together. Don't be afraid, it won't eat you. Turning his head to look at Zaifeng, who was obviously malicious, Dudu didn't believe this sentence at all. Terrifying big tiger with a bad laugh and eyes full of food, obviously just wanted to eat it. Okay, don't scare the pigs again, I'll get you something to eat later. He patted Zaifeng's forehead a little hard, and Liamong, who turned over and jumped onto the land, was immediately stunned. This place. Seeking Collection, and Seeking Monthly Pass, will start 3 shifts today. Brothers and sisters, please support the cloud at the end of the month, thank you in advance. Text chapter 65 _ The oath that resounds through the sky is used to the belief that pierces the sky. There are many ruins and houses collapsed everywhere. Even after decades of separation, it is a pity that you can see the tragic war of the year. Interesting Academy first release. Look at the traces left in those house walls. The wooden archway with a height of tens of meters was cut off by something unknown. Judging from the traces of the break, it was obviously the result of a split. Maybe a giant stick, maybe a big knife, maybe something else. In addition to this shocking wooden archway, other places are not simple. The big pits of various powerful ninjutsu, the strange scars caused by various secret techniques, walking in the ruins of the country of Vortex, just it seems to have returned to the ancient battlefield that is being torn apart. This is a war destined to become an epic memory, a slaughter full of intrigue and madness. Oh poor country of Vortex, watching it, Senju Tsunade is full of tears. I'm sorry I came back too late. Knees, facing the lost kingdom, Senju Tsunade shed tears of remorse and remorse. Unstoppable tears ran down their cheeks. Looking at the woman lying on the ground crying bitterly, everyone was a little heartbroken. Tsunade. Get out of here. Pushing Jiraiya down, who wanted to comfort him, Senju Tsunade glared at the man angrily. Look at it, Jiraiya, look at it, look here, look at everything here, you still have what's the reason for me to go back to Konoha? Tsunade me. The words stuck in his throat couldn't come out, the lecherous immortal really couldn't explain it. You have the nerve to leave the logo of the Kingdom of Vortex behind your back, what a disgusting face, are you bullying our Senju clan? Grabbing 2 handfuls of dirt with resentment, Tsunade would never forgive Konoha for having mistakes made. Not only because of the death of his younger brother and lover, but also because of the ruined country in front of him. The country of Vortex to Konoha cannot be counted by reason. What Konoha owes the country of Vortex, the mainland also owes the country of Vortex. But these bastards who owe the country of Vortex actually destroyed the country of Vortex. Kindness repays vengeance. This is kindness vengeance. Counting with your fingers, which country on the mainland seals tailed beasts is not spread from the country of Vortex. But precisely because of this, they were extremely afraid of this country, and then formed a coalition under the betrayal of shameless traitors. Was Konoha doing at the time? Haha, this village that owes the most to the country of Vortex actually used the excuse of not recovering its combat power after the 3 wars, and sat and watched the country of Vortex fall. The first generation of Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Mito. The second generation Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Kushina. The third generation Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki, column power Uzumaki Naruto. Really ironic. He clearly wanted to keep the tailed beast master in his own hands, but he had to find a disgusting excuse. The high-level Konoha was extremely disgusting. 3 generations, Danzo, Kaharu, Menyon, these 4 old guys, none of them are good people. The 3-generation old man standing at the front desk is actually full of bad water. Danzo didn't do anything good by hiding in the dark, and the 2 fought to sing the double reed better than anyone else. How Bashi died, how his cousin died, Senju Tsunade will never forget. First White Fang, then Orange Water, the Mesozoic powerhouses passed away one after another, and later even their Sanin was attacked. First, the younger brother Nawaki was assassinated by the enemy village ninja when he was out on a mission. Tsunade couldn't understand, how could the rear of Konoha be infiltrated by the enemy village ninja? Penetration doesn't matter, why does it happen so coincidentally? Not long after Nawaki's death, she was surrounded and annihilated by an enemy village ninja ambush on the battlefield. If the lover hadn't sacrificed his life to save him, he would have died in the Third War. Disappointed, he left Konoha angrily, and he has been gone for 30 years. Not long after Tsunade walked on his forefoot, Orochimaru was expelled from the village in the name of an experiment. Although Tsunade also felt that it was wrong to do that, but which country did not do it secretly? Orochimaru is gone, and Jiraiya is not. Speaking of Sannin, this guy is the most slick. He is pretending to be a top 2, and seeing that the situation is not good, smearing oil on the soles of his feet is a top 3. Such life experience and past, how could Senju Tsunade go back to Konoha? Jiraiya, are you here to give me a reason? The villagers are innocent, that's my reason. The words I said several times in the past were brought up again, and the lecherous immortal's eyes were particularly serious. No matter what the high-level fight is, it has nothing to do with ordinary people. We can't because of the darkness of the power struggle, just let the ordinary villagers die. Go back, Tsunade, Konoha needs you, and only you can keep the village alive. The villagers are waiting for you, Hokage, 5th generation. Don't say these nice things. Jiraiya, you want me to go back, not because of me, but because of my surname. Because my surname is Senju, because my grandpa gave up on Konoha, you got slapped in the face, that's why you want to call me back. You're right, Konoha owes you Senju. But you can't just let the villagers die because of that. I said, their life and death have nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Pointing out a finger to Jiraiya's face door, Tsunade walked towards the ruins. The villagers are innocent. No matter how innocent they are, they can't be more innocent than the Kingdom of Vortex. The dead souls of distant relatives are watching me, and they want me to help the enemy to watch the house. Dream. I didn't destroy Konoha with my own hands, you should be lucky. Tsunade you, repeatedly persuading people to and fro not only did not persuade people to return, but destroyed the last trace of friendship. Jiraiya, who heard the chill in Tsunade's words, understood that he had failed completely. If you continue to persuade him, it will really arouse Tsunade's ferocity. If this woman gets angry, she doesn't care about anything. The name of Sannin is the fierce name played in the battlefield. Cold Kun Orochimaru, Crazy Ghost Jiraiya, Fat Sheep Tsunade. The first two knew that they were ruthless people, but the insiders knew that the one who really couldn't be irritated was neither the Cold Kun nor the Mad Ghost, but Tsunade, the fat sheep whose nickname sounds very soft. A hungry wolf in sheep's clothing. No, wolves can't describe Senju Tsunade's ferocity. If she goes crazy, she'll be the first female Tyrannosaurus Rex. A Tyrannosaurus Rex in sheep's clothing, this is the true portrayal of Tsunade Heim. Jiraiya, it looks like you can't do it anymore. Hissing smirk raised the corners of his mouth, and Orochimaru was already here today. From the moment he left the village, he knew that Konoha would not get better, and now that the prediction has come true, the exhilaration in his heart is beyond words. I will watch it go to destruction with my own eyes. There is no eternal group in the world, the longer it exists, the more it becomes corruption. Jiraiya, you go to ruin with that rotten village, I have foreseen your future. Dead face, don't let you talk nonsense there. The village will not perish, it will be reborn. The will of fire will be passed down from generation to generation. As long as there are leaves flying, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine. The village, and let new leaves sprout. The true power of ninjas is revealed when they want to protect those they treasure most. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not allow anyone to destroy the village, and the glory of my father will not be desecrated. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will kill you. The words uttered by the aura burst resounded through the sky like thunder, and everyone stopped in the ruins of the country of vortexes. Senju Tsunade that will walk past the ruined archway. Kato Shizune with a complicated expression. Ridiculous Orochimaru. Turning around and staring at the high-spirited child, no matter what everyone's ideas are, they have to express their admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Perhaps, this is the real Uzumaki Naruto, a guardian stronger than anyone else. Like his father, he loved the village and was willing to give everything for it. Not because of power, not because of fame, but because there are people who need their protection. Even if they paid any price for it, they had no regrets. I'm so proud of you, boy. It doesn't matter if Tsunade can't be found, it's enough to hear those words. With Naruto, there is no tomorrow for Konoha. Snapped. There were 2 rounds of applause, and he let go of Hinata's slack and nodded, yes, really good. Uzumaki Naruto, from now on, you are removed from the Konoha gang. Boss, blurted out exclamation and widened his eyes in disbelief. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Liamong dumbfounded. Where there is light in the world, there is darkness. You, who have been treated unfairly since you were a child, were really not easy to find light in the dark. The reason why I accepted you into the gang was because I couldn't bear it. It wasn't true. I need you. Gangs are not a place for good people, and now that you've found your way, it's time to leave. Gangs don't need you anymore, you don't need gangs anymore, and we have completely different ideas. Boss, I don't say anything else. You don't want to do anything when you steal people's money. I know we are not the same. Liamong said and looked at the sky. There is no pure black and white in the world, you live the sun. Yes, the sunshine makes people feel stinging. This world is a world where the strong eat the weak, but you think too much of it. Good people don't necessarily make good things. If the original Hokage can be relentless and unify the continent, it will not be. World War II and 3 World Wars. Although a unified country will still be divided after a long period of decay, there is always a period of peace and happiness. When people fight against each other, there will be no real peace in the world. The era of Onmyoji and samurai is ended by the era of ninjas. The era of ninja will also be ended by other eras. This is heavenly path. Quote. The eyes that looked up at the sky swept to the 4 directions, the eyes of the radiant, annihilated. Shizune. Who? Ask for a reward, and, ask for a monthly pass, are the most satisfying chapters so far. In this chapter, the cloud has written all the conflicts between different concepts. I hope my friends can like it. Anyone who has an opinion can come to the group to discuss. Text chapter 66 _ the so-called awakening to cut off the sneak attack of the past. The broken beam of the house fell to the ground, and everyone who was deeply shocked by the flow of light woke up. Heihei168.com. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Orochimaru. The 3 legendary figures of the ninja world all had an unbelievable tremor. Is this really what a baby can tell? Compared to the gleaming light looking at the sky, regardless of Jiraiya or Naruto's insistence, it's flimsy to make people laugh. Perhaps only Orochimaru, a madman who pursues immortality and wants to break through all the truth in the world, can compare with it. Damn boy, I like you more and more. Xing Yuhi's long tongue spit out hiss twice, and the Liuman who was struck by the thunder almost dropped his head to the ground. Uncle Snake, can you be more clear next time? I'm not going to do it. You. The pale face twitched violently, and Orochimaru realized that he shouldn't have answered the bastard. Which one is the real fluff? Whether it was the prophet who spoke bluntly about heavenly path just now, who had foresight, or the undistinguished bastard in front of him, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were a little confused. But no matter what it is the same for Hinata. She only knows that she likes this person and wants to stand behind him. Without Liamong's care over the years, Hinata really doesn't know if she can persevere. We at Hyuga don't need such waste. Gently hugged her arms and pressed her little head to her chest, the little girl who needed care shed tears happily. He's a nasty little bastard. Mitarashi Anko made the final assertion, puffing his cheeks in a huff. Crowd paused for a while and continued to move forward. Kisame Hoshigaki, who came out of the water with 000, turned his head and said, that kid has a wise head, very similar to you. He is stronger than me, and his vision is farther. But because of this, he is suddenly in front of him. No matter what the heavenly path is, we are all human beings. Humans are not heaven, and we can't live that long. So we only fight for the day and the night. Do not seek the future. What will happen in the future has nothing to do with us. After 100 years, everything will turn to dust. The future generations should be concerned about the future generations. We don't need to pay attention at all, and it is meaningless to pay attention. You're so ruthless. It's not ruthless, it's called reality. Known by the 3 generations of Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, who has been able to think like a shadow since the age of 7, is also able to penetrate the world. But unlike Lu Meng, who chose to follow the crowd and only care about himself, he bravely challenged his fate. As a result, he was broken and bloody, and finally he could only pin his hopes on his younger brother. Do you regret it? Uchiha Itachi never thought about that because it didn't make any sense. Wait, they're about to part. Jiraiya, how long are you going to follow? Now that he said that, he shouldn't continue to follow. Senju Tsunade looked at the lecherous immortal with a very unkind look. Follow me any longer, and I will let you sleep here forever, and the kingdom of Vortex will be endless. The soul of the dead to accompany the sin. Quote. Naruto, let's go. I wanted to accompany the last process to say goodbye to the past, but I didn't expect that they would not even give this opportunity. A long sigh, he grabbed the 4th generation son and turned to leave. Jiraiya's background was desolate, and Young Frog became a passerby from then on. Interesting Academy first release. Jiraiya is gone. The cat's mung-bean eyes lit up in the soil, and Kisame Hoshigaki looked at Itachi excitedly. Should we do it now? They shouldn't come to help. Everything has an accident. Just in case, it's better to go to sea and do it again. I'm afraid something will happen. The ghost shark also knows that returning to the sea is the best way to do it, but his 6th sense tells him that if he doesn't do it for a while now, there will definitely be trouble. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the direction where Orochimaru and Tsunade left and shook his head. The relationship between Sannin is complicated, and it's not good for us to do anything here. Let's go back. An eagle squeaked through the sky, and Itachi, whose voice was suddenly fixed, narrowed his Sharingan. Konoha's support is here. Trouble. The iron-green shark's face froze slightly and manipulated his body to sink into the ground. The ghost shark understood that their mission this time would be over. Who will be the support from Konoha? Looking at the 2 boats entering the land of waves from afar, Uzumaki Naruto shouted excitedly, Mr. Kakashi, Master Guy. Lord Jiraiya. The gray-white broom head scratched twice, and Kakashi greeted the lecherous fairy. Might Guy, who was standing next to him, interjected anxiously, where's Tsunade-sama? She won't go back. With a long sigh and shaking her spiky head, Jiraiya walked towards the boat lonely. Might Guy suddenly became an eggplant. Master Jiraiya, Master Tsunade she. Slowly turning around and looking at the way down, the dignified 5th generation Hokage slowly clenched the Kiba pass. I don't want to make this decision, but for Konoha me. Can only say sorry. S-level mission, stop the combination of snakes and sheep. Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Shiranui Genma, and similar, I order you as the 5th generation Hokage. Follow me to kill Konoha Super S-level missing Nino Orochimaru, S-level missing Nin Deadwood Stray and prevent their possible union with Senju Tsunade. Quote. Master Jiraiya, the boss is him. Naruto, you have to understand that no matter what reason the kid has, he has deeply hurt Konoha. Since the old man has decided to take over the 5th generation Hokage, he must be judged. Now, the old man officially announced that the Deadwood is in Chunin. During the exam, he was convicted of conspiring to subvert Konoha, and he immediately informed the ninja world after returning to the village. Quote. The order that could not be refused was given, and Uzumaki Naruto widened his eyes dully, not understanding why the 2 gangs who were fine just now were about to fight to the death in a blink of an eye. Master Jiraiya, Teacher Kakashi. Looking at the distant sea and breathing in the sea breeze, the pale-haired Toad Immortal sighed, and pressed Naruto's yellow-haired head as if helpless and warning, you have to remember, this is the fate of ninjas. Why? We obviously ate together. Why do we want to be with them? Naruto. Jiraiya's voice was deep. Their union endangers Konoha. For the sake of the village, the old man must make this decision. I don't want to hurt them more than you, but as Hokage, the safety of the village must be released. First, your father, Namikaze Minato, knew that there was a conspiracy behind him, but he still sacrificed himself to seal Kyuubi, 9 Tails. This is righteousness. As his son, you must understand this truth. Quote. Master Jiraiya, I understand what you want to say. Your relationship with Kuchiki Liamong is the same as me and Orochimaru Tsunade. But in the face of Konoha's safety, even a former close friend must have the courage to use a knife. Don't forget, the damage done by the village. I came, I went, I didn't come out. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to say that I understood, but let him shoot Liamong, but he couldn't clench his fist. During the 6 years of his life at the ninja school, how much hardship would he have had to endure if he hadn't been protected by the Liuman? Naruto, who has been treated differently since he was sensible, knows in his heart who is truly good to him. He really can't do it for those who have hurt him before, and to those who have been protecting him all the time. Even if he decides to stay in the village and become a shadow because of his father's relationship, he is not willing to do anything to hurt Liamong. Why should the wrongs of the past be borne by the present? Master Jiraiya, the boss is at fault, isn't the village gone? Before the incident, you were not Hokage, why should you care about the past? Naruto, you must understand that there are some things that you can't do if you don't want to do it. This is your position as a ninja. Since you choose one side, you must give up the other side. Do you understand? The extremely heavy 3 words were uttered, and Jiraiya herself burst into tears. Choices are always difficult. From the words he just said, he knows that he has no friends anymore. As a shadow, you must have the consciousness of being a shadow, which is why he was reluctant to accept the position of Hokage before. But now that you have chosen, you will never regret it. Ying is ruthless. How many people the old man has personally sent to die? Jiraiya as an apprentice knows very well that a warrant is issued, and a life is lost. How many times he dreamed back at midnight, he could find the figure of the old man in front of the memorial tablet. Jiraiya, the old man's hands are dyed with fresh yuhi. There are enemies, and there are people of my own. This is the sadness of being a superior. Look at these names, many of them hate me. This is the shadow helpless. But at some point, the old man has no choice. Either you die, or he dies. You have to choose a suitable person to do it. In the future, you will also become a leader. Remember, follow the advice of a teacher. Send the most suitable person to the most suitable position, and do things worthy of your heart. Quote. Are you really ashamed? Remembering the lonely look in the old man's eyes when he said these words, Jiraiya suddenly understood. Let's go. He clenched his fist suddenly, his fingertips pierced into his palm, and from now on, he is the 5th generation of Hokage. Resolutely brought boundless loneliness and determination, Jiraiya's heart gradually became frozen from this moment, just like when she was on the battlefield in the past. The boundless murderous intent overflowed, and the 2 mice with the cat in the ground instantly stiffened. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hoshigaki. Is this the horror of the strong on the battlefield? No wonder those old immortals used to say that ninjas who have never been on the battlefield can't be called real elites. There's nothing we can do, we haven't experienced that era, and of course we won't have the murderousness of them. But we're not too bad. Itachi, is this self-soothing? No, I just know my position very well. Uchiha Itachi naturally has his comparison in his mind as to who is stronger and who is weaker in the ninja world. In order to pave the way for Sasuke, he does no less investigation than anyone else. Crunch removed the broken branch Jinchuriki column, and Lu Meng, who walked into the main hall, couldn't help but sigh that the Kingdom of Vortex is really an amazing place. Look at this all-wood palace, which is as high as 10 feet. Even if it has been in ruins for 30 years, you can imagine Weyang at that time. Although it is not as good as the atmosphere in memory, it also has a different flavor. Sister Tsunade, there are no treasures hidden here. Those treasures have been robbed long ago. Senju Tsunade touched the tables and chairs in the room sadly, as if the past appeared in front of Senju Tsunade's eyes. Why she is called a princess is not because of Konoha or the country of fire, but because of this place. Her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, is the princess of the Uzumaki country, and she also received the title of princess. As a testimony of the friendship between the Uzumaki country and Konoha, it is also the twisted belt of the Senju family and the Uzumaki family. However, now that the country of the vortex is gone, and the Senju family can't escape from the world, whether it is life or death, there is no sound. How have they been all these years? Tears left the hall where the wind was exposed everywhere, the setting sun was like blood, and everyone stopped. The icy sea breeze blew the rattling cloves, and Senju Tsunade with flying blonde hair looked like a cold star. Jiraiya, are you ready to start here? I'm sorry. 3 words full of infinite affection were spit out, and Jiraiya, who closed and opened his eyes, no longer had any nostalgia, and the murderous intent came out through his body, and his heart was immediately cold to the top of his head. He aimed, this brain-dead thing is going to start here. Picked up Hinata and pulled Anko to fly back, but before the man landed, the tiger rushed out. The west wind, which suddenly emerged from the void, was about to bow his head to meet the person, and a flash of thunder dazzled his pupils. Squeak as if the thunder of Chidori's cry flashed, the anger of the livid is enough to burn the whole ocean. Kakashi, you are courting death. Ninjas can't be handled with common sense. Since they choose to betray, they must have the consciousness of betrayal. The right hand that stabbed with all his strength was flashing with blue electric flowers. 3 Tomo Sharingan went to the limit. The flaming right hand grabbed the lightning-flashing Chidori, the silver-colored hair stood upright and his eyes were like ice. Kakashi, you are worthy to mention betrayal to me. You are the most qualified to say these 2 words. I just betrayed the rubbish who betrayed me, but you betrayed the family that raised you. I said long ago that you are not worthy to be the head of the Hatake family. Look at your disgusting eyes, kind of you just use him to stare at me. 3 demonic illusions in a row, 1 bubble didn't pop up. Kakashi, who wanted to grab the hostage and force him to be a man, narrowed his pupils. Demonic illusion immune. Wrong. Not immune, it should be ineffective, this kid. From Kakashi's sudden sneak attack to Liuman's dodging, it only took 2 blinks of an eye, and Tsunade Orochimaru, who knew that Jiraiya had arranged everything, was sinking like water. The sea breeze is undulating, the waves are moving, and the war is about to break out. Ask for a reward, and ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, 0 words for strength. This chapter is really inseparable, and I don't want to. Text chapter 67_turbulence after the reversal of the verbal confrontation. A few strands of purple quietly appeared in his right hand that was on fire, and in the blink of an eye, the dark purple Uzumaki began to grab Kakashi's right wrist with a stream of light and spread rapidly around. Interesting Academy. Vicious poison moon capture. There was a rumbling sound, the terrifying poisonous mist retracted violently, and the fallen clods were dyed with splendor. You're still running fast, are you a soil stand-in? He lowered his eyes and glanced at the mound of dirt left on the ground, and Liamong stared at the opposite side. Call everyone out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people, there are still quite a few. Quote. What happened? Kakashi, whose cat was in the soil, all the other ninjas narrowed their eyes. Is this kid a sentient ninja? Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, 2 guys who had been hiding in the farthest way to get a bargain came out, and 4 other ninjas came out 1 step ahead of them. A Konoha technician, a man who claims to have copied thousands of ninjutsu, Sharingan Kakashi. Konoha Blue Beast Heir, Might Pride Boy, Might Guy. 4 generations of Hokage Shadow Guard survivors, Shiranui Genma, are similar. There's one more, get out of here too. His eyes were fixed on the wooden building on the left, with purple flowers all over his body. After a few screeching sounds, the white ninja cat escaped from the wooden building with a mask and an eye-catching Anbu windbreaker. Identity. Yawa Tianzang, you're not dead yet. Calling out his identity, his arms trembled slightly. The first-generation Shueiji was not a complete heir. Leng, Kunorikimaru's only semi-successful experiment, and he couldn't say a word. What does this kid know? In order to successfully welcome back the 5th generation of Hokage, Kakashi called all the people he knew, could find, and trusted enough. The best friend Might Guy who has fought for a lifetime, Shiranui Genma, the master's former guard, are all the same, and Anbu's subordinate Yamato Tianzang when he was working. The first three are good to say. Liamong knows it is not surprising. But how did he know about this last experiment that never made an appearance in Konoha? Thinking of the turmoil that happened during the Chunin exam, the head of the Hatake family had a bad premonition. Is it true that as the two advisors predicted during the discussion, this kid can see through the past and the future, otherwise there is really no way to explain those things? What the hell is he? Many unrecorded old stories have been exposed, and now the two sides have completely torn their faces. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hoshigaki, what are you two doing here? Hissing Yuhi's long tongue, Orochimaru looked at Itachi vigilantly. Heihei168.com. The enemy of your enemy is your friend, hand over the ring. Do you want this? The Sorochen ring on the last finger of his left hand swept the corner of his eye, and Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth grimly. Hearing this, Jiraiya finally felt a little relieved. Orochimaru and Senju Tsunade alone were troublesome enough. If these two guys were added, they would all be buried here today. The duo who appeared unexpectedly temporarily determined their position, and Liamong and his party became the party that was on the decline. Orochimaru, Senju Tsunade, Shizune, Enko, Hinata, Yakushi Kabuto, and Dengen glanced at their teammates in turn, and then looked at the enemy on the opposite side. The gangster was slightly numb. Crazy Ghosts Jiraiya, Kakashi, Might Guy, Kashirai, Shiranui Genma, Yamato Tenzo. If there are only these few people, why Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki also jumped out to join in? What did they both want to do? Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing in the distance and had no intention of participating in the war, and a wicked smile hung on the corner of his flowing mouth. Jiraiya, you have to be careful, the real purpose of these two guys is not Uncle Snake. Don't accidentally put Minato's my son is lost, how do you explain it? The enemy of the enemy is the friend. Nonsense. After finding out the Kiba lottery to sow discord, the unbelievable Oni Shark and Itachi immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. These two are S-rank missing nin, and they are not inherently trustworthy. 3 generations died, Uchiha Itachi became a black household, and it was impossible to return to Konoha, and he became a real missing nin who had to do it if he didn't want to. Kisame Hoshigaki, this green-skinned shark-faced monster, is different from normal people, and the thoughts in his head are completely pervert. The situation was reversed, the three sides faced each other, and Itachi and Ghost Shark were isolated. The wish-fulfilling hooligan grinned. As long as these two guys were there, Jiraiya wouldn't dare to do his best. Although Uncle Snake also had to guard against them, Fang Fang was not too disadvantaged. The only thing to watch is, how will this battle be fought? The blood-like setting sun danced and roared with the sea breeze, blowing the robes that squeaked. Suddenly, the crowd moved. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Kaden, fire style, oil fire bomb. There was a fierce confrontation between the wind and the fire. Kaden, fire style, which should have been restrained by Futon, wind style, unexpectedly gained the upper hand. Jiraiya's oil bomb was mixed with toad oil from Mount Myoboku. Second-class technique. You all get out of the old lady, you have to fight. The dilapidated homeland was attacked again, and the crazy Tsunadiheim was furious. Spirituality slug Tongwe Muic acid. Go away for the old lady. The hill that rose from the ground opened its mouth and spewed out a large piece of dark green mucus, which covered the crowd like a heavy rain. Launching an indiscriminate attack, Senjutsunade's beautiful eyes are on fire, looking at everyone with bad eyes. What he aimed at, the young master guessed it was wrong. The calculations, I didn't realize that Tsunade Heim was actually going crazy, and she didn't rely on any power. Looking at her appearance, it was obvious that she wanted to drive everyone away. How to do? All kinds of ninjutsu were used in series to escape the attack range, and a bunch of instant stand-ins were used randomly. Tsunade Heim, who rumbled and drove people to the coastline of the country of Vortex, stood on the head of the huge psychic beast slug, and his blonde hair flew into the sky. It's up to you to beat the old lady, but no one is allowed to give it to you. I destroy things here or I'll screw his head off. Tsunade, Sama, stood behind him with Xiaoshang Pig in his arms, and Kato Shizune lowered his head weakly. Senju Tsunade, who didn't hear him, folded his arms, obviously not planning to leave. With her on the side watching the battle, who would dare to be easily distracted? A chaotic battle. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya grimly. Toad, are you planning to leave me here? Being a Hokage must be a Hokage's choice. Orochimaru, your sins are unforgivable. Hissing Yuhi's long tongue coldly covered his pale face, and Orochimaru, who knew that his friendship was broken, had no doubts. Hokage is not just a name, he is also a shadow, Otogaku Murata shadow. Shadow is identity, but also responsibility. Jiraiya, I didn't expect that among the three of us, you were the one who inherited the old man's mantle. This is really unexpected. When is the worst level, full of lustful thoughts, you will do troublesome things like Hokage. Orochimaru, don't provoke me with words, since I have chosen this position, I have already made up my mind. Ninja Psychic. The bitten right thumb slammed into the palm of the left palm, and the re-summoned Toad Fumita had a hash mark on his face. Jiraiya, you must give me an explanation. The shrimp tomb robes he usually wears are gone, the Toad boss who came out of the bear pole is single-handed with a knife, and the iconic smoke bag pot is gone. Obviously, Wentai was taking a bath when he was summoned this time, maybe he was doing something good for his physical and mental health. Jiraiya, big trouble. The bright smile sank, and Immortal Toad interrupted the anger with a deep voice. Miss Wen, I need your help. Have you made up your mind? Nodding her head solemnly, Jiraiya turned her gaze to Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, who also used spiritism, was not easy to deal with, and Wan Shi's temper was even more irritable than that of Mrs. Wen. And it's speechless that this guy doesn't care about the occasion when his head twitches. Orochimaru, I want you to die. Open your mouth and swing your head to bite, enemy. For the crazy snake, whoever summons it is its enemy, and the contractors it has eaten are not one or two. Spiritualism Rashomon _ The rumbling door revealed a deep depression. Uncle Snake raised his head and vomited out a grassy sword. His golden pupils stood upright, and his narrowed eyes were full of killing intent. Be honest with me, kill me. After that, Toad, I will prepare 1,000 people for you to make Matsuri. Really? The head that was about to eat a man just now had a shred of light, and Wan Shi looked at Tai Wen with a heartbeat. Stinky snake, what are your eyes? I said I'm going to eat you when we meet again. Snake eyes and frog eyes. The appearance of two giant psychic beasts means that the battle is fully unfolded. Mitarashi Anko, who was standing on Westwind's back, patted Hinata's little head lightly. Stay on top and keep an eye on those two guys, I'll go down and help. Sister Anko. Be obedient, this is not a battle you can participate in, keep an eye on people. He glanced at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki with a solemn expression. Mitarashi Anko descended from the sky to Liamong's side, and the three of them, together with Yakushi Kabuto, faced Kakashi's 5 people. Siege. We are at an absolute disadvantage. Brat, is there anything you can do? Kakashi and Might Guy are not easy to deal with. Yamato Tianzo has a half-tone Mokuden, wood style, and Zule and Shiranui Genma are from the Shadow Guards. It is really difficult for us to defeat them. But Kabuto-senpai, you should be able to withstand both. 1. Hee, my little brother thinks so highly of me. Pushing the flat mirror and turning the corner of his eyes, Yakushi Kabuto instinctively felt what the bad boy was planning. Ha ha ha, Liamong's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his right hand quietly touched his back. Sister Anko, do it. Brothers and sisters of Seeking Collection and Seeking Monthly Pass, I would like to release good news to everyone. This Saturday and Sunday, 20,000 broke out. It's 20,000 a day. It is estimated that there are 6 chapters, and 2 chapters will have 0 words. Now the chapter is also set at 0 characters every night, and the daily update is 3 chapters and 10,000. For the sake of the hard work in the cloud, give me some strength, writing a book is not easy. Text chapter 68 _ Fierce battlefield gives birth to a life-threatening heart. What is that? The overwhelming energy net was adorned with poisoned barbs to the top of the head. Kakashi Might Guy immediately ran out. Shiranui Genma's eyes disappeared without a trace, and Yamato's 2 feet, the farthest, retreated, leaving only the scars on his face. The unfortunate ones did the same thing and won the jackpot. Baidu Interesting Academy. He can't blame others for winning the lottery, he found it all by himself. Konoha, style swordsmanship. The black blade sword drawn from the back made a moon mark with an indomitable momentum. He didn't run when everyone else ran, and the guy who thought he was awesome was struck by lightning. The energy net created by mutation Qigong has both form and substance, and the black blade Taidao passed through it at that time. The giant net was bound, the chakra flow was cut off, and the whole person became a moth caught in the net, and the more struggling, the tighter it became. Speaking of which, this guy is really unlucky. Not only is he injured all over his body, but he is guaranteed to lie down when he appears on the field, and he will be injured half to death every time. Is this the strength of the Shadow Guard? The energy net that was raised high was pulled back, and Liamong, who was holding a brick in his hand, looked at his eyes with the same horror, and he just covered his face. Leave me here you. Plop muffled. Looking at his companion who was slowly falling to the ground, Kakashi Might Guy's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Any more fights, idiots? The captured hostage stepped on his head and pressed it under his feet, and he really didn't want to fight if he didn't fight. Although he is very upset about Kakashi, the brain-dead child, he does have interests. Not to mention Might Guy, the name of the Konoha Blue Beast is not for nothing. Once the madness of the 8 inner gates comes out, there is really no certainty of victory. The remaining 2 guys, Shiranui Genma is okay to say, but Yamato Tenzo is a trouble. Mokudan, wood style, even a half-dead Mokudan, wood style, is not easy to deal with. Jiraiya, those helpers of yours are really useless, you can't even beat a child. Hissing sneered and provocatively said, Orochimaru, who was holding a grassy sword, stood on top of Wanshi's head and narrowed his eyes. The toad fairy with waving pale hair sullenly sullened the old face, the 2 fairy lines drawn from the corners of the eyes to the cheeks twitched slightly. Orochimaru, don't talk nonsense, today we will make a break. Do you have that strength? Jiraiya, biting the name coldly, Sanin Leng-kun violently murdered. The answer to him was a raging sea of Wentai, use oil. Kaden, fire style, toad oil fire bomb. Kaden, fire style, who was far more powerful than before, used it, and in the fiery flames that covered a radius of 100 meters, there was a crisp sound. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Not so simple. Be careful underwater. With a hissing sound, Wan Shi, who used the snake sloughing technique to avoid the attack, threw off her giant tail in anger, and the short knife sank horizontally. The big toad with the height of 7 or 8-story buildings is soaring in the sea. Tang, tang, overturned 3 times. In a blink of an eye, a pale face appeared above his head. Jiraiya, give me death. The brush stretched the long grass child sword and stabbed his chest. Knowing the benefits of this divine sword, the toad immortal did not dare to take it hard, grabbed Rasengan with his right hand and slapped it towards the sword. The strong wind was agitating, and feeling the vibration from his hand, Orochimaru hissed and smiled and stretched out his left arm with a hidden shadow snake hand. Dozens of earth-gray snakes sprang out of their cuffs with their mouths open, twisting and twisting their cores around each other, and Wentai, who stabilized his body, was cut into 2 pieces with 1 knife. The huge blade slashed across the short snake body, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru separated the sides. Looking at each other from the air, Wan Shi opened his mouth and threw it down, and when he opened and closed his mouth, a piece of poisonous mist spewed out. The sea was fierce, and the shore was dead silent. Kisame Hoshigaki's Mungbean eyes narrowed and aimed at Itachi. Would you like to do it? No, Senju Tsunade is over there, we have no chance. Will she take care of that kid? She secretly glanced at the lonely, lonely yellow-haired boy, and the strange Kurigakure really wanted to kidnap him. Uchiha Itachi's words made him think. His name is Uzumaki, try it yourself. Although there is no overlap between Senju Tsunade and the fourth generation of Hokage, it is not unrelated at all. Uzumaki Kushina was born in the Uzumaki clan, and was considered her junior according to her seniority, so Naruto was naturally related to her. If you act rashly, if you do something wrong, you will have to take your life in it. Perverts fighting on the sea. No matter how arrogant Kurigakure is, he understands that they are not the same level. Sannin is worthy of being Sannin. Although Senju Tsunade didn't do anything, just think about the embarrassment that she was chased just now, and then look at Jiraiya and Orochimaru to understand that she is also not a person to be messed with. Deadwood Liamong, do you really want to be an enemy of Konoha? Kakashi, isn't it disgusting for you to say this nonsense? Kiba, who was in his mouth, spat out to the opposite side, and the head of Hatake's head, who flashed his head, turned ashen. What I just said is indeed nonsense, but nonsense also has the function of nonsense. Tianzang, Genma. Liuman's sneak attack caught the same, and Kakashi, who also launched the sneak attack, aimed at Anko. Fuck you. Since you don't care about the hostage's life or death, the young master still cares about his death. Flying One Foot kicked the stomped foot in the same way, setting off a large swath of yellow sand to meet Kakashi, and the battle started again in an instant. We're going to catch Anko, and Guy's going to save the same. The scarred face was crooked aside, the unlucky bastard with more air in and out less gas giggled and turned over by Ikugen, and his eyes were dead. Master Tsunade, standing in front of the slug holding his dying companion, Might Guy raised his head expectantly. Princess Slug, who had her arms around her, didn't look at him at all. Shizune opened her mouth, and a sharp look came over, and she didn't dare to say anything. Save people. From the moment Jiraiya sent someone to do it, she and Konoha tore the last layer of skin. She didn't do it because she wanted to protect the ruins here, otherwise none of these guys would want to go back alive. If you want me to save people, wait to die. The raised eyes gradually turned from hope to loss and finally to ashes. Feeling the companion who was slowly walking towards death in his arms, Might Guy's eyes lit up with anger. Why don't you save him? You obviously have the ability. Presumptuous. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? Master Tsunade. Shut up. He glanced coldly at his assistant and life secretary. Senju Tsunade's voice was freezing. Don't forget how your uncle died. Without the leader to inform us, we will be ambushed by the enemy. They want Senju the lives of a family. Why should I save them? These guys deserve to die no matter what. Weakly lowered his head and opened his mouth. Kato Shizune was speechless. Her uncle wanted to be the Hokage guardian of the village, and she also inherited this philosophy. But the princess who followed has become what it is now. Who is right and who is wrong? The confused girl hugged the dolphin tightly, and the little pig hummed comfortably and arched her chest. Maybe this is her last reliance. Family, friendship, love, Shizune has nothing. What is lost will never come back. Will the flowers bloom next year? Slowly putting down his body that was twitching, Might Guy turned around, and after 2 steps, the boiling chakra reflected on Yuhi's cheek. Lilianwa. The strong storm rushed towards the shore with a murderous aura, and the stray man who was fighting with Kakashi narrowed his pupils. He was aiming. What about the dead man? In the 3-3 battle, the enemy came to reinforce him again. If he knew, he would have let the guy live for a while longer. Yin child future child yin. Shadow snake hand. Corner of his eye, Mitarashi Anko desperately tried to Shiranui Genma. The life and death of his teammates are unknown, and the only remaining guy from the 4th generation Shadow Guard Ligyu also decided to die. Regardless of the several venomous snakes that sprang from his sleeves, Shiranui Genma stabbed Kanai outright. A sharp whistle accompanied by a strong wind whistled into his ears. Staring at the tip of the blade that shone after the wind attribute changed, Enko bit Kiba and opened his shoulder. A blood flower floated up, and 2 huge pythons rushed out. Ravaged by snakes. Shiranui Genma flew away like a rag doll, and Might Guy rushed over with blood in his eyes. He said, how are you? I'm coughing. Genma, who had moved his internal organs and 6 abdomens, spit out 2 large mouths of blood, said strongly, I don't mind, hurry up and help. Is it going to be a winner? In the same battle with Yamato, Yakushi Kabuto, who got 7 or 8 dead corpses, pushed his glasses, leapt to the sea very dashingly, and made handprints like turning flowers and butterflies. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. Attacking together with the dead body and the opponent, facing the crazy Yakushi Kabuto, countless wooden stakes were raised in front of Yamato. Guy, put Genma down first, and then deal with him. Although he had a lot more combat power than the opponent, he suffered a big loss. A brick in his hand, sneered, Kakashi, you really dare to say that hurting Sister Anko will be the biggest mistake you have ever made in your life. If you want me to die, I want to see who of us will die first. It's you who is going to die. Konoha Cyclone. A sidekick that wasn't a series at all slammed into the door, and the little Liamong face sank and raised his arms. After a muffled sound, the whole person fell and flew out. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. After the tiger seal on the chest was finished, he opened his mouth and spit out flames. Kakashi really lived up to the title of his technician. He could play any ninjutsu. But, do you really think this is the way to win? There are still 0 words in, ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass, tonight. With the support of the tickets, the brothers will thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 69 _ the tears of goodbye resist the pickaxe and make a fortune. The poisonous fog of death. The body that fell in the air spun and turned, grabbing the poison bag and throwing down the gleaming gleam full of ferocious eyes. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Anko was accidentally injured, and the gangster's heart burned with endless anger. Originally, I didn't want to fight to this level. Since you have to force it to this level, let's see who can stand at the end. Yakushi Kabuto, you don't have to fight in the next battle, hear her. Anko, whose shoulders were hurt and her pretty face was pale. The chief elder sister showed a smile, and the corners of her throbbing mouth forced a tick. Stinky boy, I'm fine. You are so stupid. He clenched Kiba and clenched his fists. Lumang regretted his previous decision very much, if he broke out with all his strength. Good sister, wait here, I'll go back and avenge you. The dark purple poisonous mist that separated half of the court persisted, and Kakashi and the others who were protecting Genma were all in awe. That kid can actually use poison. Very strong poisonous fog, although it is not a deadly thing, but it will be very troublesome after contamination. 3 experts in the medical field came to a conclusion one after another through the performance of the land, vegetation and rocks. But what happened next surprised everyone. What happened? That kid. Slowly stepping into the poisonous fog and disappearing, the trick that was used to get rid of Jiraiya's interception really shocked a lot of people. That day, the lecherous immortal was strange about this. But because the battle was too intense, I didn't observe it clearly. Today, everyone can see it clearly. Master Tsunade, he. A very strange ability, like blood succession. But there is no such record in the Hatake family. Poisoned shadow needle 1000 hair. Kiba tokens drawn from the portable space were scattered around, and the dazzling ons of both hands turned them into storm pear flowers. The endless rain of arrows strikes, and the Yamato flying fast hand seal Mokuten, wood-style wood-locking wall standing behind. Dang 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 dang's solid wooden board protected the crowd like an upside-down sea bowl, and the flying Kiba sticks left sesame-sized pits on it, turning the sea bowl into pockmarks in a blink of an eye. A harsh roar came from outside, and Kakashi, thinking of something, pulled up his companion and ran, "Get out." Late. The thought cannons accumulated to the limit turned into sharp arrows as thick as buckets, and a strange thunder light slammed onto the wood-locking wall. 4 black shadows flew out, and the fate of the hapless Shiranui Genma was uncertain. How to do? Rush in. Stray Cat was bombarding wildly inside. Kakashi and the others looked at each other and turned to the beach. Yakushi Kabuto, who was treating Anko, turned his eyes away. Thinking about it, that kid is not easy to mess with, even the person Orochimaru Sama has praised personally. I want to see his true strength with my own eyes. Tianzang guards Genma. Guy, you are on my side. Kakashi and Might Guy opened 2 earth dragons at the bar of Madara's vest covered with sawdust. Looking at the enemies who were attacking in circles, the ridicule in Liamong's eyes rose to a peak. Waiting for this time. Martial arts lightning dance. Kakashi is faster, and his radiance is faster. If it wasn't for the fear of Guy, that lunatic, he would not have waited until now. Since you want Xiaoyi's life, Xiaoyi will let you understand what a gap is. Die me. He jumped high and smashed his fist towards the door, and the cracked ground sank in half a foot. The head of Hatake, who was forced to stop, blocked his left and right into a sandbag. Brick slaps the door in the face, lifts his foot and kicks the second brother. What rhythm is this? This is the rhythm of going to heaven. You know what? You're an idiot. With a violent fist, he slapped his lower abdomen, sending Kakashi's flying light into the air. Cyclone leg eagle step punish circle kick technique. First, he slapped the stinky face with 8 legs in a row, and then stepped on the grassy head with 5 legs in a row. Finally, his body shook, and 10 translucent light clones burst out, surrounding Kakashi. Just a kick. After the left face was beaten, the right face was beaten, the right face was beaten and the left face was beaten. The black tiger poked his heart, and the boy worshipped Buddha. Look at your dying look, how crazy are you, why aren't you crazy? The anger is bad for the liver, the stomach is bad for the stomach, and the attack power of the light clone that burst out is not much, but he can still hit people. Take a look at the black face of the head of Hatake, just like a donkey dung egg that has just been pulled, stinking and steaming. After one attack, he ran away, and the Liuman that flew towards the sea rushed into the poisonous fog, and there was a roar behind him. The big waterfall meets the big waterfall again. After Yakushi Kabuto, Yamato Tianzang also used the same trick. Looking back, blue wow all his yards are water. Want to clear the poisonous mist? Go ahead. You can rush. I can wash away my last name with you. Ran to Yakushi Kabuto's side, and when he saw the flowing man coming over, Anko, who was getting better and better, shook his hand and said, Stinky boy, you are so good, and you watch me get hurt, right? Hey, Miss Anko, I didn't expect you to be desperate, didn't I? After 2 sentences, the enemy stepped forward. Might Guy was stunned when he glanced at Kakashi. How did you do this? The head of the broom, which was originally upside down, was in a mess like a chicken coop. Half of the exposed face was blue and purple, and the dying room was opened. The black and swollen eyes were no different from Panda's. Is this guy a national treasure from Sichuan Shino? Guy, Kakashi called out in a low voice. Ah, you called me. Might Guy's expression was not defenseless with his hands slammed in front of him. Kakashi stared at Liamong fiercely. I want to kill him. Then go get it. How about with me? Kakashi said, pulling out a watermelon knife. Might Guy snorted. My stomach hurts, and I ate sweet potatoes last night. Hold back. Okay, you wait here, I'll try to find a toilet right away. Guy you. A pile of dirt and dust ran past, and there were more statues named Kakashi on the coastline of the country of Vortex. Not far from him, there is a man with a watermelon head covered in green skin, facing the sea where the spring flowers are blooming. Aren't you going out to stop it? Don't worry, you won't have a chance if you don't watch such a fun thing. It's not like your character. No matter how good your character is, it will become bad if you experience too much. It seems that you were right before. I've said it before, you can't do that. Sitting side by side and looking at each other with their legs stretched out, the 2 people who took their hard work as a joke, one was dressed in dark Yuhi and the other was in water blue. Dark Yuhi's black hair was fluttering, and water blue white hair was shining. Not far behind them, a sunny youth wearing a cloak with yui patterns on a white background was silently fascinated. This battle should be over. Senpo, Sage Art Gomon. The Art of Yaki, Triple Rashomon. In front of the 8-headed and 8-tailed giant white snake, 3 giant gates with grimace-like faces were erected, and the ringing iron chains groaned under the burning of Senpo, Sage Art. Orochimaru, who was transformed into a monster, turned his head and stared at it. The little guy who was breathing fire had a wicked smile in his eyes. Jiraiya, what made you fight with me to the point where you can't win? Orochimaru, as the 5th Hokage, I have to put an end to you as an alien. The 2 adults, Shima Fukasaku, please sing the toad. Little Jiraiya, you're really going to cause us trouble. Let's get started. It hurts your throat, nasty old man. Lying on Jiraiya's shoulders croaked, and Orochimaru, who had been reincarnated many times and whose soul had long been ruined, was immediately hit by a sinister trick. In a daze, he was trapped in the center by 4 statues of giant toads holding giant swords, and the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder around him were scorching. What the hell is this? The monster who was getting heavier and heavier raised his head, but he couldn't see anything except Lan Wawa's Tien Luo Fae. Orochimaru, accept your judgment. A lonely and sad voice came to his ears, and Jiraiya's eyes closed and launched an attack. The giant blade that fell from the sky was nailed to the heart, and the 8-headed and 8-tailed monster couldn't stop wailing and flapping wildly around. Fight to the death. The rumbling 5-color lightning struck continuously, and the dark monster stopped moving. I'm sorry, but I couldn't get you back. From childhood drifted by before her eyes, and Jiraiya, who eliminated Sage Mode, wept silently. Drop after drop of tears fell to the blue, the bitterness surpassed the ocean. Orochimaru just went. Lonely shadows, lonely tears, Yakushikabuto's eyes are straight and turned back, it's impossible. How did Orochimaru-sama die? He won't die, how could he die? Are you really going to do it? Dada stepped closer to take a look. Senju Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with contempt. I'm the 5th generation of Hokage. Jiraiya's voice was low, hoarse. Is that position really that important? Thinking of his younger brother's lover and his 2 grandfathers, Tsunade Haime's mind was complicated and difficult to understand. Standing in front of the floating corpse of the monster, Jiraiya sighed deeply. Something has to be done by someone. The old man is dead, and Konoha must be supported. Then do you want to kill me too? Tsunade spoke in a playful voice, full of sarcasm. If you dare to harm Konoha, I will. The deep loneliness in the cold eyes, Jiraiya was talking. There were suddenly 3 more people around, 3 unimaginable people. Grandpa Minato laughed and pinched his waist. Senju Hashirama looked at Tsunade with tenderness in his eyes, shouting, I haven't seen you for so many years, you have grown up. Wow, he threw himself into his long-lost embrace. Tsunade couldn't have the original arrogance at this moment. Retreat. Sharingan cramped and Kisame Hoshigaki ran away, and Uchiha Itachi swore to the lamp that he wouldn't come to this place after killing him. To look at the afterimages of the 2 disappearing, Namikaze Minato's eyes gleamed. The 2nd generation who had crushed them before, didn't care at all, just 2 stinky mice. 1st generation, 2nd generation. No, Senju Hashirama's head shook into a wavy drum with a slap to stop Jiraiya's words, I have nothing to do with Konoha. Shodai first Sama, Konoha was created by you. Little guy, I'm not alone in creating Konoha, no matter what Madara did, he is one of the founders of Konoha. You have to pay for what you did, don't come to this place again, Eddie the souls of the kingdom do not welcome you. 1st generation. Go away. Senju Hashirama likes to explain with a good temper, but it doesn't mean that Senju Tobirama also likes it. 2nd Hokage was angry, and Jiraiya immediately shut up. Compared with the 1st generation, the purpose is kind, and the 2nd generation's majesty is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and many historical materials have recorded his cruelty. It doesn't matter if you provoke the 1st generation, because the first generation of sexual escape generally doesn't care. But to provoke the second generation, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. After all, Jiraiya was just a child in front of them. With a deep sigh, he shook his head and looked at his companion who was picked up by Kakashi. The lecherous fairy took the lead and walked to the beach. Let's go. Pick up a dying, a half-dead and leave by boat. Before leaving, Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at Namikaze Minato. The fourth Hokage smiled and pushed him towards Jiraiya. It seems that the brother's will has been inherited. Aha, this kind of feeling is really complicated. Where there are leaves, there will be fire burning, and the persistence in the past is completely meaningless to us. But it does for those who are alive. Turning to take over with a smile, Namikaze Minato is always so sunny. Hashirama Tobirama looked at him with some admiration. Although the contact time was not long, they already recognized this junior. Hinata, Sister Enko, let's hurry up. One hand grabbed the broken bowl and stuffed it into the space, while the other hand touched the gleam of the candlestick, drooling. Which generation of Hokage your sister is? What does it have to do with the young master? Getting rich is the main purpose. What are you doing in the country of Vortex? It is not from archaeology. What is archaeology? Archaeology is robbing tombs in the name of science. Although Liamong didn't dare to use a hoe to plan because of the perverts outside, it was not bad to lie in the ruins and dig. Look, another one. Baha kissed the ancient bronze mirror that was turned out, and Lu Meng's narrowed eyes turned golden. Money, these are all money, all of them are money. Hear what is this sound? This is the sound of intoxication. In addition to love, I can't extricate myself from the radishes in other people's fields. Now I am picking up other people's radishes. Brother, there's something weird over there. He mentioned that the little hand on the chest firmly grasped the front of the shirt, and the little secretary who used Byakugan to help stumbled 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. His pupils returning to normal were full of fear. What did Hinata find? Begging for collection, or begging for a monthly pass, is too tiring these 2 days. You can recover after a rest, please rest assured. Text chapter 70 _ The unexpectedly discovered treasure seduces people's backhand. I'm sorry Jiraiya-sama, gently closed his eyes as if they were indifferent, and the medical ninja waiting outside the country of the vortex lowered his head. The rescue was ineffective, and the only 2 remaining members of the 4th generation Shadow Guard Ligyu went to another one. Kakashi's mood was extremely complicated. When he just saw the 4th generation of Hokage, he wanted to say hello, but he didn't know what to say. Life and death are separated. Looking at the strange colors in the eyes of the 3 Hokages, no one dares to see them as living people. Even if they were shadows, they sacrificed their lives for the village. How is Genma? It's not good, but it should be able to stick to the village. He raised his head slightly and bit his lower lip. The medical ninja's eyes showed impatience. Back at the country wrapped in Uzumaki, Jiraiya sighed and walked away. After a brief reminiscence, Senju Hashirama held down the eldest granddaughter's head and smiled. Shaogang, what are your plans in the future? I want to stay. The country of the vortex has long since lost its life, but Senju Tsunade, who is empty in his heart, just wants to stay here. She is a person who lives in memories all her life. Without these, she really doesn't know how to live. Go away, this place does not belong to the living. Grandpa. One has to look forward. The dead should stay where the dead are. You shouldn't be here, take that bastard with you. Bastard boy. By Hinata's little secretary through the ruins, Liamong came to a strange house, so eerie and uncomfortable, as if he could fall into the ice cellar if he took a breath. What the hell is going on here? Mitarashi Enko clenched silver kiba while covering his shoulders, which were still aching and swollen, while Hinata, who was shivering wildly beside him, couldn't stop shivering. I'll go take a look first. Let's go too. Looking back at the girl who was clearly afraid but insisted on following, Liamong thought for a moment and nodded. Pushing open the cracked wooden windows and walking into the dusty house, the long wooden alleyway leads to the depths of the ground, and the darkness in front of you can't see anything clearly. The cracked roof is covered with ash, the broken feet are stepping on the mud, and the brazier every few meters is broken one by one, silently explaining the turmoil that has occurred. Stinky boy, do we really want to go down? Anko, who was not afraid of anything, turned pale, and felt that it was not safe inside. Liamong squeezed Anko's trembling hand and took Hinata in his arms. It doesn't matter, everyone in this hellish place is dead, there can be nothing more, be bolder, let's go down and have a look. Interesting academy. Dada walked into the alley, leaving the sun behind, and the rustling dirt sounded strange scales. When the wind blows, woo-woo is like a ghost howl, and every step of the way is full of heartbeats. Gudong swallowed 2 big mouthfuls of saliva back into his stomach, and his forehead was sweaty. He aimed. What was in there? Brother, I'm afraid. No, it doesn't matter, it's not haunted here. With courage, Lu Meng didn't believe in himself. Hinata shivered even more, and Anko next to him was also very difficult. Walking forward in the dark, the broken curtains are whirring back and forth with dust and dust, a dark ghost is floating, and the spider webs that can be found from time to time seem to be stabbed everywhere. Walking in such a ghost place, my heart is full. The spleen was completely blocked in the throat. Do you want to go back? Turning to look at the 2 strong girls, Lu Meng bit the bullet and continued to move forward. Shasha's footsteps moved into the darkness, as if a century had passed before the end came to an end. The empty underground hall is messy, with scattered shelves and broken tables, and there is nothing whole. Just as he stepped out of the alley, the brazier lit by hula reflected Yuhi's surroundings, clearly reflecting everything that was originally vague. Who? The exclamation that blurted out was uneasy, and there was nothing in Liamong's perception, which was why he dared to come down. After searching for a long time, I didn't find a single feather. I looked around at the copper basins that were burning out of thin air. There was a look of thought in the eyes of the gangster, automatically. Brave the courage to go closer and see, the half-meter-high ancient copper basin is painted with grimace in 4 circles, and the demonic spirit makes the scalp numb. Well, take them away in a while. Pinching his chin to make a decision, he looked around with a little reassurance, and it was Sparta. Except for the copper basins in the 4 corners that no one wanted, there seemed to be nothing left in the empty underground hall. Was it all robbed? I rushed into the hall like crazy and searched back and forth. No, there was nothing, just some tattered wood. Damn, is this still called a person? Although the thieves don't go empty, you can't move them all. In a nest, did the whole family die? Cursing in his mouth, his feet jumped twice. His head twitched, and Hinata Anko was completely stunned. Brother, look. Reaching out to the tattered table in the middle of the hall near the left, Hinata was extremely nervous. Pull it open and see. Walked closer to take a look, winked at Anko and walked to the hemp rope. The rope that was about to rot was not sure whether it could still be pulled. He touched his nose twice and tried hard, and the cloth curtain that fell from the hula burst into a large black fire, scaring the 3 of them to run away all the way. What are those? On the wall where the cloth curtain fell, black flames rose high, and the kingdom of vortex hanging in the air marked the Holy Trinity, forming a strangely shaped ornament. Behind the ornaments, there are 3 rows of grimace with 2 horns and fierce faces, either crying or laughing. XYZ makes people tremble with fear. I think I know what I found. Little guy, it's best not to touch them. The tattered footsteps came from behind, and he turned back. Senju Hashirama's smiling eyes showed a warning. This is the temple of the kingdom of vortex, which was originally used to worship the gods. It's a pity that it's now in ruins. Those grimaces on the walls are the gods of death worshipped by the kingdom of vortex, and the black flames burning underneath can burn the souls of the living. If you don't want to die, stay away from them. Death, I think it's Shikigami, right? Disdain flashed in his eyes. Liamong didn't believe these flickers. The so-called gods may exist in this world, but they are definitely not what people say. Isn't this one called the god of ninjas, and the so-called 6 Paths fairy? If the ghosts on the wall are really gods, they are too weak. Judging from past memories, whether the sealing technique or summoning technique used by the Kingdom of Vortex is the method of Onmyoji. Change the soup but not the medicine, fool the ghost. Senju Hashirama, who snorted twice, couldn't explain it, and there was nothing wrong with the boy on the opposite side. The great god of ninjas, please, can you give them to me? Anyway, it's useless to stay here. What do you want to do with them? Look at this. The disintegrator who once whined Orochimaru summoned again. The corners of his drooping eyes turned towards Tsunade. Whether he could get this fat sheep, it all depends on this one. My ability is somewhat special, I can disintegrate it. All things purify their origin, and those grimaces on the walls should be able to distinguish a lot of good things. Quote. To decompose all things, isn't the tone too loud? Squinting his eyes and flickering with cold light, Senju Tobarama glanced at the machinery on the ground, and did not feel that this thing had the benefits that Liamong said. The punk head scratched his head embarrassedly. Exaggeration is inevitable, but this thing can really decompose objects. He took out and stuffed Kulu into the disintegrator, and spit out 3 colorless with a loud noise. Liamong's little face twitched, not to mention how ugly it was. Very pure energy, I believe you a little bit. The reason why the small colorless crystal is called colorless is because it is the most original energy, and it works for everything. I picked up a Senju Tobarama and nodded, and touched it casually. A stone was thrown in, but not even the ashes were spit out. Liamong rubbed his hands speechlessly. You can't do with stones, you have to use items and equipment. What you just said is too big. There is no room for sloppy scientific practice, and Senju Tobarama is an absolute authority in the field of research. Hiraishin, Impure World Reincarnation, needless to say, these 2 alone are enough to make him a legend. In front of such a great researcher, Liamong is very willing to ask for advice humbly. 1 or 2 of his awakened side jobs do not understand, and it is not an ordinary difficulty to create something. Up to now, in addition to the decomposition function, the remaining 3 are all 1 forehead paste. Sister Tsunade, the 2 foreheads, Grandpa, let's call it this way. Scratch the back of his head and be a good boy. Liamong took out a bottle of Lori Ann's expert potion and spread it in the palm of his hand. Alchemy product. What is this? Senju Tsunade unscrewed the cap of the bottle, sniffed it under his nose, and then stuck out his tongue to lick it, leaving the bastard speechless for a while. You are really bold, and you are not afraid of being poisoned to death. The preparation that can restore chakra, can I drink it and try it? Senjit Snade's beautiful eyes flashed a little, and Senjit Snade became interested. Liamong nodded frantically with a smile. Sister is too polite, please do it. Xiao Xiao took a sip and tasted it carefully. Legend has it that the fat sheep's big eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and finally he drank all of it. Little guy, how did you do it? This reagent without drug residues is amazing. Aha, that's easy. Simple. Yeah, it's very simple. The little face licked old Gao triumphantly, and Tsunade almost died of anger with his surly appearance. This kind of reagent is simple, so what are the things I have learned over the years? Damn, so damn bad. No, I have to figure out this reagent, that, ahem. Ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass. Made up for a good night's sleep yesterday, and I feel a lot of energy today. It is estimated that the cloud update will not be delayed. If you have any comments on the gang, I hope Youngyu will leave a message. Your support, my motivation, I wish everyone a happy 10/10. Text chapter 71 _ This unscientific bottle recognizes people. What do you want to do? 2 small hands were placed in front of his chest, fearing that someone might force him to hide behind Anko. Interesting Academy first release. Senju Tsunade, who had countless hashtags popping out of his forehead, slammed his fists twice, and suddenly smiled and showed a subdued look, enough to sweeten a person to death. At her like this, not only was her radiance scary enough, but Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama also ran far away. It's what you're used to. Don't just talk about me, you are also used to her. Brother, please don't blame others for your own faults. You dare to say that Xiaoging is not your fault. If it wasn't for your Ten holding her and betting with people, she would become what she is today. Ahem, Tobarama, can't you say that? Suna is still gentle. Gentle. His face was twitching and he was hugged by the cow, and his gentle life was about to die. Brother. Stinky boy. Omkai raised the two little pig's hooves, and Dudu buried his head in Shizune's chest, daring to watch the tragedy that happened next. Master Tsunade. Ah, what's wrong? Looking back in doubt, following Kato Shizune's flustered eyes, the legendary fat sheep lifted Liamong into the air. What's the matter with you little guy? 00. Talk, what are you doing? Now, speak, and I'll let you speak. Tsunade, who was not sober, got angry, grabbed the collar and shook it wildly. It was dark, and his life was over, as if the gangster who was sitting on a roller coaster struggled and stretched out his hand, feeling two soft things in a trance. What is this thing? It feels comfortable to touch. Touch. Touch again. Have you touched enough? The golden eyes flashed slightly, and the flames ignited two flames, and Liuman immediately retracted his hand. Then what? It's sunny and sunny today. I am Lily, you are tall. Soaked in Princess Slug's cheapness, he wiped 2 handfuls of saliva, and the bastard, who was so sorry, took out 2 heads of garlic. Senju Tsunade was not calm at the time. Is this the material you make the reagent? Blinking suspiciously, Liamong looked down. It's garlic. Yes, it's a purple clove with a single head. Okay, you can make it for me. Baidu Interesting Academy, said 3 good words in a row, and Tsunade Haime's heart, liver, spleen and lungs were all blown up. She has grown up so much, and she has never heard of anyone who can use garlic to make medicine. Apart from the common cold and fever used to reduce inflammation and fire, I have never heard of it having other effects. If garlic could make a chakra restorer with no drug residue, she would. After smashing the garlic skin and crushing the garlic cloves, handle the same and feel the same. Liamong cut a piece of the jelly-like thing, mixed the mashed garlic into the cut pieces, put it in a flask and shook it. People shook their heads and shook their heads. What is he doing? Senju Hashirama stabbed his brother. Tobarama rolled his eyes and spit out 2 words coldly, crazy. Not like that. Then what are you talking about? I think he's cramping. Dragging his cheeks, the first generation of eyes without the majesty of a strong man was so angry with his younger brother. Is there a difference between going mad and cramping? After shaking like an epilepsy for a while, Liamong let out a long breath and took out a small bottle, and poured the shaken medicine into it. Looking at the blue bottle of reagent in front of him, Senju Tsunade was a little confused. Is this how this thing is made? Yeah, what else could it be? Of infinite collapse rushed into his mind, and Senju Tsunade felt that his whole worldview had been subverted. Can garlic also make medicine? And that jelly-like thing is Tai Sui, right? Just shake it with your hands, and you can shake out the medicine. Unbelievable, he pulled 2 strands of hair. The legendary fat sheep lowered his chest, causing harm to underage children. Can you let me try? Okay. With round eyes, he nodded his head wildly, and the dazzling eyes of both eyes handed over the tool. Lower, lower. Brother. Stinky boy. One held hands, the other grabbed ears, with tears streaming down her face. Hinata's sister Anko, I really didn't see anything, you guys are a little late. Giggling took over the tools. Tsunade Haim, who had finished harming the children, smashed the garlic like a light cannon, cut the jelly, mixed it and put it in the flask. The infinitely remorseful gang leader took out a boss chair and sat beside him, hugging Hinata with a black face, and Mitarashi Anko angrily beside him. The slugged princess began to sway. After a minute, the inside was a gooey mess. 2 minutes later, there was still a sticky mass inside. The suffocated Liamong left the seat and shook his head to demonstrate twice. You can't do that, you have to be like me. Yes, it's more beneficial to shake your butt, and your chest will tremble. Yes, that's it, keep it up. Live. Master Tsunade. The obvious wicked grin was something people knew there was a problem, but Senju Tsunade, who was caught up in drug research, wouldn't care about Shizune's reminder. The bad boy Liuman would do whatever she wanted. In Tsunadeheim's seriousness, this reagent has been raised to unimaginable heights. There are only 2 known drugs that can restore chakra in the ninja world, namely the military food pills that are available in various countries and the unique secret medicine of Akamichi's family. The former is versatile, the latter has no semicolon. However, there are problems with these 2 medicines. Taking too much Bingliang pill will produce medicines to resist and damage the body. Now that she sees this magical reagent in Lu Meng's hands, her medical ninja energy has come out again. So, the big guy is Spartan. Sang there, Tsunade danced there, and 2 mentally ill people, 1 big and 1 small, turned over a lot of people. 3 laps on the left, 3 laps on the right, neck twisting, butt twisting. We got up early in the morning to do exercise. Shake your hands, shake your feet, take a deep breath, and learn how to sing and dance from your grandfather, so you won't grow old. Who are you, Grandpa? Ah, you are awake. It's wrong to fool people. Fooling Senju Tsunade is about to be struck by lightning. The overexcited Liuman's eyes widened and retreated to the corner. Princess Slug's big fire-breathing eyes stuck in front of her, and the blue ridge-shaped mark on her forehead was so lovely. Kiss. The sudden thought came up without thinking, and I regretted it after I finished it. The sky was falling and the water was flowing, and Jordan switched to table tennis. Brother, Xiaogang was taken advantage of by others. I know. Senju Hashirama swallowed awkwardly. Well, shall we run away? Good. Bang. I see who dares to run. The house collapsed with a fist rumble, and the big guys whose ears were filled with squeaks were all stunned. Dust fell sharply from above his head, and Senju Tsunade raised his head in anger, and said sluggishly, well, let's run. It's going to collapse. Grandpa. Run. Sister Anko, let's go. Picked up Hinata and pulled Anko, swish swish to the door, and stopped at the foot of the gangster. When he found that no one noticed him, he turned around and turned around. Go to the fire of your sister's soul, try to burn me. The giant net of pure energy was lifeless, and the black flames did not answer at all. The ghost faces of 373721 were packed and taken away, not even the logo of the Kingdom of Vortex on the head. Keep running. The recovered criminal objects did not dare to be touched, and Liamong, who was stuffed into the storage space, hurried away. As soon as the front foot ran, the back foot collapsed, and the rumblings and chirps fell endlessly. It's bricks and beams again, sweating like rain. Grandpa, I was wrong. Xiaogang, it's time for you to remember. How many times has this happened? 7th time. Senju Tsunade, whose head was dwarfed into his chest, raised his hands behind his back and became a little girl. Senju Hashirama looked at her pitiful appearance, and she couldn't tell the lesson at the time. It's okay, it's just a house, anyway, it's about to collapse, it's gone, it's gone. Grandpa, you are so kind. That is, who is good if Grandpa is not good? Haha laughed complacently, and the petrified livid rushed to the door with black lines all over his forehead. Sister Hinata, Sister Enko, I finally understand where Princess Slug's temper is coming from. I know too. Lord Tsunade is so happy. I want to have a grandpa like that too. Yuhi's little face is mad at Venus, and Hinata's little secretary is envious. Senju Hashirama, who heard the conversation, became a toad with joy, and her wide-open mouth could fit a frog in. Next to the defeated Senju Tobarama, covering his forehead, Yellow Flash was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Stinky boy, what the hell is going on with this medicine? Senju Tsunade was very puzzled if he could shake it out, but he couldn't shake it by himself. The gang leader smiled brightly, I don't know either. You don't know. Tsunadeheim's voice instantly raised an octave. Liamong shrank back weakly. I really don't know. Bring it to me and see. Tsunade was a fan of the authorities, Tobarama was a bystander Cheng, and he observed the process of Liamong's medicine very carefully. Referring to the medicine bottle in his hand to look over and over, the expert in the field of inventions in the ninja world stuffed him back. Do it again. Do it again, do it again, took the flask and shook his head and shook his head. After shaking, Liamong found that Tobirama was also stunned. It's unscientific. The legendary ninja who invented Hiraishin Impure World Reincarnation stared at the medicine bottle with blue eyes, noticing something was wrong. What is the reason for this? The granddaughter can't shake it, this kid can shake it, and the bottle will recognize people. Seeking collection, and, seeking monthly pass, have a chapter 0 at 7 p.m, hee, let's go buy something to eat in the cloud first. Save the manuscript, it broke out on Saturday and Sunday. Text chapter 72 _ temporarily looking for a place to be full of bad water and laughing. You do it again. Interesting academy. Good. You do it again. Good. You go again. I have done it 3 times in a row, and the first 2 times are 5 times in total. The legendary fat sheep was in a daze, and the legendary water god was in a daze. Shizun of Sparta hugged the dolphin, and 1 person and 1 pig widened their eyes. What the hell is going on here? It should be Shueiji. He tilted his head and stared at the medicine bottle placed in front of him. Senju Hashirama gave a speechless answer. And the blood follower who makes medicine. The process of Liamong shaking the bottle is very clear, and he is shaking his head and shaking his head. If this is Shueiji, I will catch a toad and eat it. Senju Hashirama's judgment was denied by almost everyone. The reason why he said it was almost because Lu Meng felt that what he said was right. He uses alchemy for medicine, and alchemy comes from DNF. But he didn't dare to say those words. Didn't Senju Tsunade go crazy? Stinky boy, I decided to go with you. What did you say? I said, I'm going to leave with you. Senju Tsunade, will be with you until you figure out this bottle. 2 big golden eyes slammed in front of him, and happiness came too suddenly. Wow, Miss Tsunade, that's great. Shall we leave now, or wait a while? You still want to wreak havoc here? Then what? No, I just want to make a little fortune. He rubbed his fingers together, and his flowing eyes glowed with golden light. Senju Tobirama kicked the man out without saying a word. Gululu poured into a belly of seawater and floated to the surface. Liamong wiped his tears and blew his nose. He is not a person to aim at, kicking people without saying a word. Is it great to have Hiraishin? When the young master is awesome, Hiraishin buys 2 bowls, eats 1 bowl, and pours another bowl. Etc. Suddenly, a dull thunder struck his forehead, and the gangster swallowed his saliva and turned his head. The boat, where's my lord's boat? I want a boat. There were no clouds in the sky and the sky was clear, and the lonely half-old child cried out to the sky. 2 o'clock in the time, Senju Tsunade, who was pulling a load of cargo, approached from a distance. Before anyone arrived, Hinata waved his little hand. Brother Liamong, we are here. Wow, I finally found an organization. Sister Anko, Hinata, I'm really suffering. Climbing up on the board of the boat, licking and licking his lips with astringent and itchy dimples, the whole person felt uncomfortable. Mitarashi Anko looked at it, and without a word, he lifted the bucket and poured it. The water splashed from head to toe, and Liamong was good at it, Still salty. The sea breeze blew the sunlight, the dry clothes were blue on the left and pale on the right, and the hair was tangled into one piece, like a mountain of flames. Interesting Academy first release. Stinky boy, where are we going next? You'd better find a stable place. Senju Tsunade held the Lorien expert potion, which he couldn't see enough, and shook it at the sun. I need time to study this miraculous drug carefully. A stable place. Then, Liamong looked up at the sky and thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, let's go to Uncle Snake. Although his place is dark, tidal and gloomy, it makes people feel sick, but it is really stable and stable. Yes, speaking of which, I still have some unfinished deals with him. Quote. Uncle Snake, Orochimaru. Isn't he dead? Death, huh, how could Uncle Snake die? He is the longest-lived person in the world. He pouted as if in admiration, and Liamong's eyes showed the abnormality in this world. Master Orochimaru, your physical condition is very bad. Yakushi Kabuto's voice was extremely difficult as he pushed his glasses and dripped with cold sweat. Sanin Lang-kun, who escaped in the form of a white-scaled snake, hissed his tongue, growling and trembling on the cold bed. The negative effects of the art of turning are too great. Uchiha Itachi, Jiraiya, the damned demonic illusion, how to recover from the wounds of the soul. Feeling like his head was about to burst, Orochimaru circled half a circle and aimed the snake's head at Yakushi Kabuto. The four have not returned yet. It should be soon. They went to the outskirts of a megacre village to ambush Liv Chinkui according to your order. We have already prepared the task person. Calculate the time, it should be on the way back. Jirobo, when are you going to eat? Angrily smashed the rice pot, and Duoyu, who was not afraid of the sky, had no girl's restraint at all. The big stomach king swallowed half a bowl of rice bowl and stuffed the bowl again. One want it, women should be gentler, look what you look like. Can you manage what this girl looks like? Angrily took the rice bowl full, and the girl with bright hair Yuhi stuffed it back again. Eat you to death. You two, stop arguing, hurry up and finish eating. He stretched out his hand and held down the sword box beside him. The two-headed left and right had a gloomy face, which was indescribably weird. But he wasn't the weirdest among the group of four, because there was someone weirder than him. Gue Hidamaru, who has 6 arms, eats and plays with a duck egg in one hand, and has no time to spare. Actually, we don't have to worry too much, it's a rare occurrence, it's too wasteful if we don't have fun. I heard that there is the market, there is a circus recently, how about we go to see it together? Don't think about playing all the time, I don't feel good, and maybe something bad is going to happen. After walking around, don't take it with a god, it's not a good thing when you say this. Although he complained, Gue Hidamaru, who knew the benefits, still gave up his plan to watch the circus. The group of 4 hurried back to the base after eating, and a few people on the way were a little helpless. I heard Yakushi Kabuto say that our mission this time seems to be sent by that kid. Is it a dead wood? That guy is not easy to deal with. Jirobo, Yakushi Kabuto has always been full of bad water, don't let him use him as a gunman. I'm just complaining. The big belly rubbed his nose, and the big stomach king who suffered a lot in the mission was really upset. Zuo Jin, who was carrying the sword box, turned his head coldly, his eyes flashing a little inexplicable. The country of Tien, in front of the secret base outside Otobukar village, Senju Tsunade frowned, Orochimaru lives in this ghost place. I'm also very helpless, so the deal is done, we'll go to another place, I've been planning for this day for a long time. Where are you going? Mitarashi Anko, who was beside him, asked curiously. Confidentiality, he said twice, and rushed into the snake's nest to escape the storm, and opened his voice when he entered the door. Uncle Snake, are you dead? If you are not dead, hurry up and come out to pick up guests. Quote. Kabuto. He turned his head sullenly, and yelled at Orochimaru, who had smashed the chopping board, in a rage. How did this kid know about this place? The also confused Super Jondi pushed open the door, and a sly little face came in front of him. Senior, hello, Uncle Snake, you are pervert again. Dead boy, do you want to die? The snake head that suddenly rushed out, banged into the opposite wall, and a few stray men who jumped back and hid behind Tsunade. Orochimaru, who had retracted his body, did not move, and in his current state, faced Senjutsunade with no life. You're an outlier. Hiss, old classmate, how come you have the time to come to me? I'm here with this stinky boy, and I'll leave after a while. The blonde golden-eyed cow, Tsunadeheim, a flower in the Sanin, raised her chin proudly. The blood pressure is not right, the heart rhythm is irregular, your state is not good, even if you count it according to snakes, you are not in a healthy state. Quote. A cold smile retracted his trembling head and let Yakushi Kabuto, who was out of the door, led everyone into the back room. Seeing the white-scaled snake in its complete state, Liamong's group's pupils shrank to the extreme. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade Hime covered in cold sweat, as expected of the strongest woman in the ninja world, the master of medical ninjutsu. You can see my current state at a glance. Is this what you call immortality? The world is like this, and the existence of everything has to pay a corresponding price. I have gained eternal life, but I have paid for the qualifications to be a human being. But this is not unacceptable to me, the alien you call me. Things. I need a laboratory and enough experimental materials. In exchange, I have solved your problem during this time. Really? Orochimaru was a little excited. Senju Tsunade was much stronger than Yakushi Kabuto. With this woman around, many problems can be solved. It's just a deal. Hee, trade is trade. Kabuto, get your lab out and open the database at the same time. Master Orochimaru. Don't be on guard, she won't be interested in those things. Orochimaru, who is also a member of Sannin, knows better than anyone about the character of an old classmate. Even if he put the turning technique in front of Tsunade, this woman wouldn't even take a look. Different people choose different paths, just like Jiraiya who is returning to Konoha now. They Sannin have gone to their respective fields, and there is no possibility of going back. From today, I am the 5th generation of Hokage who controls this village. The white hair fluttering in the wind was like a steel needle, and the lecherous fairy standing on the top floor of Hokage's office looked at Yanshan. Repaired Yanshan, the Hokage of the past dynasties are in sight, but everyone knows that the first 3 have problems. The forehead guard left by the 1st generation is now placed in the drawer of the office. That numbered iron plate has become the heart disease of Konoha's high-level officials, hitting the hearts of the village chuniners like a heavy hammer. Jiraiya, since you have decided to take over this position, it is time for us to inform the ninja world. In order to restore the reputation lost in the Chunin exam, this time we will do our best to invite daimyo from all over the world. Yamashiro Aoba, I will leave this matter to you. Do it. Turning his head to glance at the man in sunglasses standing behind him, Kaharu Udatane gave the order. The lecherous fairy who was touching the railing didn't say anything. Now is not the time to turn against these 2 old people. Today's Konoha can't do without the support of the Fire Country's daimyo. Hey, isn't that Naruto? Why are you here? Huang Mao, who came down from the roof, glanced at the old deer beside Shikamaru, and was equally curious. I also want to ask you, what are you doing up there when you have nothing to do? I went to sign in with the 5th Hokage. 5 generations of Hokage. With 3 exclamation marks in his head, Shikamaru and his father were trembling. When he was in a daze, a big toad jumped down from it, and plop stood in front of him. The big toad is about 1 meter high, and the whole body is yellow and long like a tiger. There are 2 small white flags tied to the back of the toad, with 2 lines of gouging characters written on it. Just when everyone was amazed by this, a black shadow wailed and jumped to the top of the toad's head. 1 big foot swayed sideways, 1 big slap stretched forward, spread kiba, danced its claws, and still had a stick in its mouth. Grass. The white hair on the head is like a hedgehog, and the pattern on the face is like a ghost. Yuhi shirt, green pants, like a wooden shoe off and hair silly. That's right. Naruto followed this immortal to sign in. I'm the person who sees the flowers blooming, the crush of an 18-year-old girl, the idol of a 28-year-old woman, and a 38-year-old mature woman. Dream lover, known as Mount Myoboku Jiraiya, the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha village is me. Quote. Wow haha, come and worship me. Little girl, where is the little girl? Hello, Jiraiya-sama. Little girl, where's my little girl? How is it you? The little girl didn't have 2 pineapple heads. Nara Shikaku bowed her head awkwardly to say hello. Shikamaru pulled Naruto away with a stiff face. Who is this guy like you? What do you mean like me? Am I that bad? Uzumaki Naruto listened to Shikamaru comparing him to Jiraiya, and was unwilling at the time. Naruto, what are you talking about? Are you as bad as me? Who's like you? you can't move your legs when you see a woman. If a woman shows her legs, you are blind. If a woman shows her chest, you are lame. If a woman shows half of her eyes, your swollen eyes will turn into toads. Damn it. How can a manly Jiraiya be fascinated by women? A handsome guy like me is fascinated by women. Come on. A woman will wink at you, and you will be so excited. It's useless for you to be serious in front of me. Okay. Jiraiya, who took Naruto into her arms, smirked twice, bit her ears and said, "Didn't we already discuss it on the way? And we won't be allowed to call like that again after returning to the village." You let go. If you want me to let it go, you're not allowed to call that name again. I see. He pushed the slap away and gasped. Uzumaki Naruto rested for a while, turned over, and jumped off the wall. Just when the big guy felt strange about his behavior, the voice of smirking resounded through Konoha. "Women in the village, pay attention, the lecherous fairy is back." Ha ha, ha ha ha. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, people. Text chapter 73 _ the rhythm of a flash of inspiration and death. Although I don't know what happened, this child is dead. Interesting academy. Standing in front of Kimamaro's bed, Senju Tsunade pronounced the death sentence in a deep voice. The whole body's internal organs are infected along with the bone marrow. It's a miracle that he can survive until now. Orochimaru, Sama, I'm so sorry. He coughed twice, and the boy who looked up at the roof pulled off his mask, his morbidly pale face showing remorse. I can't continue to serve you. Kun, it's not your fault. The gloomy voice was mixed with a hint of unspeakable loneliness, although Kimamaro had always been kept as a container. But Orochimaru has always had a different feeling for the child who worshipped him as a god. Liamong, who was standing with his back to the door, suddenly said, "Wait, maybe there is a way I can't do it." What? Turning back in astonishment, Orochimaru and Senju Tsunade were a little stunned. This kid has a way, what can he do? There are different opinions in different fields. Sister Tsunade said no, because she judged from a medical point of view. Uncle Snake is different here. Anyway, it's death, so it's better to gamble. What do you want to do? Orochimaru's voice was unusually low. If Liamong can't say why, he will. The cells of the first generation of Hokage. Should Uncle Snake have this thing? You mean? That's right. It's just what you think. The cells of the first Hokage are full of vitality because of Mokuden, wood style, and most of your previous experimental subjects died because of too strong vitality. However, miracles will always happen in the world, and some time ago I saw a living creature. That guy had a fight with me while you were fighting Jiraiya. Half-finished Mokuden, wood style, blood successor. His name is Yamato Tenzo. It's that guy. You want to inject primary cells into Kun's body. Wait, you two bastards, what do you think of Grandpa? Tsunadeheim's blonde hair stood on end when he heard Lu Meng and Orochimaru talk about Senjuhashirama. If it wasn't for some calmness, she would probably have demolished this snake nest immediately. Enle, Tsunade-san, Konoha did the experiment first, and you should find the right owner if you get angry. Uncle Snake is just the executor, and the guy behind him is Danzo. What about immortality? I don't know. Orochimaru was also very strange about Danzo's disappearance. We were still in touch. The guy in the Chunin exam sent a lot of information, but since then, there has been no Yinzun. I thought he was the second or fourth generation of the first generation. Slaughtered, now it seems. That smelly rat is still alive. Rumble smashed half of the wall with a punch. Seeing the ash-shattering roof, everyone immediately swallowed. Sister Tsunade, take it easy, it's underground. I know, it's really wordy. Angrily shouted and retracted his fist from the wall, and the abnormal sound of quack quack frightened everyone. Should we change places first? Lu Meng crooked his neck a little dry, ready to run away at any time. Heihei168.com. Orochimaru's pair of vertical pupils flashed helplessly. No, although it's a bit reluctant, it's not impossible. The strange snake body twisted several times, and the sludge spit out from its mouth filled the gap. After a short time, the whole room settled down. Topic turned. Senju Tsunade was very upset that his grandfather's cells were being used like this. But he didn't say anything else. Maybe this is the helplessness of being a ninja. By the way, Uncle Snake, instead of replacing those bodies that are occupied by souls, why don't you make one yourself? Use primary cells as a base, then add the blood you want, and with that powerful vitality, it will definitely solve your problem. The problem now. A dull thunder struck the top of the head with a bang, and the big snake looked at Liamong with strange eyes. Dead boy, you're crazier than me, are you interested in turning around? How could it be? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Liamong jumped up to a height of 2 feet. I don't even have chakra, and I can't learn it even if you teach me. Hissing and laughter, the bucket-thick white snake shrank to the size of a finger. After being treated by Tsunade, Orochimaru had regained some of his abilities, or he wouldn't have used Doden Earth style just now. But if you think about it, it might be a good idea. A clone cloned from a cell has no soul, so there is no trauma, if it can be done. A word to wake up the dreamer. Liamong, a bastard full of bad water, doesn't know how much trouble he will cause to the ninja world. But even if he knew it, there were 2 lunatics, Uchiha Madara and Nagato, and Orochimaru was not bad in this world. Be crazy, love how to die. With the goal of struggle, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto got into the hard room and prepared to gamble on Kimamaro's life. Lu Mang, who was reprimanded by Senju Tsunade, couldn't help but accompany him, and after that, he made several reagents. After repeated experiments to no avail, Tsunade also brought Shizune into the laboratory. Nothing to do, pulled Hinata and Anko to a secluded corner, and secretly turned over the grimace he had stolen earlier. This thing has to be dealt with quickly, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Let's hurry up and separate them. With both hands on the ground, he summoned the disintegrator. Liuman, who had suffered many losses, didn't dare to do it himself. He looked at Anko on the left and Hinata on the right, and each one stuffed one. You try your luck. Blue, brother Liamong. It's okay, it's all good and bad anyway. You don't know my luck. Hinata was afraid that he couldn't tell the good things, but Anko didn't care about that, and shoved the grimace in his hand into the gear. Yuhi's yellow and blue lights flashed randomly, and after a strange sound, he spat out several objects. No violence. In his heart, lowered his body and rolled over, his eyes suddenly straightened. Anko face, I love you. I love you to death. Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Embarrassed and angry, Mitarashi Anko glanced at Hinata in embarrassment. The little secretary covered her cherry lips with a smirk, her face soft. 1 grimace, 8 souls, 5 tempering and 3 strong, this is really too much of you. The originally excited expression was gradually replaced by stiffness, and the gangster slumped on the ground in a frenzy. Brother, what's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. Yuhi, who had a big head full of bags and threw into Hinata's arms, turned into an apple with her small breast attacked. Brother. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Cough, my stomach hurts. He got up from Hinata's arms with a twitching face, and followed Orochimaru and Tsunade's footsteps with tears on his face, and was also busy in the laboratory. It's just that the materials he wants are very confusing. Pearls are so good, what are roses and meat pieces for? These irrelevant things can also be used to make medicine. Got the information, came over to take a look, and Liamong rushed up at that moment. Good sister, can you demonize pearls? What magic? It's just pouring chakra into it. Forget it, do you know where there are pearls with chakra? I don't seem to have heard of this. The rumbling thunder was overwhelming, and the Luang was split into a fool. It's fucked up now. Without the magic pearl, where would he go to make magic crystals? Staring blankly at the broken beads in front of him, the ground is full of heartbreak. Brother, there will be a way. You, don't worry. Hey, Hinata is really good. He touched the little head leaning against his chest, and his dejected heart gradually regained vitality. If you can't find it, you can't find it, and a living person can suffocate urine to death. Isn't it just a magic pearl? Wait, magic. He pinched his chin and thought about tisk tisk, and suddenly thought of something. The gangster found Tsunade and asked for the bottle of reagents to put the pearls in it. 3 days later, Genshin's violent laughter resounded through the snake cave. What the hell is going on with that kid? Leave him alone. Quote. Sister Anko, Hinata, hurry up, take off your clothes for me. Shirts, shorts, shoes will do. Brother, Yuhi with a pretty face pulled the front of his clothes, and Hinata looked to the side shyly. Mitarashi Anko's taupe eyes were full of shock and shame. Stinky boy, do you want to die? Damn, what have I done? Don't I just want a dress? You said that. Panic clenched his fists. Lu Meng, who finally reacted, hurriedly explained, that's what, don't misunderstand, I didn't want to do that. Even if it was, I wouldn't be here, right? It's okay not to explain. Once the explanation is complete, Hinata Yuhi is completely dizzy, and Mitarashi Anko's anger reaches its peak. Excuse me, brothers, turn off the lights. A wave of wolf smoke drifted past. Anko took off his shoes with a stiff face, and his 2 white and tender feet made his eyes hot. Look at what, if you tell a lie, the old lady will. What are you? He glanced at him with a grin and took the shoes in his hands. Liamong took out a few green vials and placed them with the magic crystals he had made. Gaga showed a weird smile. Speaking of these magic dissolvers, I have to mention Uncle Snake, that guy is really a lucky star. Not only does it get the decomposer up to level 3 in a short amount of time, but it also gets a whole bunch of goodies. These green vials are the worst kind. Without them, it would be really difficult to do next. The magic crystal made of enchanted pearls and dazzling roses was melted into a beaker with a magic dissolving agent, and he took the radiance of a glass rod and began to perform his magic. Seeing that his shoes were being flipped over and over in his hands, Mitarashi Anko's face turned and Yuhi bit Silver Kiba. Getting angry, Hinata gently pulled her sleeve. Yuhi, Sister Anko, we can be together. Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? With a gentle smile, Hinata won't feel jealous. Children who lack caring since childhood, desperately need the care of others. It's not about love, it's just love. Liamong, Anko, this is the person she cherishes most now. I want to be with my brother and sister forever. A warm whisper came into his ears. Anko lowered the corners of his eyes, looked at the little girl leaning beside him and shook his head. What a fool. After the 2 girls bit their ears, Liamong completed the last step. Ahaha for Sister Do, try putting it on. Ask for collection, and, ask for a monthly pass, at 9 o'clock to 8:40, brothers, the cloud is working hard, you can also give me some strength, please. Text chapter 74 _ I've been thinking about a question recently. This is a single tap, he can jump 5 meters high without any chakra consumption. Mitarashi Anko stared blankly at Liamong. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. With Magic Cat Demon, after adding a strange magic power to the shoes, you can permanently make a pair of shoes have Cat Demon-like jumping power. Sister Anko, do you like this gift? Stinky boy, how many things are you hiding from us? I thought I could get a reward and take the opportunity to get a little cheaper, but I didn't expect people to be fooled at all. Liamong was weak and lost his temper, but he immediately picked up Hinata's ninja shoes with a smirk, and played with the slender feet twice. The snow-white little feet were gripped tightly, and the 10-fingered cardamom was a little bit of Yuhi, and the ice-cold drooling was drooling in his hands. The little foot was pinched by Liamong, and the little secretary immediately turned into a pressure cooker, and the timid whisper was extremely satisfying. Brother, don't. Have you had enough trouble, brat? Great reluctance, he glanced at the shy little sister Hinata. Lu Meng retracted his hand unwillingly, and resumed his work of enchanting. Ninja shoes. Jacket. Shorts. shoulders, belt, ring, necklace, bracelet. Spending a week modifying the equipment for Hinata Anko and myself, I felt the droopy Kiba sign in my mouth and laughed and pinched my waist. I've been thinking about a question recently: how fierce can I be? With these things, I see who would dare to be shy. The 3 secret treasures of making money in gangsters are ammunition, skilled girls, and fairy grass. The last 2 young masters don't want to touch them, and the front is finally settled. The unexpected success of magic has brought Liamong the luck of a sudden collapse, guarding Tsunade Orochimaru, 2 experts in the field of medical forbidden technique. Coupled with the guidance of Senju Tobarama some time ago, the gangster was struck by lightning out of control. When Orochimaru was about to stab Kimimaro, the boy with a bad stomach gave him a big gift. Uncle Snake, give this to Kun first, it must increase the success rate a lot. It is more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Unlike the blue bottle of chakra recovery potion that surprised people some time ago, the Yuhi bottle Liamong took out this time is obviously not the same thing. Seeing the doubts and inquiries in the eyes of the 2 experts, the scumbag explained, Norden's expert medicine, this newly developed reagent can replenish the lost vitality. Although I don't know how much it can make up, but drink it. There can be nothing wrong with it. Quote, there is such a magical thing in the world. The agent that restores the lost vitality. If Orochimaru and Tsunade were killed before seeing the expert recovery potion of Rolian, they would not believe that there is such a thing. But it's different now. Unscrewed a small Yuhi bottle and poured it into his throat, Kimimaro coughed twice, and there was a little Yuhi moisturizing. Senju Tsunade pushed Orochimaru to the side, and after checking it carefully, his eyes stared at Liamong. Stinky boy, how did you do this? The same speechless formula was in front of him, and the legendary fat sheep went crazy. This is impossible. Tsunade Haim, who was hysterical and roaring, almost demolished the house, had to admit that she really couldn't understand this kind of pharmaceutical method. When will mushroom honey also be used to make medicine, or is this magic reagent? Putting the deranged woman aside, with Norden's expert potion, Kimimaro's missing life force was miraculously filled, and Orochimaru even thought about giving up. Knowing that this can only cure the symptoms but not the root cause, the young man shook his head resolutely and decided to continue gambling his life. Master Orochimaru, I know my body. In order to serve you better, I am willing to block everything. I swear with my soul, I must be able to persevere. Quote. The word, Kun, was uttered, and seeing Kimimaro's extremely firm gaze, Orochimaru breathed out his words of persuasion. Silently preparing with Yakushi Kabuto, various test tube electrodes pierced into the body, and the corner of the mouth of the teenager soaked in the medicinal liquid smiled. For Orochimaru-sama's ambition, in order to make himself eligible to continue as a container, he must successfully fuse the cells of the original Hokage. The process of the experiment was extremely long and arduous. From the time when Hashirama's vital cells were integrated into the body, Kimimaro twitched and went crazy from time to time. If it weren't for the support of extraordinary consciousness, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. This is a man who sees faith above all else. The gangster who couldn't help next to him stood in front of the glass cover to cheer, shook his head and walked out of the room. When I got to the door, I saw Enko Inada confronting 4 guys. The black face with 6 arms at the head looks like a horse monkey. The second one, the 3-haired fat neck is like a ball. Behind them, a girl with horns on the left and a monster with green eyes and blue lips on the right. The strangest thing is that he has 2 heads. 4 people, what are you doing to block my woman? Do you want to die? Yuhi turned into an apple when he opened Byakugan's little secretary Hinata's face. Mitarashi Enko bit Silver Kiba and looked back suddenly. Who is your woman? You are my sister, not my woman. Liamong pulled Hinata behind him, raised his chin and stared at the 4 guys on the opposite side. If you plan to go together, you are still the same one. Come one. Deadwood Liamong, do you think that Orochimaru-sama has given you a 3-pointed face, and you can be mad in Otogakure village? I, Gue Hitamaru, are not afraid of you. Flash. Standing at the back, Zuo-jin held his shoulders. Don't cause trouble, come back and take care of him soon. With blue lips, green eyes and white face, a monster with 2 heads in front and back led the team past, slamming his fists and snorting coldly. Lu Mang, who didn't want to have the same knowledge as them, immediately changed his mind. That box contains the Thor's sword, right? Leave it for me. Rush forward, stretched out, and elbowed, and the left and right faces who banged on the arm of the wall were full of surprise. The 4 people who flew out backwards, hit the wall, and threw them, and in a blink of an eye, they became mice lying in the nest. Some people you can't afford to offend. Arrogant. The slowly emerging curse mark, disgusting and deadly, crawled to the cheeks. Just when they were about to go crazy, Yakushi Kabuto squeaked open the door. Don't make trouble here, Lord Orochimaru ordered you to go back to the North Post. Rest, there will be a new task to perform in a week, you can put this scroll away. Quote. He robbed him of our mission item. He stared at the sword box that Liamong leaned on beside him, with green zombie-like eyes that were similar to blades. Yakushi Kabuto, who pushed the flat mirror, smiled. That was the transaction between Orochimaru and him. Since the thing was taken away by him, the transaction is considered complete. I don't care what you do with him, but don't mess around at the base. Otherwise, there will be consequences. You know. 1, 2, 3, or 4, they reached out their hands and pointed, and the group of 4 who were so angry that they didn't dare to let go, turned around and left. Deadwood Liamong, you'd better stay here for the rest of your life. Otherwise, when you step out of the base, it's you. The time of death. Quote. Yo, that's crazy. He threw the sword case in his hand to Hinata, with a grinning gleam behind him. He wanted to see who would die first when he walked out of the base. Brother, I will go too. It's just me, and it's time to test these equipment. For a ninja of Mitarashi Enko's level, it is not something that can be achieved by training hard overnight. It takes not only perseverance, but also extraordinary luck. If not, you will be stuck here for the rest of your life, and it will be like this until death. But now, with the enchanted equipment provided by Liamong, Enko is eager to test how much her strength level can be improved. Walking out of the underground base, he found a remote corner and stood still, and Gue Hitamaru, the most bad-tempered of the 4, took the lead. Don't look at the cruel words of the 4 of them, but they really want to fight Liamong, but they don't have the courage. Gangster in Konoha has become a taboo in the entire ninja world. At the same time, the danger level of this guy has also reached the peak, and he is on the same level as many old missing nins. Under their reputation, there are no virtuous people. In the face of a gangster who is full of bad water, they don't dare to be contemptuous at all. I'll come first. Yingzi shook off the beige trench coat, and Mitarashi Enko smiled and stared at the 6-armed black-faced monkey on the opposite side. Gue Hitamaru sneered and glanced at him. It's really thick skin to let a woman come forward. Sister Enko wants to play, of course my brother won't stop you. If you want to die, I will fulfill you in a while. The 4 people did not dare to work hard, but it did not mean that Liamong did not dare. If these 4 guys really pissed him off, he wouldn't care about Orochimaru or Orochimaru. Don't forget, Senju Tsunade is now his most solid backing. What is the most powerful this year? Holding the thigh is the most powerful. The 4-shot shuriken started, and Mitarashi Enko, who took the opportunity to get close, raised his foot and kicked. With 2 arms in front of him, 4 slaps stretched into the corners of his mouth, trying to spit out the spider-glued Gue Hitomi pills, only to feel a huge force coming from his chest, and the whole person fell and flew out. What a magical enchantment, it can actually bring such a strong power. Although it is not comparable to Tsunade-sama's chakra-enhanced strength, it is far superior to ordinary Jonin. Trying the additional strength of the clothes and pants, Enko, who felt good, formed a handprint again, and the increase in the casting speed brought her a lot of surprises. Shadow Snake Hand. 3 points faster than usual, the chakra flow completed the request with a blink of an eye, and Enko, who had several pythons sprang from his sleeves, giggled coquettishly. Gue Hidemaru, who opened the spider web, was stunned. This is Orochimaru's art. You. Seeking Collection, and Seeking Monthly Pass, have 4 updates on the cloud. Brothers are working hard. It's really not easy to write a book these days. Text chapter 75 _ The Little Girl Who Can't Be Ignored, the first appearance of magic. Is it strange? Sister Anko is Uncle Snake's great disciple. Interesting academy. He blinked his eyelids maliciously, and grinned wickedly when he hugged Hinata. Standing behind the spider web, Guidumaru was restless, and the identity of Mitarashi Anko put him under great pressure. How could this woman have something to do with Orochimaru? Sama, isn't she the ninja that Konoha ran out of? Hateful. Gue Hidemaru was dumbfounded there. Anko wouldn't wait. Seeing the cobwebs that bound the poisonous snake, a little star flashed in the dangerous gray-brown pupils. Siwei Shenhai Wu Yin. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The misty sparks overflowed from the necklace on the chest, the ring on the finger, the bracelet on the wrist, and the orange Yuhi, colored fireball turned pure white in an instant, and the temperature rose in a straight line. Mitarashi Anko's chakra attribute is fire, and Liamong specially prepared a 3-piece set of accessories for her. All of them are enchanted with flame Pinoshu, and the fire attribute is strengthened by 6. Together, they are up to 100%. Such a powerful bonus makes Kaden, Fire Style, whose lethality is already super high, even more perverted. This is impossible. That's no ordinary Kaden, Fire Style, the grand fireball is the wrong color. The eyeballs that burst open one after another all protruded from their sockets. Duo Yuya, left and right, Jirobo, saw the pure white flames that turned the spider web into fly ash in front of him, no longer the previous contempt and pride. Is this the interest of the chief disciple of Orochimaru? Those who watched the battle were in a daze, those who participated in the battle were scared and dumbfounded, and Gatonmaru, who was embarrassed to avoid all the way, was covered in cold sweat. If you get caught, you will die. Pure white flame, how hot does this have to be? State 2 transformation. Forced out so soon. Looking at Spider-Man's grandson, who has turned from a human to a ghost with long horns and 3 eyes in the middle of his forehead, the Liuman is gone. If Erlang Shen-kun sees this, he must not send the Shaoshan dog out. They are all 3 eyes, and the gap is too big for him. Shame, lose a person. Spirituality Spider. The shameless Guidumaru can't handle that, and Mitarashi Anko brought him a lot of pressure. Cobweb is most afraid of Kaden, Fire Style. Do you want to use a long-range attack? Thinking of the speed of Anko's approach just now, Spider-Man and his grandson immediately rested his mind. I can't beat it. The attributes are suppressed, the gap in melee power is too large, and the distance can't be opened, and the cobwebs originally used to contain them don't work. Get these disgusting reptiles away. Heihei168.com. The ninja sword drawn from under the cloak slashed a large piece of spark, and the sharp blade of the fire attribute attack slashed an open space in the spider swarm. The charred spiders fell to the ground, smoked into balls, and smoked, one by one, and the other became donkeys and eggs. This battle is over. I admit defeat. With a gloomy expression, he exited State 2, and Gatonmaru retreated to the crowd in sweat. The remaining 3 guys looked at each other. Who came? Facing Mitarashi Anko with a sharp blade, Jirobo, the king of big stomachs, patted his stomach and headed out. My strength should be no worse than her. Although Doden, Earth Style, is not as restrained as Suiden, Water Style, Kaden, Fire Style, but also not restrained by Kaden, Fire Style. I'll try first after you guys push. Be careful, that woman is not easy to deal with. I know. Nodding and walking towards the midfield, Jirobo made a plan, rushes over and transforms after a while, and then crushes with super strength. Brother, Sister Anko, this time, let me come this time. He whispered to his 2 little fingers, and the unexpected invitation of Hinata's little secretary really surprised many people. Even this shy and weak girl wants to play, isn't it too contemptible? The 4 of them spit fire in their angry eyes. Mitarashi Anko, who came back, took Hinata's Jirobo's shoulders, blinking his taupe eyes and encouragingly said, "Come on, you can do it." Thank you, sister. Come on. Hinata let her go if she wanted to. With herself and Anko around, she wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. The four angry idiots facing away from the corners of their eyes. Liamong is secretly happy. Looking down on Hinata will be your biggest mistake. Please observe a lot. Mingming was fuming and fighting, but he just observed it with a sentence. As soon as Hinata's little secretary opened his mouth, Jirobo was Sparta at the time. Seeing such a weak appearance of Hinata, Jirobo's mouth was curled up like a bitter gourd, almost to the back of his head. Just a little girl who doesn't look good no matter how you look at it. Isn't it a shame to fight her? Look at her slap that can kill her. If I win this fight, it will be called victory. If I lose, I have to throw that face to my grandma's house. Jirobo, who was reluctant to fight with Hinata, opened his mouth and shouted, "I said who are you?" "Day, Hyuga Hinata." "Yo, she's still a little girl from the Hyuga family, so take a good look at it." The tall body was almost short to the ground before he noticed Hinata's white pupils, and Jirobo immediately became tired and crooked. "You said that you have nothing to do with your head down so short. Isn't this a pockmark or a pit man?" Thinking about the famous gentle fist of the Hyuga family's ninja world, Jirobo hissed twice and it was not easy to handle. Except for his Doden Earth style, all he can use is fist and kick, and it seems that he will suffer a loss in the fight against Hyuga's gentle fist. "No, I have to change someone. I can't match this little girl. If you win, you lose your share, and if you lose, you steal someone. You can't eat this loss." "That, Day, Hyuga Hinata, right. You go back. I don't know Jirobo like a little girl. You go back and come out with someone with a name and a surname. That woman was good before, or you can let the bastard with the surname of Kuchiki come out. Don't speak ill of brother Liamong. I'm very strong." The little head raised finally, two milky white pupils weeping. When the wind blew, Sister Hinata, who was standing in the field, became even weaker, as lovely as a porcelain doll. Jirobo was speechless at the time. "Are you really going to fight?" "Well, please watch a lot. I watch your sister Ami." He vomited 3 liters of blood with black lines all over his forehead, and when he saw that Hinata was about to fight, Jirobo, who was tied up, didn't even open the spell seal. Thinking about it in my heart, I can go up and fight twice, and quickly send it away so that I can make a replacement. The north wind blows, the grass breaks wildly, and the fat man who underestimates the enemy smashes into a mound. Jirobo, who didn't take Hinata seriously, flew away with just 1 hit. Dodgy spiral winding strength progress in moving the hammer. The small hand stretched forward stroking, swinging and pushing, and the little secret hand in his arms slammed out 2 hollow fists. Jirobo, whose internal organs and 6 abdomens were all displaced, fell back into the team like a cannonball, and the 2 ice blue fist marks on his chest and lower abdomen were extremely eye-catching. What's going on? Isn't the Hyuga family unable to use advanced ninjutsu? Where did this Hyoten ice style come from? Hands like a round circle, Hinata rolled her eyes shyly. With magic ice Clahe. Krahi, who is the younger sister of Flame Pinoche, is different from her elder sister who was born with the power of fire. The power of ice flowing in her body. By enchanting the power of Kratch into the gloves made of celestial silk, it becomes an ice attribute attack, which is why the fist mark has ice. This idiot has underestimated the enemy again. He scolded bitterly, Zojin to Yuya bit Kiba with a pair of eyes, and the name of the group of 4 should not be lost. I'll go, you hold back. It was obviously not possible to play at the same time, and Duoyu also stopped in front of Zuo-jin and whispered, my demonic illusion should be able to restrain her, maybe it will be worse when you get close. Then be careful. The handheld flute stood in front of the field, Duoyu also snorted coldly and directly burst out the curse mark too, and the pale horns stood on the top of his head, I'm not the fat idiot just now. Please observe a lot. A little scared, Hinata clicked her little head, and Hinata waved her hands. The previous opening remarks blurted out again, and Tayuya's face was angry, and his yuhi-colored hair was frizzy at that time. Spiritualism 3 Ghosts. Among the white clouds that burst, 3 monsters with a height of 5 meters appeared. What it is? A gray-haired masked shoulder hammer with an anti-nail head, a blindfold white cloth with bone spurs tied to his arms, and the last one covered in bandages without long arms. Are these guys psychic beasts? Little girl from the Hyuga family, you have to be careful, don't leave your life here inadvertently. Much, thank you for reminding me, I'm fine. Nodding again to show that it's okay, Hinata's gentle look made Taiyu completely angry. Women like to compare each other, and women with bad temper hate those who are weak in nature. In their opinion, that is called lack of backbone. The flute sounded, and the 3 ghosts went out. Seeing the 3 monsters jumping high in the field, Mitarashi Anko turned to Liamong. Aren't you worried at all? What are you worried about? Are you worried about the other person? Hinata is no ordinary girl. Rumbling rocks splashed, and the little secretary who escaped the mace bombarded with 2 twists and avoided the bone spurs drawn horizontally. Duo Yeyu slowly raised the corners of his mouth when he looked at the figure hurriedly dodging in the arena. I see how long you can hide. The sound of the flute speeded up, and the speed of the 3 ghosts' attack was 3 more violent. I can't be ashamed in front of the person I like. Once again dodging the giant hammer, he took out 3 smoke bombs from behind and threw them down. Blue veins suddenly appeared in Hinata's eyes. Byakugan. The enemy uses the sound to control the puppet, and she must watch the scene. After the line of sight is blocked, she will have a chance. With Byakugan around, the use of smoke bombs has always been Hyuga's most shameless defense against the enemy. The enemy can't see, they can see. Damn little girl movie, you brought it on yourself. Finale Chapter 9, Chaos in the Demon Realm. There is another chapter in the evening for Ask for Collection, and Ask for a Monthly Pass. Before 9 o'clock, the cloud should be as early as possible. It's like 7 or 8 o'clock. 4 chapters a day, brothers are awesome. Text Chapter 76_2 Prodigal Girls Who Can't Even Lie. The 3 ghosts, whose mouths were sewn together with thick threads, roared silently as the flute changed, and 3 translucent long snakes full of mouths spewed out of the thick threads that were broken away. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. What are those? Hiding in the smoke and opening the Byakugan, Hinata carefully avoided 3 guys who didn't look good at first sight. Go straight to the Lord. After solving the summoner, these puppets should be useless. The opponent uses the flute to control the puppet. In other words, the 3 big guys cannot be controlled by mental awareness or other means. Smoke bomb. After hanging out with Liamong for a long time, there will be no poor people. The ninja tools that ordinary ninjas are reluctant to use many times, Hinata has thrown out 4. Seeing the purple smoke surrounding him, Tayuya snorted and quickened his movements. Trying to use these mists to cover up the sneak attack would be too underestimated. The flute sound turned, the 3 ghosts turned back, and Duoyu, who surrounded himself with puppets, also quietly waited for the smoke to dissipate. A cowardly little girl will only use such unworthy means, as long as the battle is over. His hands spread sideways, one up and one down. Hinata gestured towards Hyuga's gentle fist. The last time she played against Neji, the little girl already had her own 000 experience. Brother Liamong, I can definitely stand behind you. 8 trigrams 64 palms. In this realm, everything about you will be under my control. 8 trigrams 2 palms. The defense that he thought was foolproof suddenly broke, and Taiyuki, who was caught off guard by Hinata's approach, was also shocked. How could it be? How could her speed suddenly become so fast? Lai Bug dodged and hit 2 palms, and before he could feel the pain, the attack of the violent storm hit his body. 8 trigrams 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Wearing flower-like butterfly-like sword fingers, extremely sharp and piercing all over the body, after 64 palms finished, Hinata swung his hands behind him violently. Finishing move double Bs. 2 little hands with chakra whistling. The impression was directed to the ear, only to feel that Duo Yu also fell to the ground without even letting out a ruthless sentence. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. The smoke dissipated, looking at the 3 immobile puppets, and then at the unconscious companion. The dead face on the left was twitching, and the skin was peeled like frost hitting an eggplant. 1 layer, 2 layers, countless. The layer is almost falling off the slag. Well done, brother. Feeling the temperature coming from the top of her head, Hinata shyly buried her face in her chest, and waited for a long wave of gentle emanations to wait for the nearby Kidumaru to wake up Taiyu, before letting go of the little secretary and walking towards the midfield. The most arrogant guy, it's time for us to come. Kuimu Liamong, you only know how to make women come forward, don't think I'll be afraid of you. Mingming's heart was terrified, but his mouth was dead, and his appearance was so stern that Liamong was happy at that time. Touching his nose, he took out a kiba stick and put it on it. The gangster headed over without saying a word. Look at your white-ashed face, he looks like a bad guy, die for me. Shaking his hand and hitting the door with a brick, Zuo Jin was blinded when he encountered this trick for the first time. Stupid kung fu, not only got a stick on the top, but also got a slap on the bottom. Street Fighter Earth Shatter. Deliberately pushing his right leg into the ground, he lifted up the old high with pieces of soil and rocks, and the man laughing wildly spat out a poisonous shadow needle. Seeing blood on his face, he felt numb, and both Zuo Jin felt wrong when he woke up. Poisonous. It's not a sin for a man to cry, it's not a sin to cry, it's heartbreaking to cry too much. What is that guy singing? He hummed an inexplicable tune in his mouth, slapped the smudged brick in his hand, and found that Liamong, who woke up near his brother, jumped into the air with a kick. Death mist. There were bursts of dark purple poisonous smoke from the banging poison bag. This was not the smoke bomb just now. Being in the fog, Zuo Jin, who was already rigid, felt more and more uncomfortable. Multiple punches, multiple feet. Pervert than Haruno Sakura, she was disgusting beyond imagination when hitting people around. Who would have thought that a fist could be born on the forehead? Liamong thought of it, so Liamong made a move. 100 Blossoms Nian Chi Mask. Come on, baby, in this enchantment, your grandfather is invincible. Damage absorption enchantment, is there anything more disgusting than this? There is no need for a defensive attack at all. You punch me and I kick you. You hit Liamong from the left and right, and the Liuman is fine. If the Liuman hits the left and right, the 2 children will be Spartans. Get out. The body that was torn left and right leapt out, and the monster that entered the second state had sharp horns on its head. Is it this way? To prevent your disgusting things from entering your body, this battle should end as soon as possible. 100 Flowers Spiral Thought Aura. The body that was rushing forward abruptly stopped, and the madness of the palm of the hand was revealed to me to death. The azure blue energy vortex with a diameter of 2 meters slammed into the right ear. The brilliance circulated, and a harsh scream resounded through the sky. Brother! Is this guy born in the year of the pig? Why is he hitting people in the head? Dodging the sharp corner of Zuo Jin, Liamong disappeared in a blink of an eye. The 3 people outside who were injured and vomited blood were all dumbfounded. The one inside was really close, the strongest person in their group after Kimimaro left. Wouldn't it be because someone was transferred? How could it be so weak? Brother is the best. The brat is much stronger again. In the poisonous fog of death, the body gradually disappears. As long as it does not attack, Liamong will be invisible. The power of the Poison King is beyond imagination. Poison can not only be used on the enemy, but can also be used for oneself. Feeling more and more powerful fists, the bad boy decided to beat Zuo Jin to half-death. Baby, it's not right to pee and play with mud in the big summer. Come on, hit the left face first, then stretch out the right face after hitting the left face. You have to believe in Buddha, it is wrong to use a knife or a gun. The big slap swung to the face to death, and how did Kong Lao say that? The master said, fight with bricks, head and face, just call friends together, and fall to the death. Another brick was slapped on the face, and the rising tide suddenly shook, and he used the most shameless, the most inhumane trick in the world, the magic shadow clone, also known as the gangster kick art. 11 flowing lights suddenly surrounded Zuo Jin, who was dizzy in the middle. Although you scolded me, how can I know the same as you? Come on, boy, let's light up your weapons. Brothers, get on me. The big foot lifted up and aimed at the forehead and fell down, and the semi-transparent clones were surrounded and kicked. Have you ever seen a street gang fight? This is it. No matter how high the weapon is, it can't beat the kitchen knife. Broken hands, broken legs, and broken ribs. Hear what it sounds like, it's the sound of heartbreak. He kicked Zuo Jin to death and kicked him next to his bloodied brother to recover. Liamong wiped the scattered hair and shook off his cloak. He turned his head and looked into the distance happily. Uncle Snake, how long have you been here? Damn boy, you really don't give me face. It's just a few wastes. With me here, you can make a batch anytime, anywhere. With the Norden Expert Potion as the basis, Lu Meng said this with great confidence. The pale complexion glowed slightly, and Kimamaro's appearance was extremely shocking. I'm not here, you guys have become such a waste, it seems that you have no value to live anymore. The bone spurs pulled out by the brush slammed violently, and found that Kimamaro was about to start. Orochimaru hurriedly stopped. Kun, although they are a little waste, but they have a task to do recently. Your body is just right, don't act too rashly. Quote. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Seeing Kimamaro's efforts to speak, he had to put the bones back. Liamong grabbed his arm. This is not a good habit. I said, how did you become that bird in the first place? Just pull the bones out and use them and throw them away. Or one day you'll have to finish it. Thank you. He tilted his head and glanced at the bone spur in his hand, and Kimamaro's pale face showed a slight smile. The 4 people who got up in a daze were all stunned. Kimamaro would laugh too. Their immediate boss always had an expression on his face, except when he met Orochimaru-sama. He would show a respectful attitude. Why did he show such an appearance? Heck! That guy named Liamong. The complexion changed and his head lowered. Although he didn't want to admit it, the 4 of them were really afraid of the gangster. Glancing sideways at a few unsatisfactory subordinates, Orochimaru hissed Yuhi's tongue and licked it. Damn boy, I heard you've come up with something new recently. Ha, I know I can't beat you. Let's see how much this sword is worth. Orochimaru that was in his hand pulled out, and the luster of Yuhi was restrained under the scorching sun. Pervert slapped his arm with a smirk. Nice baby, how much does it cost? Oh, small blue crystals, elemental crystals, bottle magic power dissolves, plus the same amount of magic crystals. The amount of materials increased tenfold without blinking. Hinata, who knew the real situation later, immediately lowered his head, and Matarashionko's face twisted. Yes, she quickly bit her lip. Really? Orochimaru's gloomy expression was strange. Really, how dare I lie to you? Ha 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 twice, and Liamong, who quietly looked back, knew that it was broken. Why didn't these 2 prodigal girls live in Kabuto? It's all money. Cough, Uncle Snake, listen to me. Today's 4th update of Ask for a Reward, Brothers and Sisters, 12,000, really no less than others. Saturday and Sunday, 7 more. Don't forget to cheer for us when the time comes. Your support, the power of the cloud. Text chapter 77 _ bargaining arms dealer's plan. Small blue crystal block, elemental crystal, magic power dissolving bottle, plus the same amount of magic crystal. Uncle Snake, this is a real number. Heihei168.com re-reported the list with a loud voice, and turned around to wink at the 2 girls. Eyes squeezed, can catch a row of flies. Orochimaru laughed angrily at the time. Damn boy, you make it up. you continue to make it up, I'll see how much you can make up. Uncle Snake, look at your old saying, how can this be called editing? Business is not righteous. Who are we and who, do you think so? I'm your head, and Orochimaru hasn't stopped for a day since I saw Liamong this bastard. Tell me, how did the Hatakes give birth to such a bastard as you? The scourge of the ninja world, which has never been one in 800 years, was just like that. If there is no crystal block, you will die. Orochimaru, who was never afraid of death, just didn't spit. In desperation, Liamong reduced and reduced, until the last, small blue crystals, elemental crystals, 5 bottles of magic dissolving agent, plus the same amount of magic crystals. Although there is still water in this list, it is infinitely close to the bottom line, and Orochimaru finally reluctantly accepts it. When the north wind blows, my darling will be cool. Brother, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize to him, he's an asshole. Pulling over the little secretary who bowed his head to admit his mistake, Mitarashi Enko bit Kiba and rounded his eyes, you bite me. Bite and bite. The hatred rose to the ground, Liamong opened his mouth and bit his chest. Enko was immediately blinded. Stinky boy, where are you going to bite? Sister, I want to drink milk. Stinky boy, you go down. A fierce struggle completely ignored the petrified crowd, and the black line above Orochimaru's head took the person away. Turning to revolving heaven, Lu Meng banged on the door, and sat on the chair beside the door. Uncle Snake, what is the most valuable thing in the ninja world? Arms. Let's discuss and discuss. You will provide the materials, and I will make the things. Then 373721, how about the division of labor and cooperation? I'm 7 and you're 3. Orochimaru said sullenly. Liamong was not happy at that time. Uncle Snake, you are such a big man, how can you do such a non-human thing? It's very troublesome for me to build things, and the materials are not worth a few dollars. I will give you 3. Don't play tricks with me, dead boy. Not everyone can use your machine. Since I provide the materials, I can't ask for too little. Otherwise, you can just build it yourself, and I don't want a penny. Don't let yourself compete with the decomposition machine. Liamong is not so stupid. That ghost must have been Orochimaru's wife in his last life, and 9 out of 10 times were violent. Change it to Liamong himself. Oh, the high-selling one. The two of them must have been enemies in their previous life, and they may not be violent once 100 times. 4-6, you 4, I 6, no more. Biting his lip cruelly, the little face of the gangster head twitched, almost catching up with Juwatai. 5-5, whether you like it or not. He hissed out his tongue with a smirk on his face. Whoever said Orochimaru was stupid, he was also a profiteer. Eyeballs stared at each other for a long time. Liamong had no choice but to compromise. 5-5 is 5-5, but weapons can't be sold casually. Things are rare and expensive. Isn't Konoha going to hold a Hokage succession ceremony recently? Let's go to them that sell, auction. Have you lived enough? Who said I've lived enough? I won't let Sister Tsunade attend. He smirked with a light bulb in his head, and the smug Liuman dug a hole for himself, and he regretted it a lot in the future. Orochimaru looked at the dead boy full of bad water from head to toe. I want Sasuke Uchiha. As a trade condition, you help me get him back. You still want to hit his body? Liamong was a little surprised. Uncle Snake was going to die. Hissing, his eyes narrowed, Orochimaru raised his eyes to look at the ceiling. I need his eyes, the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, that can't be awakened by a bloodline. Rather than betting on the unknown, it's better to get the ready-made ones. Quote. Okay, I'm here to help, but I want a favor. What do you want? People, I want people. Liamong stared straight at Orochimaru. Uzumaki Shonglin, I want that girl. Okay, last time you asked for the Uzumaki family's sealing technique, it was for her. Drink it, and I know I can't hide anything from you. He raised his thumb high. Lu Meng didn't mean to deny the matter. To geniuses in the Hokage junior generation, Uzumaki is definitely on the top of the list. Jinchuriki column, the first generation of Hokage people, can perceive maliciousness. Fragrant scales to accompany and support, maybe it is the second Mito. With the seal art of the Uzumaki family, many things are much easier to handle. Sasuke. The solitary north wind blew her messy hair, and Haruno Sakura raised her hand and knocked on the door of Uchiha's house. With a creaking sound, Urasukako, who had not seen the light for many days, opened the door, and the two people looked at each other from one mile and the other, as if they were in two worlds. How have you been lately? Sakura forced a smile out of her heart. Urasukako was still cold. Sakura, this is not the place you should be. Sasuke. I said, this is not the place you should come, and don't come again in the future. The closed door blocked the view, and with the eager shouting outside the door, the orphan Uchiha tightly closed his eyes. You won't understand, this cursed family, and this cursed village. What is the truth, Itachi, and 3 generations? Chunon's exam that day came to his ears, and the corners of Urasukako's eyes stinged a little again. They all play me for a fool. Hate, disgust, walking in the empty Uchiha mansion, Urasukako seems to hear the roar of the wraith at any time. The status of the ruler, the family accompanies everything for this, and what role does Uchiha Itachi play here? Urasukako, who has been reading history books all the time recently, vaguely has the answer. The side who loses the power struggle has never had a good end. The demise of the Uchiha family is precisely because of this. If you are not willing to be mediocre, you will go to madness. Only strength can solve everything. Only by possessing the power to transcend everything can one not be swayed by the world. Reaching out to hold down the mark left by the man, Sasuke Uchiha's face turned cold again. Why did we go looking for that guy? Isn't Kimamaro's body already healed? A pale and arrogant figure appeared in front of his eyes, and Duoyu pouted without complaint. Maybe the Orochimaru people want to change to a new container. We are always hard to guess what he thinks. But that kid named Liamong is really a bastard. If there is a chance in the future. Are you going to beat him together? Or do you want to kill him? If there is a chance, I will. The two heads were raised together, and they would never forget the humiliation given to them by the gangster. Konoha Hidden Village, Yoshino Grill. Ino's sister looked at Choji's big belly enviously. I really envy you, it doesn't matter how much you eat. Why do you want to lose weight, Ino? The chubby pancake's face was twisted into a twist, and the little fat man's head was covered with paste. Girls want to be more perfect in front of the person they like. Thinking of the man who was drifting away like the wind, Sister Ino said a little dejectedly. Choji's chubby face was full of doubts, slim enough to be likable. Of course, which boy would like it? No, don't all boys like slender girls? Slender Jade gestured with a double S curve, and Sister Ino winked mischievously. The reverse is the same. Yeah, so Choji, if you want to be liked by girls, you have to find a way to lose weight first. Quote. Come on. Shikamaru, who couldn't listen to his friend's disappointed face, scolded him. You said you wanted to lose weight, but I didn't see you keep your mouth shut. Bastard. How can you lose weight if you don't eat enough? You bastard, don't think it's amazing to be Chunin. The vicious voice threw a pink fist, and Ino was furious like a fried tiger. Shikamaru was defeated immediately. Women are really troublesome species. Who said this? Darwin, or Galileo, not Addison. I remember that the boss seemed to have said that the guy invented the light bulb. On the way home after dinner, Shikamaru, who was not very interested in Choji, patted his friend's shoulder. Don't worry about that crazy woman, men don't like skinny girls as they think. In fact, plumper women are more attractive. Secretly telling you, this is what my father said. Really? Of course, my troublesome mother is not thin. So, instead of losing weight, Ino should gain weight, maybe it will be more cute. Bulging his cheeks and making a balloon, Shikamaru smiled and comforted his friend. Choji smiled happily. You're so funny, and you're smart. I don't care, it's okay to be fat. Speaking of which, only you succeeded in this Chunin selection test. I knew that you were the best. Yes, none of them can compare to you. That's not what I said. If I meet you, I may be the one who loses. If that's the case, maybe I'll admit defeat in advance. Head embarrassingly, Choji sighed, but the teacher said just now that I know how to eat, and I don't have any strength. Don't pay too much attention to the dead monkey, you have to believe that you are the best. Shikamaru, you are such a nice person. Aha, stop talking, see you later, don't forget to meet tomorrow, we still have important things to discuss. The rustling autumn wind blew up the fallen leaves. Looking up at the withered and yellow scenery, Shikamaru let out a sullen breath in trouble. Hokage, the big name, everything is piled up. Ask for a monthly pass, starts in the new month, brothers and sisters can vote for one vote, and the cloud will be on the list tomorrow. Text Chapter 78 Kimimaro, you have to learn from my brother. Kakashi, what do you think about Uchiha Sasuke? Jiraiya-sama, this. I know you always feel you owe Uchiha something because of Obito. But Kakashi, things are different now with Sasuke. Lord Jiraiya, Sasuke is still a child. He said nervously, facing the newly appointed Hokage. The Hatake owner was very uneasy. Lecherous Immortal sighed, his eyes a little sharp. 12 years old is not too young. Kakashi, age doesn't tell a person's talent. Konoha's situation is not optimistic at the moment. The old man and many excellent ninjas are gone. The village's current less than half the strength of the past tense. I don't allow any more accidents, you know. I understand, Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi lowered his head with a lonely expression, not daring to look directly at the stern eyes of the lecherous immortal. I will personally monitor Sasuke's place, and if he has any problems, I will take care of it. No, this matter is left to Anbu. Although the strength of the village has been greatly damaged at the moment, the task has not been reduced because of this, but it has been a little more than before. This is likely to be a test made by the neighboring country, for which the ninja school is taught. The teachers have all been approved. As the elite of the village, you must go out to carry out the task. We must use a strong face to eliminate those turbulent minds. But Sasuke. Kakashi, the village is far more important than a Uchiha kid. The task list on the table was slowly pushed past, and Jiraiya didn't smile at all. Hatake, who took the order, responded and went out to the Uchiha's house. No matter what, he has to make another effort. The light wind blew through the setting sun, and the uninhabited houses were in ruins, and there were still traces of fighting in many places. The head of the Hatake family stopped by a small lake, and the boy in front of him was looking at the water in a trance. Sasuke. The familiar shout came into his ears, and the dazed young man woke up. It's Kakashi, what are you doing to see me, a prisoner under house arrest? You're not a criminal. Am I any different from a prisoner now? Haha sneered twice and didn't even bother to turn his head back. Under Uchiha Sasuke's raised right hand, 3 Tomo Sharingan twisted wildly. Kakashi is running out of words, and Ursukako's current situation is indeed no different from that of a prisoner. The scope of activities was limited to the Uchiha mansion, and Anbu was watching at all times, which was no different from a prisoner. Interesting Academy first release. Can't let go of those past hatreds. As long as you promise me, I'll go and ask the 5th generation Hokage. Shut up. What do you know? Suddenly looking back, the 3 Tomo Sharingan turned wildly. Sasuke's eyes were full of death, and Yuhi's eyes were full of hatred. With a deep sigh, Kakashi walked to the side and sat side by side. Know what? You should have heard about my stay in Anbu. Because of work, I have met a lot of people like you. Take hatred as people who are motivated have nothing to do in the end. Sasuke, you are my most cherished student, and I don't want you to die. Taking revenge as the only goal will only make yourself hurt more deeply and live more bitterly, even if it pays off in the future. If you have hatred, you will only leave an emptiness, and you will go crazy. Give it up, hatred should not be all you have. Don't pretend to teach me, you don't know anything at all. The whole family was wiped out and his biological brother ran away. Whenever he thinks of those cruel scenes, Sasuke Uchiha has the urge to go crazy. Especially after knowing that Akatsuki still hides some unknown things. This madness has become more and more violent, and it has a tendency to become more and more serious, which can be resolved in a few words. Thinking of the hatred, Ursuko stared at Kakashi viciously. Since you said it so well, why don't I go and kill your heaviest person now? In that case, you will know how stupid you are. After this, you can still be the same as before, so what if I listen to you? The cold laughter came into his ears, but Kakashi didn't mean to be angry, but chuckled twice. The second assistant's expression became more and more gloomy. Hee, what you said is a good idea. But I don't have the most important people anymore. After a slight pause, Kakashi restrained his smile, because they have already been killed. Uchiha, driven by hatred, was stunned on the spot. Kakashi's narration continues. I'm much older than you, and I've been through times even more chaotic than now. I know the pain of losing a loved one better than anyone else. Father, mother, uncle, brother, teammates, and so many others died in that era. Some of them can't even get their bodies back, they can only take used items as a souvenir. Compared with me, although you are also unfortunate, you are not the most unfortunate one, because you still have friends. There is a woman who likes you, and I have nothing. Gently picking up a dead leaf and looking at it, Kakashi threw it towards the lake. It is because of loss that you know how to cherish it. The power I teach you is not for revenge, but for protecting what you cherish. People, think about it. This is the advice of a teacher. Quote. The cold eyes stared at the person who was leaving, and through the gap in the forest, the four Otogaker, who had arrived first, raised their eyes. That guy just now was Sharingan Kakashi, and I know his looks. If we were surrounded by ninjas like that, we'd be in big trouble. Let's just wait. Cowards, if you're scared, I'll go on my own. Megumi glanced at Gatonmaru with disdain, and you didn't care about Kakashi or Kakadong. Even if there is a Kakub, she will ignore it. Turning his head to look at the men in the team, Zuo-jin laughed. Really? As long as two ninjas of that level come, you will die miserably. Shut your stinky mouth for me. How come you are everywhere? A lot of you. Girls talk. How much is needed? Damn fat man, are you idle too? Two words choked the two teammates. The girl with flying hair in Yuhi was not gentle at all. Uchiha Sasuke, she is also caught. Mitarashi Anko, who had been rushing for a day, stretched his back, and the little secretary sitting behind Tsunade was full of worries. Sister Anko, where did you say brother and the others were? Hinata, instead of worrying about that bastard, it's better to worry about others. Is he the one who suffers? It seems to be the same. Remembering what Liamong once did, the little secretary put on a smile on his face. On Sanpao Street in the Land of Fire, the black-faced gangster slapped the counter. Boss, is money really that important to you? I've been talking about it for more than 3 hours, and you only pay a penny. No drop. Objective, please explain some reasons. Is that not a penny? You give 500 yuan for 800 yuan, 130 for 500 yuan, and 50 for 300 yuan. If I sell it to you, I might as well just let me die. Okay, if you dare to die, I will dare to bury it. Hurry up, Malu, are you going to sell it or not? Objectively, this price really can't be sold. The old face pulled the old man, and the owner of the jewelry store was about to cry. When he met a man like Liamong, he deserved to be unlucky. The gangster, whose mouth was worn out and didn't bargain for the price, finally lost his patience. It seems that you don't want to. What are you going to do objectively? Rolling up his arms and sleeves, he spat. What are you doing? Robbery. Robbery. At first, she was terrified, then laughed loudly, and the jewelry store owner, covering her belly, was delighted. Just like you, the little girl wants to learn from robbers and come out to rob. Listen to uncle's words, and hurry home and get some milk. Quote. I eat my wife's milk. The good atmosphere was ruined, and the flaming forehead hit the counter with a fist. There was a muffled sound and flowers scattered on the counter, and everyone in the room was stunned. You. What are you? Robbery. The man is on the left, the woman is on the right, and the ladyboy is standing in the middle. All give me a little bit of agility. He ain't. You can't spend money these days. It's rare for you to be generous, you guys. I just want to make the young master angry. Look at your unlucky faces. You will be robbed when you go out. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pay. A large number of banknotes are in his hand, 151, 250, 20, and gold stars in his eyes are scattered. Money, these are all money. It's better to spend other people's money, and I don't feel bad about selling the cubs. Boss, I want all the jewelry. Then, I'll give you the money. Don't say I won't give you the money, I'm not short of money. Silver tickets with the smallest denomination and slapping them on the face, the terrified boss burst into tears. 2 yuan is also called money, this kid is not a thing. Not to mention the robbery, but after the robbery, he even teased people. Don't I just sell 2 pieces of jewelry, is it easy for me? The scratched jewelry was packed and taken away, and Liamong, who even plucked a piece from someone else's neck, hummed a little song. Kimamaro, who was walking next to him, was very puzzled. If you don't like to pay for things, why would you rob people for money? This. The sentence was stunned for a long time, and Liamong sighed with bitterness on his face. People have to have a hope in this life. Bad guys like us definitely can't stay forever. In that case, it's better to leave eternal. People have to make an impression on the world in this life, don't they? Do all the bad things you can do while you are still young. When you are too old to move, it will be too late to do anything. Money, grab it now. In the future, there will always be a day when people will not be able to grab it. At that time, we will not do the lucrative profession of being a villain. After changing careers, the money will be the guarantee of life. Do you know what is the greatest pain in a person's life? When a person dies, the money is not spent. Kimamaro, you have to study hard with your brother. Ask for a monthly ticket. Brothers, there are 2 chapters left. For the new month, those who have votes will vote for 1. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 79 _ the love left in the wind, the sad weeping. I really don't understand why Orochimaru-sama is interested in such a waste. You look at his useless. Heihei168.com. Okay, you're talking nonsense. We'll deal with the surveillance Anbu first, and then kidnap him. With a pink fist raised his head, Duoyu also sentenced the ninja who was watching in the dark to death. A poignant flower of blood drifted by, and the second assistant, who had been sitting by the pond in a daze since the morning, raised his head, and the third Tomo Sharingan slowly circled. Come out, the stinky mouse hiding in the dark. Now that you have solved the problem, those rubbish, presumably won't be so boring. Arrogant. There were 4 soft clicks, and the black shadows lined up looked up and raised their heads, all of them looking down on people. Seeing their familiar outfits, Sasuke's eyes flashed coldly. Who are you? What does it have to do with Orochimaru? The Otogakur Quartet, Dongmin Kidumaru. Simon is near. South Gate Jirobo. Baiman Duoyu also. On the orders of Orochimaru, Sama, I will take you back. HMPH, you want to take me away just because of your rubbish. Yuhi's third Tomo Sharingan tightened, and Sasuke's narrowed eyes burst into infinite murderous intent. The 4 of them were instantly enraged. Clean up this ignorant boy, who dares to timid us. Go. Leaping out with his toes, Sasuke saw the criminal gang rushing towards him, and Sasuke held 4 shuriken in the gap between his fingertips with his right hand, and instead of retreating, he rushed into the crowd. Sharingan, the technique of shuriken. The cross dart that came out of his hand swept through the crowd. Seeing an opponent who couldn't even cast a ninja weapon, the 4 of them all showed a sneering expression. But immediately, the ridicule turned into consternation. What happened? The tsunami thread that was wrapped around the radius reciprocated back and forth, and Sasuke, who stood behind the group of 4, put his feet on the end of the thread, and quickly formed 4 handprints on his chest, which would take more than a second. Seichen Mautora Dragon Flame Jutsu. The flames that flew out ignited backwards from the steel wire that was trampled at the bottom. The shrill scream didn't sound for half a second, and there were 4 more pieces of wood on the spot. Humph! Run as fast as you can. Slowly turning around, he turned to the 4 guys standing at the top of the tree pole, where Zuzi's eyes were full of ridicule. The 4 were furious. I just wanted to see if you were qualified as a container, but now it seems that we have underestimated you. Then, pack him up. The anger from Lu Meng spreads over Sasuke, and the 4 people who knew that the 2 were once in the same class had already made plans. The unlucky second assistant, you deserve to be so quilted, it is very dangerous to work with Liamong. Otogakur's secret art do. With his hands wide open, his head is stretched forward, and the left and right mouth is an invisible cannonball. The second assistant with the front chest against the back fell out of the distance in an instant, and 2 somersaults pressed against the chest. What was that just now? Don't be surprised, there are 7 beats in the art of sound killing, and you can enjoy them all. I promise, not one will be pulled down. Biting Kiba's teeth and stroking his hair, Zuo-jin's hideous expression was as much hatred as he was at people. Uchiha Sasuke got up, the wind rose, the clouds moved, the squeaking thunder Guangyao caught his eye. Near. It's alright, it still hurts. The left hand that had pierced the shoulder lifted, and he lifted up his foot and ripped off the shirt of Simon, who was kicked by Sasuke. Half of his body was covered in patterns. That is. This kind of frivolous attack is useless to me, do you want the same power? Then come with us. Living in such a peaceful village will only make you cowardly. Uchiha Sasuke, don't forget the hatred, you does not belong to tranquility. Quote. Yin smiled and caressed his forehead, and Examen, who was intact as before, was full of teasing eyes. The second assistant's eyes were extremely cold. What do you all know? It's not what we know, but what Lord Orochimaru knows. We are only responsible for spreading the word, and you have to ask for specific things in person. I'll let you guys say it. There is a curse mark near Zuo, and so does Sasuke. Seeing the rapidly spreading black cloud pattern, the 4 of them were a little stunned, but immediately, one after another pattern appeared. 4-1, Sasuke was defeated. Standing in front of Zuzi who was slumped on the ground, Zuo-jin's malicious voice reminded him, if you use the curse mark too much, it will erode the whole body. You are only the first curse mark, and the erosion speed is not fast. You are no longer you. Orochimaru gave us strength, but also took away our freedom. Yuhi's hair fluttered and his eyes were blurred. Duo also laughed at himself and looked into the distance. If you want to gain, you must lose. You choose to leave and seek to find the truth. The power of, or to enjoy the so-called peace in this deceitful village. Those ninjutsu must have attracted attention just now. Let's distract the pursuers, think about it for yourself. Swish swish, come and go without a trace, looking at the direction where the 4 people left, Zuzi silently lowered his head. No one likes to live in deception, Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. One face after another flashed before his eyes, and Ursukuko suddenly looked at the night sky. It's time to make a decision. Resolutely returning to the room to turn on the lights, and looking at every familiar corner of the house, Sasuke leaned over to pack his bags. The time is short, and the organized school bag is on the back. One last look at the photos on the table, Kakashi, Sakura, Naruto, and that nasty guy clacked, and the photo button didn't lift again. Leave without looking back. There were 4 people distracted, and Sasuke's departure didn't attract anyone's attention. Until. Why are you hanging around here in the middle of the night? Seeing Haruno Sakura suddenly walking out of the street corner, Ursukuko's pupils shrank. Sakura tugged at the corner of her clothes lonely, because I have to go through this place to leave the village, so I am often here. Go back to sleep. Why? Tears dripped down his cheeks, and Sakura's feet were full of tears. Why don't you want to tell me? Why don't you want to tell me anything? What's wrong with me? I can change. You're too annoying. Who cares about you so much? Let's save it. The words like a blade pierced deeply into her chest, and the girl with bright eyes and tears was eclipsed. So Sasuke still hates me. Do you remember? You said the same thing about me the day we just split classes, right here. Is there? Ursukako's answer was very low, as light as the wind. Sakura smiled bitterly. Yeah, that's right, it's been so long. Since then, you and I, Naruto and Liamong have completed a lot of tasks together. Although it's hard work, it's also very happy. I have inquired about the matter, but taking revenge alone will not make a person happy. Sasuke, can you stay here? Sakura, we are different. Dada turned back in 2 steps, staring at the tears on the girl's face. Sasuke's eyes were full of coldness. Yes, we have worked hard together, and I thought we should go all the way like that. But now, I found out that I was wrong in the past. Whether revenge or hatred, they are all hidden in false deception. I am going to find the truth that belongs to me, even if I give everything for it. So I can't be like you like Naruto. I'm leaving, and you should go home too. No, it's not like that. Didn't you say that being alone is very painful? In that case, why do you choose to move forward alone? I didn't understand it before, but now I feel it. I have relatives and friends, but if you leave, I will feel lonely too. Please, don't leave, okay? Sakura, we're just going in different ways. You still have your life, your parents, your friends, and your partner. Time will dilute everything, and you will soon forget me, just like everyone. They don't even want to mention that guy. No, it's not like this. You are different. Seeing Sasuke making up his mind to leave, Haruno Sakura collapsed, tears streamed down like a stream, and he couldn't hold back his inner feelings any longer. I like you very, very much. As long as we are together, I am happy. Every minute, every second, as long as you are by my side, I am so happy. For you, what am I willing to do it? So please. Suddenly raised face, a pair of crying Yuhi eyes stared straight at the boy who was about to leave. Haruno Sakura cried and swore an oath. If you want revenge, I am willing to help you. If you want to find the truth, I am willing to accompany you. You look for it together. Would you please stay? If you have to leave the village, I am willing to go with you. You're really as annoying as ever. Icy Cold turned around and left. Sasuke's words broke the girl's heart. Haruno Sakura is crazy about love. Don't go, or I will. The figure that disappeared suddenly stood behind. Haruno Sakura stopped her tears in a daze, and a familiar breath poured into her heart. Sakura, thank you. Sasuke. The happy smile turned into a stunned fear in less than a second. Uchiha, who slashed Sakura's neck with a knife, closed his eyes, and put the girl who loved him on the wooden chair. I'm sorry. The wind-blown apology seemed to pour into her heart, and the unconscious girl was still crying. Don't go. Sasuke. Ask for a monthly pass, has a chapter in the evening. Brothers and sisters don't know whether they like emotional dramas or not, or they like a little more violence. If you have any comments, please leave a message. Text chapter 80 _ that idiot led the wrong way, quickly catch him back. What, Uchiha Sasuke defected? Yes, Hokage-sama. According to Haruno Sakura's description, I'm afraid this is the case. Hateful. With a slap on the table, Jiraiya's toad eyes, which had been tired for many days, turned into 8 characters. Why did Sasuke defect and who is he going to? Uchiha Itachi. This is possible, thinking about the incident that happened last time, and thinking about the information that was detected earlier. The lecherous immortal who was tied up in the village was extremely helpless. I knew there was a problem, but I couldn't leave it. Hokage, it's really a position that binds people, and even women have no time to watch. Go, call me Nara Shikamaru. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yawning and sitting at the dining table, Shikamaru's buttocks hadn't settled down yet. His father's wife, his mother, Nara Yoshino shouted loudly, hurry up and eat, your father today. I can't accompany you to practice when I'm on a mission. Quote. I see. It's enough to answer. What's your attitude? I see. Shikamaru raised his chin helplessly, and Shikamaru had a lawsuit all over his head. He started nagging early in the morning, which was really annoying. Bang bang bang. So early. Seeing the troublesome mother go to open the door, Shikamaru lowered his voice and looked at his father. Hey, old bean, why do you want to marry such a fierce woman? Well, she's still gentle sometimes. Nothing else. Staring at Nara Shikaku with a head full of exclamation marks, Shikamaru was in amazement when a gentle voice came in. Shikamaru, Lord Hokage of the 5th generation is looking for you. 5 generations of Hokage. The old man on the toad. Jiraiya's first meeting appeared in front of her eyes, and Shikamaru's forehead was full of hashtags. Today is indeed a troublesome day. Do you really want to go? How do you feel so bad? Just got promoted to Chunin. There is a task. Trouble, too much trouble. With reluctance to pack up his gear, Shikamaru followed Chunin, who had passed the word, to the office. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the atmosphere was not quite right. Lord Hokage, Anbu, who is sent to monitor Sasuke Uchiha, has been confirmed dead, and the state of the body is very strange. I see, you go down first. The medical ninja who sent the message in a deep voice. Jiraiya stared at Shikamaru seriously. You should have guessed that Uchiha Sasuke defected last night, and the 2 Anbu who monitored him died. So I can't rule out the possibility that someone will respond. I am now using the 5th generation. The identity of Hokage has issued a pursuit order to you, and it is best to bring it back alive. If you can't, you have the right to clear it. Wait, Lord Hokage, such a task should be carried out by a 4-person team of Jonin and Chunin, and I also. It can't be done. Toad's eyes darkened and he crossed his hands. Jiraiya explained apologetically. All the Jonin that can be sent out in the village have already been sent out, and those who haven't been sent out have also made a decision like your father. So this I can only give you this mission. In 30 minutes, gather the genin you think is the best and then set off. Since this mission is too dangerous, I will give you the power to act arbitrarily. If not, retreat immediately to save the lives of the team members. Safety first. Be careful, there is a chance of an S-class missing nin this time. Quote. Class SS. His eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. The thing Shikamaru wanted to do now was to pass out. He had no idea what this newly appointed Hokage was going to do, to actually send a new Chunin to perform a mission where an S-rank enemy might appear. S-level, that should be done by a team of Jonin. Chunin is all cannon fodder when he goes. Your sister actually asked me to bring a team of genins to fight with them. Isn't this a life-threatening situation? Seeing the unstoppable astonishment on Shikamaru's face, the lecherous immortal touched his nose brightly. Cough, don't do this, I still trust you very much. Besides, I recommend someone to you. What, how, that bastard. Wearing a green skin with a crooked hat on his head, Shikamaru's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at the yellow-haired boy screaming and jumping in front of him. Why should 5 generations Hokage recommend him? Is this crazy guy reliable? Wait, I'll be fine right away. Turning around and rushing into the house for a while rummaging through boxes and cabinets, Naruto rushed back after the storm-like noise, ran to the village entrance and asked, besides me, who else are you called? Of course it's a gangster. I can't trust anyone else. Thinking of the fireworks that shot into the sky just now, Shikamaru winked proudly. The time they ran to the door, Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Akamichi Choji had been waiting for a long time. The little fat man was yawning with sleepy eyes and a piece of breakfast meat in his mouth. Akamichi's family dared to eat this in Konoha. Brothers, our task this time is difficult and dangerous. Okay, let's talk on the way. Patted Akamaru in his arms and signaled it to go down to the ground. Inazuka Kiba trusted Shikamaru's head very much, and he would definitely order to escape when he found something bad. We probably won't be able to run this time. What? 1, 2, 3, and 4 eyes flashed. Aburame Shino Inuzuka Kiba Akamichi Choji was completely stunned. Naruto, who wanted to find Sasuke quickly, didn't care about that. Let's go quickly, we won't be able to catch up if it's too late. Shut up, there's no reason for you to speak here. Rolling his eyes coldly at the noisy Naruto, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Shikamaru with a solemn expression. Don't worry, there are still 15 minutes before the departure time designated by Lord Hokage. Now, let's confirm our respective tasks. First of all, I need your absolute trust and obedience, because this time we are very likely to encounter an S-class missing. Nin. A dull thunder struck the forehead, except for Uzumaki Naruto, the guy who lacked a string in his head. The other three swallowed their saliva. SS class. Cage level. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed a fact. For this reason, Lord Hokage has given me the power to act arbitrarily. If I find that the situation is not right, I may immediately issue an order to retreat. At that time, no one is allowed to mess with me. Having said this, Shikamaru's eyes were extremely stern, and when he looked at Naruto, he paused, especially you, Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know why Hokage-sama recommended you to me. If you don't obey the order to retreat, for the sake of to ensure the safety of other people's lives, I will never let you live or die. Because that way, it is very likely that everyone's lives will be involved. The people I am looking for, I will be responsible for them. I know, but Sasuke. That's the second thing I'm going to say. There's a second point about the power that Hokage-sama has given me. If Sasuke Uchiha refuses to return, I have the power to issue a kill to clear it out. No, it's impossible. How could the lecherous immortal give such an order? I don't believe it. I'm going to go back and ask him. Crazy shook his head and turned to run, but the shadow of Zeulien stopped Naruto. If you don't want him to die, bring him back. I can only assure you that I won't order a kill unless it happens. Order. Well, there are 10 minutes left, and I need to set up a combat mission. If you leave, my squad won't need you anymore. Shikamaru. It is the duty of an excellent ninja to follow the captain's orders. I am the leader of the team now, and I don't need any disobedient players. I see. He clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Uzumaki Naruto was shaking all over. Took out a piece of paper and unfolded it in public. Shikamaru muttered and began to give instructions. After 5 minutes, he raised his head and asked, "Do you understand? If not, start checking the ninja gear now, and leave on time in 5 minutes. Start checking your watch now, in case spread out, we're going to keep the time coming." The pocket watch pulled out from the kabuto bag of the jacket spread out to set the time, and Shikamaru matched everyone's equipment in turn. Just as the big guy was about to set off, a man stood in the corner. Take me one, please. Sakura. No. Why? He stared at Shikamaru suspiciously, and Naruto's eyes were full of puzzlement. Lord Hokage has already told me what happened last night. I'm sorry, but I can't take you there. Because even you can't convince Sasuke. And, selectively kept silent, Shikamaru had doubts about Haruno Sakura in his heart. Sasuke's close women are not reliable. Naruto is already troublesome enough. Bring her, in case of defecting, then. Sakura, you met Sasuke. Naruto, I, burst into tears, and Haruno Sakura, who suddenly raised her head, was full of begging, "Please, Naruto, please, help me bring him back, please. I'm useless, I'll stop it. He can't leave. I have heard everything Shikamaru said just now. The only one who can save him now is you who can bring him back. Please Naruto, please bring him back, please." Unstoppable tears fell to the ground. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the girl in front of him. His heart was full of complexities, and after a while he smiled dryly. "I know. In fact, I always knew Sakura likes Sasuke, so I can understand how sad you are right now. Don't worry, I will definitely bring him back. This is the promise of our life." Naruto. With a wow, tears soaked her clothes. Looking at the smiling teammates in front of her, Haruno Sakura had never felt so humbled for a moment. Thinking of all the things she had done to Naruto in the past, tears could not stop flowing. The words thank you were stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say it anyway. The people I love have their belongings, but the people who love me still don't. Shikamaru, it's time for us to go. Waving his sleeves without taking a cloud away, Naruto Uzumaki strode forward. Shikamaru, who took a while to react, pushed Inuzuka Kiba blankly. So what, did Sasuke run over there? Okay, it seems not. Then don't hurry up and chase. This idiot. I knew it would be good to have him. Catch it back and hack it to death. Steamed or Yuhi grilled. 1, 2, 3, 4, rumbling and running, looking at the direction where Shikamaru and the others were leaving, Haruno Sakura firmly grabbed the front of her clothes. At the same time, Liamong, who was dozing on the tiger's back, also opened his eyes. Kimimaro, we don't need to hurry on the road, don't we still have 4 of your subordinates? Although they are a bit useless, deal with Konoha. Enough of those guys. What we need to focus on is the Hokage succession ceremony. Money, money, it's all about making a fortune this time around. Master Orochimaru is very serious about Sasuke Uchiha. I can't let you down, let's hurry up. Okay, just do what you say. West Wind, run fast, he's aiming, it's really a deadly rhythm. I hope those guys can be smarter, they won't be so stupid, right? Ask for a monthly pass. Brothers, tomorrow at the 7th watch, the big show will start, and it is guaranteed to refresh everyone, as evidenced by the previous Chunin exam. Trust the cloud, yes.